Hi, I'm Liquid, and I create music for content creators.
Looking for the best music for your videos? Then you should check out Artlist. Freedom!
So fresh, so
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
I'm feeling great, all rested up, Mike. I had a privilege to rest, unfortunately, while you had to go on through, but it's all good. You know, we're back here for the upper bracket for now. It is going to be Boom up against Neon. Now, this matchup, Mike, is a bit more even. In the group stages, I believe last time they met, it did go 1-1. So this time around, there are no options for a draw. One side will have to win out, and one side will have to go to the lower bracket.
Radiant team ban. Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Beastmaster.
Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's been a good run for them. I think they're proving a lot of people what can happen when you give these, you know, tier 2 teams. I mean, we've casted Neon for a long time, and you know, it's good to see them get that opportunity to climb up. Still, there is a draft going on. You see Neon, they do pick up the Beastmaster first, more than likely just looking at the Rappy hero, although there has been flexibility with running that Beastmaster mid, so we could also potentially be seeing Apache's hero. He doesn't really run it down mid though. We'll see what Neon opts for. We do have great laning coming out, like great harassment coming out, and push, and also very decent single target control. With that Beast, so it's a stable pick a lot of teams go back to. Boom is going a bit differently. They've got the Witch Doctor and the Ursa. Not the most standard combo. We've seen the Witch Doctor pop out here and there every now and again, but not specifically with the Ursa. It still brings a lot of good sustain here. It gives you a lot of options to hold a lane out. I think with that Neon pickup on the Veno, you're giving a lot more value to that Witch Doctor. We've seen this before, where a Witch Doctor goes QW for the first 2 levels, and suddenly that initial damage the Veno brings is kind of cancelled out in lane.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
10 seconds.
That Witch Doctor's been very popular over the past couple of days. Excuse me, to reset the draft, but there we go. It has been very popular at this Witch Doctor, and I'm not too shocked to see it coming out today from Boom Esports. It's been first pick material for some reason or another. It has been very effective though. Still Neon Esports, they do ban out the Storm Spirit as their 5th ban. Boom Esports looking to make their final ban now. Of course, Boom also respect banning out that Yopaj Queen of Pain, which he has basically been spamming over however many days we've been casting now. And well, I thought Neon may opt to go back to the Storm, which I believe we saw Yopaj on a few days ago, but they did ban that out themselves now. So I'm curious to see what they are going to throw Yopaj on, because he has really been the star of the show on this team. For now, Boom, their final ban out, they'll still have a think about this one. I'm sure they will just concentrate on that mid pick for Neon now at this 5th ban.
Yeah, it's rather interesting as well. I was looking at the past match Boom and Neon played. This opening from Boom is pretty much what they ran in their game number 2 where they beat Neon. So it looks like Boom is feeling confident in getting elements of that draft back with the Ursa Witch. You look to them to maybe consider the Kunkka just for added durability there. They go to the Tusk. This is really exactly as that game 2 in their previous group stage series went. They had the Tusk, Ursa, Witch Doctor, and if it worked before, I can see where Boom's going. Why not run it again? You've got the early aggression here, you've got the saving potential from that Tusk, especially against something like the Beastmaster, so the Roar target is not a guaranteed kill anymore, and you have a lot of that early aggression coming out with this lineup, so it's a very well-rounded draft from Boom.
Radiant team.
And that it is.
What's it with?
Angelier for the side of Neon Esports, so still not revealing their hands so much. They just go for the very popular picks that have been in meta quite a while. Nothing too surprising quite yet. Boom now to make their 4th pickup, and we've got to see some more calls coming up from this team.
10 seconds.
We got that support duo and that pos one out, so we're looking for that off lane and that mid hero now.
5 seconds remaining.
There's not many mids left, I might be honest, by the way, John. It's just they've banned out so many of them. All the popular picks are just kind of gone. I wonder what the result to now.
I think one option we've seen Boom go into is the Kunkka, if they wanted to. Again, that's going back to how they drafted against Neon before, but we have seen Mikoto play that down mid to great effect. Brings a lot of durability. It doesn't really lose out in most laning matchups, so it's a fairly safe pick. They go with the NP instead. Now, we have seen that in the off lane, in the mid. We'll see whether or not that is going to be our FBZ or Mikoto hero. I think for Boom, it tends to be off lane a lot more. It's more than likely we're looking at FBZ's hero, and Neon do go back to the Skem special. The Spectre does make an appearance, so they will want to slow this game out. I think with the first 3 heroes they've picked up, they can certainly do that. It's a bit scary into Boom's draft because we've seen Ursus really overtake that early to mid game, and that's when the Spectre's at its weakest point. I think if you give Boom enough space, or if you bleed a little bit too much ground in that laning phase, Boom can definitely overtake and not allow the Spectre to grow big.
No, I agree with you on that. It is going to be a bit of a harder game for Skem here on that Spectre. So we have seen Skem farming quite fast, I might add, though, on that Spectre. He usually gets that Necro one book around that 7-8 minute mark from what I've seen, and just kind of snowballs out of control from there. But if Boom Esports do play this right with this Ursa, if they don't just try and go for a very farm-heavy orientated kind of Ursa, I think they can just roll over this Spectre and not give it a chance. It's just going to be a matter of what kind of build you go for, because we have been seeing a lot of Battle Fury Ursa. Basically been the standard right now. And it has been very effective. I'm sure Dreamersaur will probably opt to go for the same style build, but I wouldn't really blame him for going back to just rushing a Basher into Abyssal Blade this game either. Just because you do want that lockdown, you want to be able to shut down the Spectre ASAP. and not allow him to get to that stage where he can farm a Radiance, go into the Manta, yada yada yada, just keeps going, and eventually it gets to the point where he just doesn't die. Essentially, the Spectre becomes invulnerable. Unless Boom Esports, they could also just go for the Necrophos with their final pick. That would kind of solve that issue a little bit.
Remaining.
But then again, you're playing Necro into the Veno, which
5 seconds remaining.
it's a pretty ugly matchup for a Necrophos, considering how much heal you lose through that Venomancer.
Team pick.
So they may not decide to do that.
Yeah.
Neon, they'll ban out the Kunkka now. They've got one more pick left. What are you thinking? Like, go something like the Ember mid? Maybe they just run the Pango or Veno mid?
It's a bit tricky with Neon. I'd say the Ember is a great tempo setting mid to have, considering the rest of the lineup here. You really do need to buy that spec space. The Ember's one here to get that done. Perhaps the Void Spirit could make an appearance as well. I think that's a pretty solid pick. But one of the Apaj specials we tend to see is something like a Puck. I'm not sure if that's really what you want to opt for. It plays great into that early tempo the Venomancer brings. So if you really wanted to push that early aggression to build up for the spec, something like a very fast Puck pick is pretty hard for Boom to deal with. They don't have the best of lockdown there to stop the Puck from zipping in and out in the backline.
Well, that's actually a very good point. That would be a pretty nice pick here for Neon. See if they do opt to go for that. It would really add on to that team fight and kiting potential on that Ursa. Of course, we need something fast-paced here on Neon to make that space for Skem. Then again, though, Boom Esports could go into the mid-ember. I believe it will be the Prophet this game, don't get me wrong. I am pretty sure that this is going to be a mid-Prophet from Makoto.
Radiant team.
They could switch it up, though, Neon. Oh, okay. They go for the Grimstroke now, so they were just looking for a support instead. That does mean it's probably going to be that Grimstroke Pango support duo. Maybe even the Grimstroke Veno. One of these two is going to be a core, the Veno or the Pango this game. I don't mind seeing the Grimstroke though. I do like seeing this hero coming out for Neon.
10 seconds.
Yeah, it's you've got double roar on hand. You've got pretty good control coming out from that. It gives you early tempo.
remaining.
I really worry about either the Pango or the Veno going core. I think there is a certain limit to how they scale. The Venomancer has a harder cap compared to the Pango, but a Pangolier that doesn't get its job done in team fights can be a mild liability. So we'll see whether or not Boom can correct that. I think with the shards, you've got enough to make it a bit harder for the Pango to get the rolls off. So you have to be cautious about where that Tusk is. They do close out with a Tide, so it does look like the Mikado NP is in play, the FBZ Tide's out, and that gives some really good team fight towards Boom. It constrains them to a very specific timer though, but laning up against a Tide Hunter as a Spectre isn't really fun, so Boom might just want to go for that early domination in the lanes.
That they may. I was a bit shocked to see the Tide Hunter pick, but you kind of mentioned it, that lane dominance of the Tide. Skem might have a bit of trouble farming underneath the Anchor Smash of FBZ. Even the minus armor from the Gush with the Tusk tag team could be pretty devastating here for Skem and the Grim. So I don't mind seeing it. Got that double slow, the minus armor, the bonus damage from tag team. It's quite a lot, and of course Makoto can always just come in to try and help out if they need the extra damage on the side of Boom Esports. Neon, they'll have to be careful. The game plan is fairly simple from Neon Esports, so I think we all understand that Skem is just needing to farm. The rest are going to probably play that 4 protect 1 kind of strategy where they just leave Skem alone. Just give him a jungle and leave him alone for 20 minutes. See what happens. We'll see if it does pay off, John. It's going to be game number 1. Of course, that does guarantee us a game number 2, because in the 3 series, there is going to be one winner today. Here.
No, absolutely not. No. I think it doubles down for us because we've been casting Neon from, say, ESL India, and I'm sure a lot of viewers didn't see that one because it was constrained to Hotstar in India. But we've seen them since those days. Yeah, like all the way back in closed qualifiers as well, or even just the last halves of an open, and it feels like Neon's gone far. They have to go the distance. You know, it's an upper bracket start, you want to keep that momentum, and we'll really find out today whether or not Neon can get that done.
We are going to find out.
Prepare
When you were
for
talking about
battle.
ESO India, I'm thinking back to the first times we casted TI qualifiers. It was...
Oh boy.
I
That is a
remember
long
casting
time.
Neon Esports. It was a very long time ago, but you still have similar names in Neon that were there. I mean, there are mostly new names, but it's crazy. It's crazy. But up against a team like Boom, John, they're another team that they've been making their name known throughout the Dota 2 community for a bit of time now. You know, they've had mixed success. Sometimes they do great, sometimes not so great, but well, over the past month or so, especially during this this pandemic period, they've really been coming out as they have been given more chances in that kind of scene, and they're kind of showing the world that, you know, it's not just TNC and Fnatic and SEA.
Yeah.
A lot of teams just popping out now, even Adroit, Neon, just plenty. RR surprising us yesterday. There's just so many things going on with the SEA scene.
It's been a lot healthier for the tier 2 scene, I think, with this opportunity with a lot more emphasis on online leagues and tournaments. It just gives a chance for these bigger teams to shine. So all they really lack now, I'd say, is international participation, but you can't really get that right now. This is the next best thing. You know, you get to show TNC and Fnatic, as you mentioned, that they can't be complacent in this region.
No, they can't. We'll see how it all pans out, Neon. They'll bring 3 down to the bot lane to start off with. Dream Assault. God, I hate that taunt so much. That damn Ursa taunt. It just drives me insane. That, and I believe I was talking to Danog about it yesterday, but the Luna taunt, the new one, it's I don't get it. I just don't get it. Nevertheless, that's just me having a sook about it. Don't you worry, John.
I don't know. When it comes to the taunts, I'd say the TA taunt is actually quite something else if you're down mid. I think we've seen
I don't
a couple
mind the
of players
TA
really
taunt.
spam it. Yeah, but that one's really something else, you know. It's like you just keep going at it when they miss a deny, miss a last hit. It's truly the perfect taunt, in my opinion.
I like that Ember one still.
Touches the heart like
Oh yeah, it's like a...
They actually put a lot of effort into that. Yeah, the kebabs, yeah. It's great.
Yeah. Fantastic still. We do see a bit of a lane swap out. You do see Skem start to work his way down bot, trying to avoid that Tide Hunter up top. So they don't want to give Skem a hard time. This is what Neon would like to avoid, and it looks like they have the leg up on Boom in that sense.
That they do. See you Page as well in that mid lane on the Beastmaster, which... It's not really a hero we get to see him playing very often, but we have seen a bit of this, especially up against these Nature's Prophets. It's essentially the battle of the summoners almost in the mid lane. They almost just counter each other out with all the summons they have, and you know, how many units you really have to watch out for. If you really think about it as well, the potential to kind of snowball out of control in terms of levels and farm with an MP versus Beastmaster matchup is kind of insane. But top lane, how could I not have guessed? There was a tri lane being run there by Boom. They will kill Rappy for first blood straight away.
Yeah, this is something Boom likes to do with a Tusk. I think they're one of the few teams to consistently run that first blood tri lane, and it does pay off for them still. I think this is something Neon's ready, because they already tossed Rappy up there. They don't really care too much about the Venom. Their biggest priority is keeping Skem safe.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, Rappy.
I may as well just stick up at this top lane, John. Rappy goes down again. It's that combination though, Gush into tag team. So with the Gush, -4 armor straight off the bat, 40% slow. You add the tag team on top of that with the bonus damage. It's impossible to get away if you get caught out.
Yeah, it's a tricky lane for Neon to maintain. This might hurt the timing of her Veno. I look to Rappy to maybe prioritize early jungle here. He did start with Plague Ward, so he can actually get started relatively early if he's feeling that pressure.
Well, they'll rotate the Tusk down anyway, though. Mid lane, your Page. Great body blocks out from Makoto. And now bot lane, there is a chase going on. Gen, you are going to get caught out. Again, it's Hyde setting up the kills here on the Tusk. Dream Assault's just happy to try and help out here with Kescute and get the kill going. But Boom Esports, I mean, we're only not even 2.5 minutes in. They've already got 4 kills.
Yeah, they've been really active on the map, and it is working to their favor. You look up top, and you actually do have the switch out. Skem actually opts to go up against the Tide now. So this is a better time without the supports, but it's not an easy lane for the Spectre alone.
No, he's brought 3 heroes up, though. They're going to run the safe lane tri lane, or I say that, Rappy's still here for some reason. He'll TP down bot, so now they're switching to dual lanes. Januel's going to still be there. But you've got Boom Esports who are running this bot tri lane, and well, poor old Rappy, I don't think he's going to be feeling very safe here either. So Hyde's going to be waiting. He's got the level 1 shards up as well as that tag team, and of course Kescute is just going to... Well, he's going to de-ward the Veno wards on the cliff. I think for Dreamer Soul, this Ursa, he's going to be enjoying some free farm. So they just can't slow him down now. There's just too much threat.
Yeah, it's going to be a good start for Dreamosol. I think they really have to ensure that Skem is winning out from this because they're sacrificing their Venomancer, and that's such a tempo-setting hero. We've seen Venos fall behind before. It's really hard to bounce back considering the timings you have to hit on that hero.
Absolutely. Because you look at that Spectre being played by Skem as well, though. He is free farming even more so right now. Even up against that Tide, he just doesn't seem to mind. FBZ does have a level advantage over him, so it may slow down Skem a little bit, but ultimately he looks fine. Though mid lane, Yopaj, he got very low, but Hyde will be the one to die thanks to those rotations from Playhard and Januel. Inksor's going to come out now. Makoto is going to be in a bit of trouble. They'll have Swashbuckle in a few seconds. They just need it up. Playhard, do you bother going for it? No, he's going to try and run out. Instead, we'll use it on the Witch Doctor, but Kescute will secure the kill anyway. You may as well have just dived to try and go after Makoto.
Yeah, it's a massive waste. Ooh, nice shards. Yopaj blocked in.
Yeah, he was just about to die, and now he's going to die anyway. So these rotations from Neon Esports not only wasted, John, but unfortunately just means that this Beastmaster is going to die anyway.
My nature.
Yeah, this is a lot of tempo heroes just not finding that good start. On top of that, that was a salve wasted from Yopaj as well, so he's going to spend more on sustain to keep himself alive. Boom. They're just getting away with finding everything from these lanes, and Neon, they need to find a way to buy time, but when you're heroes that will do that space creation are off to a slow start, I'm not sure how you can find that space down the line.
Oh, shards coming out, play hard. They are getting so aggressive, Boom Esports. 7-1 at 5.5 minutes into this game. It's all on the back of Hyde as well. He's been involved in 6 out of those 7 kills for Boom Esports. The Hyde's just really maximizing the early game of this task.
Oh, he definitely is, and it is hurting Neon. I mean, they can't even make use of this free space on the sides, and up top.
Makoto, he just comes in, gets Januel now. Are they really going to try and push for a T1 tower? They've got that 5-minute siege creep around. Skem, he can't. No. Oh, the Ravage just comes out. FBZ will just commit.
Man.
What is this?
This is a slaughter.
They're going after the T1 tower as well, John. I don't think they're backing off. Januel's going to come in to try and stroke of fate the creep wave. He's going to hurry up though. Well, now it's really not going to help the cause anyway. That T1's gone.
Yeah. It is 6 minutes in, and the first tier 1 goes the way of Boom. They're still playing aggressive. They know Januel's around. They want his blood.
Yeah, I mean, there was no point in TPing, it seems like. He just didn't really stop the push. And well, Skem comes in, throws out a dagger, and that will be enough to force FBZ to back a bit. But a 4k net worth advantage at 6.5 minutes. It's a high advantage to have, that's for sure. Like, you don't get to see this much net worth advantage on one team this early on in a game. And already over 1 kill per minute. Like, we're at 10 kills already.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard for Neon to kind of turn that around. I think a couple of key pickoffs is going to make that work. It's just that you need so much EXP right now. You need level 6 on your Venomancer, and Rappy's still stuck at 4. You do have the Roar on your Podge. They do smoke up with a Beastmaster. They can get someone locked in, and they can burst down an isolated hero at least.
Well, they want Dreamer Soul, John, but he's at level 7. He's got the enrage up. I don't know if they can actually take him out, in all honesty. Like, Yopaj is 1 level behind the safe lane Ursa. They can rotate as much as they want. Maybe just try and go after that T1 tower and see if they can get a pick off. But look at Boom. They've smoked up with the supports again. Hyde's there, Keskewed as well. Going to be backing them up. They have a little advantage over the supports. Yopaj, he commits the roar, but he's not going to get anything done with it. They'll just burst him down. Now Makoto comes in. They're going to go after play hard on that poor Pangolier. He'll have Swashbuckle in about 6 seconds, so maybe he gets out of this situation. He's juking quite nicely, but Makoto is on the chase. Play hard, which way do you go? Underneath the tier 2 tower, he'll try to TP. The Sprout gives vision though, Makoto. He'll get his 5th kill of the game. And this is turning into a real stomp. Neon need to stem the bleeding somehow.
They really do. It's going to take a while for Skem to, you know, really kick in here, and he doesn't even have a jungle to play in. They've lost control up top. You see Hyde just dipping in, clearing out the camps themselves. So Skem needs serious space to farm in, but Neon just doesn't have the power to get that done. They're still waiting for levels on the heroes. Look at how different it is for Rappy and FBZ. Rappy's still about to hit 6. FBZ's at 8 on the Tide.
Oh boy. We'll have a look at those hero levels, actually, the whole graph, and yeah, top 3 levels, level 8 on Boom. Nobody on Neon Esports is 8 yet. That's how bad this game is going for Neon right now, and Boom Esports, they could just keep pushing this level advantage. There is no reason for them to slow down. But again, it's off the back of these supports, Hyde and Keskewed. They'll be constantly looking to try and see if they can find an opening here to allow Makoto to jump in and help finish off the kill. And Neon Esports, well, they're just kind of stuck trying to stay as 4 and survive, really. And they'll try and go after that bottom tier 1 tower now. But Boom Esports, they're setting up for that mid tier 1, which is much more valuable. And this is not a trade you really want to take if you are Neon, but you might have no choice in the matter.
Yeah, they do not have the bodies to throw down mid. They'd rather trade, and this is, as you mentioned, favorable for Boom. This is going to open up the jungle even more. So Skem is losing out in space to farm with this kind of trade.
Oh, Januel, no. Don't go that way, sir. It is dangerous. There is no point trying to defend this tower. Coconut flies out with the Ixor and Melodic. Januel may actually, no, he'll eat a Fairy Fire. He should survive. I say that, but he's still ticking out.
Oh.
No, he should. Surely he's okay.
No.
No, never mind. He's not okay. They do take the tier 1 tower. FBZ now thinking about chasing play hard, but the Swashbuckle will be out. He'll be out of range. It's a 7k net worth lead now, and oh, they found another John Rappy. It's just Hyde. He'll back off as play hard did come in. But you've got the Ravage back up now on FBZ. He just needs the mana, but he'll have the Soul Ring in a couple seconds. Going straight for the Vladimir's offering, and in all fairness, with this Ravage, he might just try and make a play again.
Good of you.
Yeah, it's no reason not to still. FBZ backs off, not quite enough mana to pull off his full combo. And Boom, despite all that aggression, are still playing relatively safe. They want to find that consistent farm on Dreamo Cell. He is still going for the Battle Fury, which, you know, a lot of Ursas just go to fix some of their mana issues and allow them to get more damage out, which is fair. So I think Boom is still going to hit that great timing, and Neon, and they're still running out of space here.
That they are. Will Snowball play hard, gonna get caught out now by Hyde. Walrus Punch as well. Play hard, does he have help? Ooh. Well, Makoto is hitting like a truck right now. He's got the Orchid up. Oh, Skem, just look away. Turn your back, sir. Don't go off that high ground right now. They are anyway. Rappy, he's gonna come in after Hyde. Hyde will go down. So they do get the task. That's the 2nd kill of the game for Neon. Well, they're just going to have to keep sticking together and controlling their own jungle up. They are stuck there.
yeah, it's really tricky for Neon to do anything else. They need to still find that initial farm for their Veno, still find that EXP and farm for Yapaj. Is just the only one who can go out in the lane protected because he needs that farm as a spec. You're losing out everywhere else. I mean, that hide kill is great, but boom, and they still hold the threat of the Ravage. FBZ is just not interested in popping it yet until he has some more protection on. I do believe his Vlad's is finished out and flying out right now. They do smoke up.
They've got to try and make that Raw work for them. But it's a smoke on smoke. Hyde's going to run into it. They may just commit the Raw here on the task, but nice snowball to try and avoid. Now the Ravage. It will only connect to one. The shards. No, barely missing it on Januel. Boom still want to go though. Yapaj, he's around the corner. Hyde doesn't have that snowball yet, but they'll start with the gush. Now the coconut is maybe not going to bounce the way back of Yapaj. Now the Raw comes out with Skem. He does haunt in. Can't execute the Death Ward. Not going to be enough for the snowball. Hyde, he'll get Rappy, but now Hyde's in trouble, and it looks like Neon, they might get themselves a better trade this time around. They do get a 2-for-1. You still lose the core Venomancer, but at this rate, I wouldn't really say he's much of a core. So I suppose you could call that somewhat of a positive trade.
Oh, absolutely. Probably one of the better trades for Neon. I mean, absolutely the best trade for Neon so far. Just finding some nice support kills. They are pretty much worth more than Rappy, so, you know, you'll take what you can get. And boom, they're just keeping their course protected. As mentioned, Dreamosel still farming towards that Battle Fury. Looks like they will go to the pit now that they do have the Vlads. This is not going to be a very long Roshan at all.
No, it's not. Oh, with that tag team and the treants there. It was just great Dota coming out from Boom Esports. They've got just the perfect timings on everything right now. And timings, John, that Battle Fury is going to be up in maybe a minute. Dreamosol is going to be hitting that much harder, and he's probably going to be that much more active. They wanted to run up top where they saw Yapaj on that Beastmaster, but after seeing that Roshan go down, he knows he needs to get the hell out of that lane. They were actually making their way over, but Hyde won't even bother trying. He'll just start farming up that dire jungle. Skem, or he'll be forced to farm up the bot lane, but Makoto is around the corner with an Orchid. Looks like Makoto's going to have a quick BKB up soon as well. He's already got the Mithril Hammer. He's hitting for over 200 damage on this Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, it's been a really good start for Mikado. He hasn't really been punished. He's 6-0. So this early aggression we're supposed to be seeing from Neon with a Veno, with a Beastmaster, the double roars that could come out, it's just not been lining up, and they need all these spells to land to win out these trades. The longer they wait, the more BKBs fly out. You know, you're seeing a pipe coming out from FBZ as well. So that great magic damage this lineup's capable of goes away once that's up and running.
Well, the thing is, John, Januel only just hit 6. You only just got the Soulbind up on the Grimstroke. That's how badly this game's going for them on Neon. So I guess now you do have the potential to actually get that double roar off. And you might want to sometime soon, but they might be waiting for the Spectre Haunt first. Problem is, though, they've lost that tier 2 top tower now to Boom. You've got that Battle Fury up on Dreamosel, and he'll be going straight into the Sergeant Yasha up next. Well, that pipe you talked about as well, FBZ. He's already got the Hood of Defiance up now. Getting ever so close to that pipe.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Neon, they're just going to keep playing the south of the map, but you can see Boom Esports, they've smoked up, they're coming in. Denuel, gushed up, he does silence, but there'll be a snowball rolling in, so he can't TP out of there. He'll die, but at least the rest of his team should have time to get themselves out. Hyde will just take his outpost back anyway, he's not going to make the chase any further. One of the more unfortunate things as well for Neon, John, they kind of left the bounty runes laying around.
Yeah, it's, they need every single thing they can get, and they can't even find those smaller map objectives, so Boom is just continuously building up this lead. 10k, 16-4, it's 16 minutes in. It's been completely dominant from the laning phase, and, you know, I mean, Neon can hold out. Like, as long as they don't lose out all of their outer towers immediately, maybe holding their tier 2s until, let's say, the 30-minute mark. And that's when you start to see Skem get the EXP, get the item buildup you'd want. It's just that Boom's pace has been a bit too fast with no real response from Neon.
Well, bot lane, they're gone again. Rappy taking that death ward damage, probably just going to tick out here. Now Raw going to come out from Yopaj, trying to protect himself, going after Makoto. They'll haunt him, but a quick ravage out. Makoto trying to TP out of there. Looks like he will make it in time. Now the haunt back away, but it looks like Skem might be in trouble. He gets started up. Dreamer Soul's chasing. Now they'll get the Soulbind there, but you don't have that Raw. You don't have that Rolling Thunder yet either. He keeps getting stunned up at the paralyzing cast. So Dreamer Soul, he'll keep going after the Pangolier, but looks like he will be able to swashbuckle away. It looked like a very, very close call there for Makoto. He almost goes down. But a great ravage out from FBZ, protecting his Nature's Prophet. Will let him TP out in time.
And good thing for Neon as well is that Skem does run off, although Yopaj.
Rather Makoto.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yopaj going back over. Makoto in huge trouble. He will end up going down. Uh-oh. Yopaj, he just got a lot of gold out of that. It was about 600 for the Beastmaster. Buy the medallion out straight away. Do have to be careful about that. They can't afford to give those big kills away. Now the dagger flying out. There's Witch Doctor being caught. Kensku out of position. Now even FBZ getting caught out here on the Tide. He's going to try and make a run for it. Hyde's helping out with the shards, but it may not be enough. He's a pretty tanky Tide, but he's been stunned up now. Yopaj will have Raw back up in 3 seconds. The Dreamer Soul comes in after play hard, does get the kill. Now the Poison Nova, they get the Raw off. They will get the Aegis. Hyde, run sir. He'll snowball onto Skem, who's just continuously trying to fight. Dreamer Soul is fighting back, however. Skem, have you gone too far? He does get Hyde. Now into the tree line. He'll TP out of there. Will he make it? He will. And Neon are just out of there now. No more sticking around. Rappy's going to make the walk of shame back, but it won't matter too much. That was a successful team fight for Neon all of a sudden, and well, it was just off the back of the Yasha that that Skem picked up. As soon as he got that, he just started joining the team fights.
Yeah, the Spectre can hit a lot harder with that up and running. Boom was pretty scattered out as well. They weren't quite grouped up. They were kind of forced back from that fight, from that deep chase earlier on. It is a lot harder for Boom to fight out of Ravage as well. Like, they don't have the most reliable control in the wide AoE. So it is a bit tricky, and that's something Neon did exploit quite well. If you're Boom, I mean, you're not in dire straits, right? That was still a pretty bad fight to take, but Neon's still about 11k behind. So you've still got that significant lead. It's just that you have to be careful about trading like that without finding Skem, because Skem just wins out. You mentioned the Yasha, where he just joins in, yeah, and he's gonna have a Manta next, which means more stats. He's at level 15, so if he lives through these fights and gets that AoE EXP, his level 20 is not too far off, and that's when it gets really tricky to deal with a Spectre. A lot of HP that comes out, you know, you are still looking for the second spike on Dreamocell. The BKB is going to be allowing him to basically ignore every single control piece that Neon has. That's going to be very important for him outside of the Roar. And then the next spike for Dreamocell would be the Abyssal to fix that kiting issue. But that's a lot of time you have to buy out. At that point, you could see Skem become just as big. And at that point, well, you're talking late game against a Spectre, which is kind of balanced out. Like, Ursa late game isn't too bad now, with Abyssal Blade helping him out, but a Spectre is pretty hard to eat through, and the scalability of your own cores in Boom, beyond Dreamocell, is also kind of middling, you know, so you probably don't want it to last that long, so Boom has to be a lot more careful with how they trade.
And that they will. It's just, you give so much gold away right now. If any of your heroes really die because they've got so many kills each. Well, now Neon looking to try and get aggressive themselves, but they'll have to be a little careful around FBZ, who does have the Ravage back up.
The seeds of gold.
Bounty runes spawn up.
Gold for me.
Looks like Boom will already find 3 of them. I thought they would have gotten one on the side of Neon, but may not have been the case. One of them might have been denied off.
Yeah,
so Neon now, they're just going to keep grouped up. They understand they are still substantially weaker than the side of Neon, than the side of Boom Esports. Obviously we saw they can definitely fight. They're just going to pick their fights very carefully.
Yeah, it's a matter of timing. I think you would want to play around the haunt of Skem, which is up. He just kind of lacks mana for his follow-up, so wait that out a bit more. You look at Boom, though, you've got the BKB and Mikado, so he's not under too much threat of the magic damage coming out. Does get a lot harder to punish that NP, and Mikado is building into a Silver Edge just to try to get that break on the spec. So there are ways, they are building up ways to manage Skem before he gets a bit too big, and that might be pretty darn good timing considering how much influence Skem is starting to have.
Well, Skem's got the mat drop now. He just needs to get the ultimate orb up, and I believe his courier was on the way to the side shop, but or rather the secret shop. But it is looks like he might just make the run up. Meanwhile, Play Hard, snowboard up, should be in big trouble here from Hyde. Tries to jump over the shards, but Hyde had enough damage anyway. So he will go down. Now Boom Esports. Well, they've already gotten the top tier 2 tower. There's no real necessity for them to be around, but they'll just dominate this dire jungle. Well, there's that mantra as well, coming up on Skem. So a bit more sustainability there now on the Spectre, a bit more fight ability as well, but he's just gonna keep farming. He can't really slow down too much.
No. And Boom, they've got to find a bit more pressure on the map. They are chipping away at the mid tier 2. That's a nice objective to pick up. Not much HP left. Next thing is really the bot lane to clean up. Once you have control on the map, it becomes a lot harder for Neon to find this farm across. Like right now, they're still pretty free to farm in that Radiant jungle side, so they are still building up to a certain extent. Boom, they have to be careful about letting that ground slip out.
Well, they've got a 14k net worth lead for now. It's been growing, so they are at least staying ahead of Neon here. But Neon's starting to set up for that bot tier 2 tower push.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Boom, they may not care for this tower, but you might just want to defend it anyway for the sake of not giving any gold away here. It's like Genuel as well, gonna get caught out here on the Grimstroke, trying to go on a warding mission, and he's just gonna die so quick. Kescu just commits the death ward there to ensure they get the kill. And Genuel, of course, he's had a pretty rough game on the Grimstroke, his 5th death so far. But it's all he can do, right? He just has to create space for his team now. Harsh, though.
Nice.
Can't say the same for him. He's going to run. Snowball is going to be out, but they just want the dominated creep. Nice, easy 200 gold there for Hyde.
Is under attack.
Well, they won't quite find the Beastmaster, but it won't matter too much.
Yeah, it's still a lot of time being bought out for Neon. I think, again, you're taking attention away from Skem, who does hit 18. So you've got the max level Haunt, the lowest cooldown possible for it as well. This can give Neon some more activity if they were looking for it. Skem is holding out. He has a lot of money in the bank, so you could build up into something big. Maybe straight to the heart just for the durability. We might see maybe an Abyssal Rush if they really want to play aggressive, but Neon has been playing a lot slower, so I wouldn't be surprised by a more defensive build-up for Spectre this game.
Probably should be. They might go onto Makoto up that top lane. Makoto is already TPing out though. He'll go on to Play Hard with the Orchid, and with that right-click damage on Makoto, he doesn't even need the Orchid. He just needs to make sure they don't swashbuckle away. That's the only requirement.
Yeah, it's been consistent for Mikado. That damage he's been pumping out has been great, and he is very close to that Silver Edge, so he's going to have additional stats, and the break, which is just going to really ruin Skem if he does show up in any of these engagements.
Going for the next Roshan now, Boom. Another quick Roshan there from Dreamercell. FBZ, of course, has the Ravage, but he's just going to make sure nobody gets close to the pit. Genuel going to go for the TP. Play FBZ. He won't bother wasting that Ravage this time. Of course, Dreamercell will take a free Roshan once again. We'll take the Aegis and Cheese. have they found somebody? Yeah, they have. Rappy gets caught out now by Makoto. Trying to run, though. He will force start himself out of there. Still trying to block the way, but Makoto does have the tree instead to follow him down and keep up vision. Shard's now kind of blocking him in, but it won't matter. The snowball is out from Hyde to cancel the TP. Makoto once again going to pick up another kill on the Prophet.
Yeah, another solid kill going the way of Boom. Along with that, Aegis pick up a lot of objectives just going Boom's way, and Neon, I mean, they're making use of this time quite well. And you look at Skem, he does have the defusal up, so he can hit harder. Surprised that he is going more offensive, but there are some damage issues to consider here as well. Still, I don't think Boom is going to be feeling too bad. Looks like they want to set their sights onto the high ground rather than any outer tower first.
I don't mind that. Like, the Sergeant Yash is up now as well, Dreamer Cell, so he's feeling confident with that Aegis and Cheese. In fact, he gave the Cheese over to FBZ for now, but they'll get started. Solar Crest also going to be coming up here on FBZ, so you've got even more sieging potential. But they get the glyph out, and that's all they wanted. They'll come back later.
Yeah, why not? That limits Neon's high ground potential. I mean, they can play ward spam with Venomancer, but it's really not too much of an issue now. They do try to shove in that bot tier 2. Looks like Boom might be willing to give up this objective, but they're not relenting in that high ground.
No, I like it. Makoto now, he'll TP in. He's got the silver edge on that Prophet, and oh boy, that's a lot of damage on that tier 3 tower. Assault now with the Solar Crest from FBZ can take it so much quicker. In fact, you may as well give it to Makoto. They'll jump in with the Rolling Thunder from Playhard. Mortin as well. Inkswell there onto Dreamer Soul, but he'll enrage. They'll just try and walk out of here. Nobody's really taking any damage on the side of Boom. So the Soulbite comes out, but you've already lost Playhard. Now the double roar is there, but it doesn't do anything. They can't follow up on it. And FBZ, he still has the Ravage. Makoto now jumps in. Your Page going to be the target. Skem, what can you do to help? Ravage comes out.
Oh no.
Does connect on 2. Skem is a sitting duck right now. They need to help him out. He'll have the Spectre, but they can't. He'll just die. Now the Death Ward's there. Just zoning them out. Makoto is just going into the fountain now. Genuel trying to run. BKB pop. Makoto might just find this one, and he does. Now just for the TP play. Genuel will buy it back, but it won't matter. They've already lost that top lane of Rax. ESPORTS, they're not done yet. They'll go into the mid lane now.
They can't do anything. They don't have the control. They don't have the roar. There's really nothing to stop them. They have all the regen in the world here. Did you run out of mana and Kedskew? Maybe that steps them back. No.
They've got plenty of regen there. You'll be fine. Rolling Thunder Playhard will go back in onto that Witch this time. No, it's Dreamer Soul who gets low, but they don't kill him off. Poison Nova was committed as well, but they've got the pipe to block out the damage. Makoto still standing his ground up on the high ground. May feel the need to back off now, and FBZ's also getting fairly low. They get the tier 3 tower, and that'll be it. Neon, they've got to try and capitalize by punishing Boom Esports, but they can't. Down on the Spectre, they're lacking all their damage. And Boom Esports take a full lane of Rax and a tier 3 tower mid lane for nothing.
Yeah, they hold on to the Aegis, they hold on to the Cheese. They can just go in after a bit of a reset. I think that's all they're looking for. Maybe wait out the timer on the next Ravage, and suddenly you'll have all that control once more. Neon, their defense is getting harder and harder to pull off. We saw the double roar. As you mentioned, it doesn't do anything. It's not enough. Even the farm and Skem, I mean, he's keeping up with our Titan Hunter at the very least, but it's just, you have a Manta Diffusal at 29 minutes in when Dreamocel's got the BKB, BF, and Sanjinyasha. There's just too much on that Ursa for the Spectre to deal with, and you see Skem, he's building into the BKB next, so the damage issue is still going to be there. You've got to worry about the break from Mikado ruining your survivability and the damage you pump out that way. Neon, they've got to find a way to pop back in. Maybe just go for pickoffs, but oh, Mikado.
Yeah, he just goes on. There's going to be a Quelling Blade out there from the Beastmaster, but Hyde, Shards, oh, that's perfect. Now the Walrus Punch as well. That is beautiful from Hyde. Well, now they're just going to keep up this aggression.
Top tower is under
No part of the map is safe.
Dire's bottom tower
looks to be the tier 2 bot tower under siege now. At the very least, Aegis does expire on Dreamer Cell, but he's also got the cheese there as backup. So they can just keep going high ground again. They have Ravage up, they have everything.
Yeah, this is the next moment for them. They've got full mana and Kescute to keep the sustain up, every single tool possible. I mean, there's the Haunt, but who really cares about that right now?
Well, it's doing nothing. So Boom Esports take a bot tier 3 tower. That's the final tier 3 on the map. They'll repair kit it, but Boom does not care whatsoever. They're just running over this side of Neon Esports, and there is nothing they can do to react to this. So that bot Rax is now gone. They are healthy as they've ever been. They've still got all their ultimates up. I suppose maybe it's time to push in that mid wave again.
Yeah, there is really just nothing stopping them from doing that. Neon. And they smoke up. They want to force a fight while they're split up.
Can they? Oh, he got in range on first Dreamer, so he's just super quick with his fingers. And now, Journey Wall going to go down. Yapage also dead. Play hard. Will be in there rolling around with the Horn Town from Skem, but all of it does 0. And there's the GG. They had enough. They can't defend the front lane of Rax. They can't defend Megas. There's a Celebration Ravage, and they will kill off Play Hard before they die, or before the K-Mins, I should say. At the 29-7 with a 29k net worth lead at 31 minutes. Almost 1k per minute.
by Sakura HZ. Take You There, feat. Ria Chuni by Spectrum.
Radiant team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We are here for game number 2 of this best of 3 series between Boom Esports and Neon Esports. It is MLP DOTA and of course John X5. John, welcome back. The upper bracket finals again is upon us. Sports not really treating it like an upper bracket finals, John. They finished the game in about 30 minutes. Complete domination from Boom Esports, and I suppose I need to ask you, where have Neon gone wrong?
I think a lot of that was down to draft. They didn't quite have the most aggressive draft. I mean, they had options there to play fast, but you were talking about a Beastmaster that had a bad lane, you're talking about a Venomancer that had a bad lane. There's only so much space they can get when they already fall behind, so you need maybe much more stable lane-dominant heroes, maybe stray away from the Venomancer. It's really not been the most successful hero we've seen throughout the entire BTS Pro Series, at least for Southeast Asia. So if they change up their drafting style, maybe match the aggression of Boom, you might see that change out. But Boom, they start off really well. They pick up that Witch Doctor once more, and with how Kescute's been playing it, I don't blame them. Neon, though, pick up the Tusk themselves, and they grab a Phoenix on top, so it looks like they do want to play that aggressive. They do want to have better team fight coming out from their supports, and a lot more control in that early game than they did in game 1.
Well, I think they need it, right? Like, after that game 1, you're not going to go any kind of late game style draft where you can't really fight for the first 10-15 minutes. It just... Boom Esports kind of sent a message saying, no, you're not allowed to do that. You've got to be ready to go from minute 0. And I do much prefer this opening from Neon Esports, to say the least. Boom Esports, however, I'm sure they won't be too phased. They go for the exact same opening in the Witch Doctor Ursa. Very, very strong opening at the moment. And we'll see how Neon deal with it this time around. It's a very early Ursa pick, but you weren't able to deal with it last game, and it's just a matter of whether you can deal with it this game.
Yeah, I think Boom is just super comfy with his drafting duo. It's really hard to deal with Ursa Witch Doctor. All the sustain is pretty darn good. The presence in lane and team fights is really good as well. I think Neon now, though, with the Phoenix, have somewhat of a way of kiting around the Ursa a bit better. But at the same time, the Ursa can also burst down the egg in the middle of the fight, so you will have to watch out with how that back and forth goes. One thing for Neon that's been very hard for him is that Boom has been really good at banning out that Quap. Every single time, you're not seeing that option for play hard or for Yapaj, so that's one big flex pickup for Neon that's just constantly denied out from them.
That it is.
5 seconds remaining.
I do like the fact that Boom, they do end up getting rid of the Spectre as well. They dominated the Spectre last game, but Skem was still having a decent enough time. Like, his farm was escalating quite fast. Not fast enough, obviously, but it was faster than you'd usually want to be up against if you are Boom Esports. However, fast Neon Esports now, they have the Pugner up. So, some more push potential, some more early fight. This could be very, very scary for Boom here, but no. They go straight into the Mirana now. So, just an immediate counter pick.
Yeah, it's an interesting pickup from Neon. I think that Pugna, you're getting a lot of value for it, not only in the push, as you mentioned, but for the disarm on that Ursa as well. So you have a way of mitigating the Ursa's damage output, and I think you have a pretty decent way of keeping your teammates alive as well with the Pugna and Phoenix, so there's some sustain there for Neon. Boom with the Mirana, though, that is a bit worrying. It can deal with the Phoenix nicely. It doesn't care for the shards, so if you're looking for easy support kills, that mainly lies on picking up that Witch Doctor, and of course the Mirana can just find steady EXP. You don't have the setup here for an easy arrow from Boom. Maybe if they draft in a Kunkka down the line, we've seen Boom pick that up. X arrow is pretty darn strong. But for now, you know, you're not looking at the most threatening arrows so far without any guarantee of it, at least.
Yeah, absolutely not. See what they do have for a workaround with those Mirana arrows. Maybe you just build into the Yules, maybe you have a setup. We'll find out soon. Neon Esports though, straight into the Faceless Void now, so even more great team fight. You do have that Pugna plus Void as well as the Egg on top of that from the Phoenix. So some very strong combinations coming up from Neon Esports. I wonder how Boom really want to counter this, because you've already gone through both the supports of Boom Esports. You can't go into anything like the Shadow Demon now, who can just disrupt the Void or anything like that.
5 seconds remaining.
You can always try to go for one of those big cores that can counter the Void, but things like the OD haven't been very popular as of late.
No.
Up against the Pugna, you're never going to pick OD. It's just not good.
Oh yeah.
So I wonder what Boom do now.
I think if they did want the core that deals with that, we have seen core Shadow Demon. Like, it's not too far out. I mean, I believe that's only been ice, but I think it's plausible if you really wanted a way of handling the Faceless Void. Still a lot of potency there. Boom does pick up the Centaur, so they have a way of disengaging. I like Neon's draft a bit more. This is something they're very comfy with. We've seen them pull the Phoenix Void combination a couple of times now. There is a glaring weakness in that draft. That means you are reliant on those teamfight spells. So without the Chrono, without the Egg, you're probably not fighting as much as Boom would be. And that might cause some timing issues. You really have to be on point with a Chronosphere and with the Egg. Otherwise, you risk losing that space to Boom once more.
Definitely do. Neon Esports, final ban outs now. They are the first ones to get their ban out, but they are having a bit of a think about it. Of course, we are looking for the Makoto mid-hero for the side of Boom Esports. Now, they have left the Nature's Prophet for now. I don't necessarily think this is a very good idea. If you're going to leave that Prophet, they'll get rid of the Ember, which would have counted out that Pugna. I suppose maybe they're hoping for the Prophet so they can have the Pugna versus Prophet matchup if they're going to run that Pugna mid lane, which can favor the Pugna quite nicely. I still wouldn't leave it though. It's
no.
If Makoto wanted to take it, which he may not, but if he did,
10 seconds remaining.
You've seen the performance he has on this hero. He kind of just gets out of control.
5 seconds
That
remaining.
he does. And well, in this case, I think the NP as a response overall to Neon's lineup might not be the best, considering you have to worry about the Chrono a lot, and NP doesn't do much against the Void, unless you have that fast Orchid, which Mikado could do once more. I think you do have some holes there. You also risk feeding a lot of the treants to the Pugna, so maybe that's something that Neon is freely inviting. You do see Boom ban out the TA last, so they just don't want to deal with all the physical that the TA and Void can do with a well-placed Chrono, and they closes out with the Invoker. Ooh.
So that's one way to... I guess you can Tornado, you can Chaos Meteor, you can Deafening Blast through the Chrono, so as long as you don't get caught, it's one way to deal with the Void. I believe the Tornado also purges off the Crepify from the Pugna, so that could be quite handy throughout that mid-game, even the early game for that matter. Apart from that, is it a good Invoker game? I guess we'll wait and see how Makoto goes. I can't say I've enjoyed seeing the Invoker in this current meta. It just hasn't seemed very good.
Yeah, it's been a bit slow. I think the one thing I worry about here is the matchup against Pugna. I think as long as the Nether Ward's up and running, it's always hard for the Invoker to constantly spam out the spells. It's going to be punishing. I wouldn't be too surprised if our Pugna did opt for more emphasis on the Nether Ward this game. We've seen a couple of games where that was the case. So we'll see whether or not that's something Neon considers. Overall, there is still potency. You mentioned the combinations in Chrono to throw off the Void, to purge off the Pugna. I think one big thing in there is straightforward Alacrity Ursa. Like, that is just going to hit like a truck. There's nothing to stop our Ursa from just going all out once you have the levels to get that done. Neon do close out with a Void Spirit, so it is going to be Yopaj on the Void Spirit up against Mikado's Invoker. which can be a bit much better for the Void Spirit, especially with the first 3 levels. So Neon does have stronger lanes. They can play a bit faster. They have changed it out from game 1. They're not going to be playing passive. They have to play perfectly around their timers, though. If they don't, they risk bleeding that space to Boom anywhere.
But they do. Could be a fairly interesting matchup now, especially with these drafts. I'd say I do like Neon Esports' draft a lot more than game 1, that's for sure. So I think this game should be much closer between the two. In fact, they could definitely just take out this matchup against Boom and try to force it to a game number 3, but we'll wait and see that one out. Of course, it is a best of 3 series upper bracket finals. And if Neon do get, they essentially later on tonight, but you generally speaking don't really want to be in that position. No. Even if you do feel confident up against TNC Predator, you never know when they're gonna bring out that TNC that we remember. Oh, yeah. And as well as that, you know, you're 1 series away from getting knocked out if you are in that lower bracket. So you'd really prefer not to go down that route, actually after making it through to the upper bracket finals, or rather making it to the upper bracket round 1, going into the upper bracket finals after this. Find out how it all pans out very, very soon. Which draft did you favor, by the way? Were you kind of leaning towards Neon or Boom?
It's a bit tricky. I think both sides do have certain ways of dealing with the other this time around. I will say I do prefer Boom's just a bit more, because we have seen the Phoenix Void combination a couple of games where if you're forced to stagger that spell use, then this combination is very underwhelming. You really need the egg in the chrono to really maximize that. If Neon doesn't play around that, I think it falls apart. So there's a lot more leeway for Boom. It's a lot more forgiving to pull off their execution. The hardest part for Boom is Mikado. It's really the Invoker's early game that is just very hard to secure. We'll see whether or not Mikado can pull that off. His lane matchup, again, it's not the best for Invoker. Yopaj can certainly work this to his favor, so there's an answer here for each side.
Top lane FBZ taking a bit of harass there from Scam, but Hyde's going to be around the area. But Scam can't really fight into these 3 heroes of Boom right now. He'll have to just stick around on his side of things and make sure he doesn't give away that early first blood. So Playhard's gonna have a quick look through the mid lane, see if he can find and observe ward around that mid tower.
Always ready for a fight.
They seem to know exactly where it is as well. He's gonna go for a very early D ward here on that task. Did he just put it out? Oh, he did.
Oh.
Yeah, they pinged it out as well. They pinged out the exact ward location, and that's a shame. Oh well, it's all right. Now you know exactly where it is. So guess that mid river ward's always a little bit greedier, because you can get the right side of this river. See if you can find an observe ward around this area, but yeah, it wasn't there.
Yeah, they're gonna find it next time still. If you look at the lanes, a much more standard opening from both sides. Looks like Neon will not opt for that first blood tri-lane that you see with Tusk. They will just go straight to dual lanes to stabilize their start.
It's always I do like seeing the Tusk in a tri-lane to begin with, but I'll play hard. I guess he's just gonna try and make sure he secures the lane a little bit here for Rappy. Of course, Rappy had a really rough game last time around, so I can't quite blame them for just making sure Rappy has a decent laning stage, so he can actually go into that mid game feeling a little more confident. Of course, Rappy's going to be up against Dreamer Soul's Ursa, and the idea here is you can just decrepify him every single time he tries to go for a last hit. It can be a bit easier said than done, though. If I'm honest, John, it's not as easy as you would hope, but surprised he actually leaves that range creep to get denied. He had to creep up.
Yeah, it is easier for Rappy to apply his pressure here. I don't think you're as constrained as a Venomancer would be. But, you know, as long as you're playing this way with your supports facing off, it becomes a bit of a stagnant farming lane. You have to remember, Dreamocell does have Earth Shock to get last hits with as well, so he's just going to be happy to drain the mana to find those creeps anyway.
I wonder if he goes for the Nether Ward build on this Pokemon. For now, he's gone for the Nether Blast at level 2. We've been seeing a lot of that maxing out the Nether Ward over the past few days, but for now, he'll stay away from that. Because we'll have a quick look at the other lanes. Makoto, he'll be there up against Yopaj in that mid lane. One would argue it should be favored for Yopaj on this Void Spirit, but you just saw Makoto. He can purge off the Resonant Pulse shield that you can get on the Void Spirit with Tornado. That's one way to actually beat out the Void Spirit.
Yeah, it's Mikado is not finding as much last hits, but he is forcing a lot of pressure onto Yopaj. I think that's all you really want as the Invoker for the most part. Just ensure the opposing mid laner doesn't have a massively snowballed start. Buy out the time for your own EXP buildup, and at some point it will kind of equalize.
That top lane, Genuel, Hyde going at it. Hyde's actually getting very low right now. He has to be very careful, but he does die. A nice, very fire out from Genuel just to that last second will save him. So first blood this time around does go to Neon Esports, and that's a much better start for them than last game.
It certainly is. Like they're keeping their lanes fairly stable. You're not missing out on too much farm as Skem. He is having a pretty good time here up top. The supports from Boom this time are forced to play a lot more passively, so you're not seeing those early rotations to mid to apply pressure onto Yopaj. And overall, I think Neon, they should be very darn happy with this. You look to play hard to maybe get a rotation down mid. Once he hits level 3 on the Tusk, you really just don't want the Invoker to have that good start. Beyond that, Neon's just getting the exact start they'd want with this kind of lineup.
Oh, playing hard's going to make that rotation right now. Doesn't really need the snowball too much, I don't believe, but he might just be going to secure the power rune first. Well, see Yopaj already ready to try and take it for himself anyway. Play hard there just in case. Top lane is being secured there from Hyde and Genuel. They're going to fight over it, but it is the bottom rune that spawns up. A nice double damage up for Yopaj. That's actually a pretty big deal here as well. Like, Makoto might have a bit of a struggle up against this double damage rune.
Yeah, it's a nice opening for Yopaj. Oh, I mean, with the bottle pickup as well, that means he's going to have a lot more sustain. You already see Mikado constantly trailing behind by a creep wave, so it's not been a very good lane for an Invoker, and this just kind of makes that a bit worse for him to deal with.
Well, you can't really... It's very hard to win out this last hit war. Yopaj does go in now, but Mikado had the Tornado. It seems impossible to beat a Void Spirit mid when it comes to CS. Especially as that Quas Wex Invoker, you just don't have that much damage. He's trying his best, but Yopaj has been doing a great old job. Now does activate the double damage rune at that level 5 mark. Thought he may just want to wait for the level 6 timing, but they do go in now. Yopaj wanting to dish out the damage. He won't get the kill. Makoto. Tornado up again, and Genuel actually getting chased down right now by Hyde. How are you going to get out of this one? Hyde checking the Roshan just in case he tries to juke him out in that fog of war. Arrow, perfect from Hyde. And this time, Genuel will be the one to go down on the Phoenix.
Just trades on the supports. Again, both sides are a lot more complacent with their lanes. They really would just want that initial farm instead. And they are getting it. Like, this is really not favoring either side. So far, I think you will be happy with Neon. They will hit their 6, although.
Yeah, Yopaj's got an actual step, but the cold snap not going to be enough. He does juke out the EMP, and now will just step away. Hyde, a very, very close call. Getting that kill on Hyde. You may have overextended now. Play hard's there. Haste rune as well. He has the haste rune in front of him, but he can't take it now. Yopaj takes it. Shards are going to be on point, and Yopaj will be able to take the kill there on the Void Spirit.
Yeah, it's not the best, but that is finally a kind of a rotation coming out from Play Hard to secure that, and Yopaj gets bailed out. So there is a lot more early activity here from Neon, and it is certainly helping the cause. You do look at the side lanes though. The cores of Boom are still finding better farm. At stable lanes, you're still getting a bit of a good start here from Boom.
Arrow barely missing there onto Rappi. Down to that bot lane, your Page is now going to TP in on that Void Spirit. Very clear TP. He'll make a jump onto Cascute. Aethermit will lock him in with the Dissimulate. They will secure the kill. Now your Page might try to go onto Dreamer Cell. Meanwhile, top lane, FBZ does end up dying as well. So Boom, well, they don't lose Dreamer Cell, but they're having a much rougher game thus far. Currently find themselves 1-4 in terms of kill score. This is that point now with that Void Spirit. You might just see him consistently rotating around trying to find kills just based off the runes he gets. Even mid lane now. Kescute's going to TP in. Did they spot out your Page there? Looks like they didn't. This TP may not lead to anything.
No.
Yeah, it's a bit of a waste. This does open the side lanes up just a bit more for Neon to find more pressure there, and oh, your Page.
It goes on to the Kescute, does force out the Paralyzing Cask, and will juke out with the Dissimulate. EMP, Tornado does not connect. The Cold Snap is there on your Page, but now Hide. I don't really know if you want to fight right now. Your Page is jumping in after him. They'll use the Maledict. Aethermit though doesn't lock him in, and now they'll try and turn. Arrow, your Page, he didn't notice it. Went through his own Remnant. Now the cast flying through your Page. Should be okay. He'll walk out of there.
Yeah, that's a bit of a scary situation, but still he did have his supports around. This time around, Boom is freeing up their side lanes to have a bit more farm. I think the major concern for Neon right now is Dreamo Cell. Like, they have made rotations down bot, but our Ursa is still pretty much free farmed and having a lot of a better time than Skem is up top.
Yeah, Skem's having a tough lane there up against FBZ. Mid lane, your Page does end up going down. Those two supports in that mid lane rotating over. They do secure the kill there with Makoto, and now a smoke's going to be up from Boom. Straight down to that bot lane. Can they catch out Rappi or play hard? Looks like they can't. Makoto kind of backing off a bit, just seemingly a little confused as to what the play is here. And eventually we'll just give up on it. Does back off.
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate. They smoked under ward, so not really managing to find that opening they want. Still, I think one thing for Neon is they need to make use of that chrono from Skem, although he's been jumped.
He is. Stampede going to be on. He does commit the chrono to try and get out of this. It's all he can do. Arrow will fly through, but it won't connect. The Skem will be fine. That is your first chrono of the game, though. It's not exactly the way you want to expend it if you could avoid doing so. And, well, Boom, they'll set up for that top tier 1 tower now. Neon Esports are doing the exact same thing down to the bot lane, however. And well, mid lane, Makoto was getting grouped on by a couple of supports there from Neon, but now he'll try to turn around with that Tornado EMP. Cold Snap as well. They do burn through the mana of Januel, but he doesn't need it for the Icarus dive. But the Melodic damage, once again, from Kescute, going to be enough to take him out.
Yeah, it's a nice pickup for Boom. That also does give them the top tier 1, but you did see Neon once more pick up the bot tier 1 themselves. So even trades overall, Boom still has a slight net worth lead, but they are getting off to a better start. I think the one thing you really want to see from Neon right now is level 6 in Januel. He is very close. So once you have that egg, you look for the next chrono to really be forced in a bigger team fight situation. You really can pump a lot of damage out with just the egg chrono.
Oh, Kescute going to be in trouble. Great shots out from Play Hard. However, TPs are in. FBZ, who are we concentrating on? Well, your Page, he's still trying to go after Kescute, but he won't die. Rappi does finally take him out, but now the mid lane is all havoc. FBZ, he's going to be surrounded. Neon Esports, they've already taken down 2. There's 5 heroes here from Neon. Rappi going to be able to push real fast with that Nether Blast. But it seems as though the presence of FBZ is going to be enough to force them back.
Yeah, it's a lot of commitment down mid. They do find a pretty nice kill onto Makoto. I think slowing down this Invoker is helping Neon a ton. So they're still finding a lot of objectives on the map. They're still finding the big pickoffs. They're giving Skem space to farm up. They should be playing around the tempo of Chrono next, but overall, Boom's timings are a bit slower than you'd want them to. Like, Dreamo Cell is still number 1, but Mikado's farm is pretty slowed down. He is going for the Orchid right after, not opting for the Spirit Vessel, and just wants additional control in these fights.
Can't really blame him for that. The Orchid's just going to pay off really nicely here for Mikoto. Spirit Vessel can always come later on. Like, you haven't got too much to worry about. Play hard and Rappy. They've smoked up. They're going to run up towards the top lane. They may run into Dreamer Soul, but that's not really the target you can afford to try and take out at the moment. And instead, maybe into the mid lane. Yopaj is trying to bait out. Just going to follow him down where Mikoto is waiting around in that ghost form. Now going to turn around onto that Void Spirit, but Yopaj, great to simulate. Now the rest of the team is there. Mikoto, he has been caught out and he will die very easily. And with that, they're going to head back into that mid lane.
Yeah, it's a good time for Neon to just force this tower out. They've got the Chrono, they've got the Egg. With no Invoker around, that's the only real thing they have to mess up that combination. It's an easy pickup for Neon, gives them good control in that jungle, and allows them to start invading and start finding additional farm in that area.
That's a very good situation here for Neon. Can't skew it. Nice TP out on the Witch Doctor, realizing they are probably going to be coming down for him. However, Yopaj. It's the game plan here, Yopaj. He does get cold snapped up. Dissimulate back into hide. But ultimately just wants to get out of that situation, so we'll just Astral Step out himself.
Is under attack.
It's like Boomer still just trying to wait on Kez, well, not Kezcube, but rather Dreamer Soul to be up and online with that Battle Fury. Still though, you're going to have Skem with the Maelstrom up fairly soon on that Void. Even though he's still behind Dreamer Soul, can arguably get involved much earlier on in this Void. And we haven't really seen that second use of the Chrono yet with that Egg. They've been holding out on it.
Yeah, it's going to cost them a bit. You want that early press and ooh, nice arrow onto Yopaj, but really just breaks up a gank attempt in that top jungle. But you would want to see that combo. You definitely want to start applying that pressure with your team. So far though, I think Neon's going to be happier to just farm, as they tend to. Like, this is just something Skem prioritizes a lot more, and I think it's something Neon builds around as their base.
Pashi gets a haste rune for himself now, so he might feel like he needs to get more active. Skem is down there at the bot lane. Does spin out Dreamer Soul. Be a great kill to get here for Neon, as Dreamer Soul is the main target. So instead, they'll try and force a fight by pushing down this bot tier 2. They'll know they found Mikoto. They just try to burst him out of the Invoker, and they do very quickly. Now Yopaj going to go straight onto that Kezcube Witch Doctor. He really can't survive this much damage output, and he will die.
Surrender all hope.
Neon is really starting to hammer it into Boom, especially on Mikado. Like, he's constantly breaking the smokes, but they've got dust. So, Boom's just not finding anything in return beyond steady farm and Dreamo Cell. You look at him, he's just about 700 gold off of the Battle Fury. That's the moment when Dreamo Cell can join these fights and pump out the damage. It's becoming a big concern for Boom, though, that Mikado's not finding the farm up. He needs the Orchid to get control, and without it, the potency of this Invoker is just not up there.
Still trying to farm that up. Neon Esports are around the area, so he will have to be a little bit careful. Dreamer Soul, very close now to that B Fury, but you've got the Maelstrom now up on Skem. Pipe as well is going to be there on FBZ now, so perhaps now that you've got the Pipe, now that you've got the Battle Fury almost up, maybe then they'll go for a big smoke play. Yopaj, mid lane, Chaos Meteor going to fly through, but that's only going to clear out the creep wave. Doesn't connect on the Void Spirit. As well as that, I wonder at what point Dreamer Soul says, let's go Roshan. I mean, you might just want to wait for that Battle Fury timing. You could just go right now as well. It just seems as though they're not very confident knowing that Chrono is still available.
Yeah, it's really risky to play in that pit up against Neon's lineup. I do like that Boom is tempering themselves to be a bit more patient than they were in Game 1. You do take a nice Tier 2 top tower, so you have opened up the map just a bit, but I think until that Tier 1 mid is gone, the Roche is going to be a very hard objective for Boom to safely secure.
Bot lane hide.
Radiant's bottom
They're the ordinary plays. They're going to go secure that bot tier 2 tower. Play hard, going to try and harass Hyde out of here. FBZ, meanwhile, does get Genual up that top lane, and Hyde will be able to just leap away. So it's a direct trade on those tier 2 towers up at the top of bot lane. FBZ going to run up to Skem. He's losing a lot of HP here. The snowball follow-up just to stun up FBZ, but he'll turn around now. Remember, you still have that chrono. So Skem, he could just commit here onto FBZ, but they have the 8th Remnant. The MP coming in, but they life drain him up and he will go down. Death Ward from Kescute, not going to be enough to zone him out, but they do at least get Rappy as a trade.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's
Not the most amazing trade for Boom, but that is enough to push Neon back just a bit. They still managed to take that tier 2 bot, so they are pretty much trading a bit better in terms of objectives as well, as Neon does maintain the kill lead 5-10, but you still see a 1k advantage on Boom's side. So Neon, if they want to start overtaking and snowballing harder, they need to get their combo off. They could easily take the Roche. Like, there's not much team fight here from Boom unless Mikado lands his combination. So Neon has greater control in that tight area. Again, they're just seemingly happy with finding farm, which is kind of working out for them anyway. I do believe they are feeling a lot more confident with Skem's start, and the fact that Chrono, there's really nothing to stop the Void from having a good time in that Chrono. No natural counters to stop him from just doing that damage he needs to do.
What do you think he's farming for right now on that Void? Like, he's been holding that gold for a bit of time now. He hasn't queued anything up yet.
Maybe Mjolnir. We've seen a lot of Voids just rushed at. I think when they do pick it up, you could opt for a Manta as well if you're worried about control. That could be a really good option to preempt that Orchid that we're still waiting on from Mikado. I wouldn't be surprised if it was either one from Skem. He is just kind of just building up. You know, he is in no rush to reveal his hand, and Neon has been playing pretty darn slow, all things considered. Boom is still slowly building up, and Dreamo Cell might become an issue down the line. Like, he has that beefier up, he's had it for a while, is opting for the BKB next. So all the control, all the damage beyond that Chrono starts to grow a little less relevant to that Ursa.
Looks like the BKB going to be coming up on Skem. That is the smartest play to make as well, because you've got the one real thing that can deal with you in that Chrono is maybe the arrow, maybe the paralyzing cask, or maybe even the tornado from Makoto, but all that will just be blocked out by the BKB charge of the face Void. And now Hyde does also have the Yules up there to try and set up for these arrows, but even that Yule's gonna be no good into that BKB of Skem. Still, both teams not really going towards that Roshan pit yet, surprisingly enough. It's like Dreamer wants to try and secure his Yasha and BKB up himself first before he does go into that Roshan. They are also very confident, seems, on the side of Boom that the side of Neon won't go for the Roche themselves. Like, they haven't got any wards around that Roche pit, apart from that one of the Radiant Triangle. But they have been fairly confident that Neon won't actually make that rotation in, which so far they've been correct about.
It could cost them down the line, but yeah, it does look like they've tempered out both sides in terms of where they want to go. There is a smoke from Boom though.
Makoto will be on the front lines there in the Ghost War.
Is under attack.
Play hard, gonna get caught out here by FBZ. They'll start the Sun Rays straight away, but the arrow connected to Play hard. They're not feeling confident, however, with Rappy and that Netherward. So Play hard now gonna turn around. Yopaj there with the Aether Remnant does not connect. Kezcute still being snowballed on, but it doesn't really stun him up, and he'll still be okay. He'll just pop the Death Ward, but now should definitely go down, and does. It's only a +5 being lost on Boom Esports, but they're unwilling to keep the fight up, and it just seems to be that Egg Chrono again just scaring them. They haven't seen it out yet once, so they're just not willing to commit all the way here up against Neon Esports, and we'll get back to farming.
Yeah, this is really starting to play into Neon. I mean, they're winning out these fights. Granted, not the biggest wins, but they still are building up for themselves without having to expend their big combination. DreamHotel is trying to get the Roche, but that is scanned out, so Neon can punish this one very hard.
Well, DreamHotel just taking it for free. They're coming in. Sean's going to be there. DreamHotel needs to take that Roshan quickly. He's going to try Aegis. Is taken by Yopaj. He does jump in. DreamHotel went for the risk. It does not pay off. Now the Egg's dropped as well. He's been stunned through the BKB. Skem, do you have to commit Chrono? He does, just to make sure he can survive. Also pops his BKB as well, so maybe a bit wasteful there with Neon with the BKB charge and the Chrono, but just in case, as DreamHotel had turned around and done a lot of damage over that Void.
Yeah, that's a big win for Neon. Again, DreamHotel chose the most awkward time to go in, and that's the effect of not having a ward by the pit. You don't know where the enemy team is, and Neon managed to manipulate that really well. You look at Yopaj this game, he does have a Desolator up. With that Spirit Vessel, he's hitting really hard on that Void Spirit, going for the Ags next. So the control coming out here from Neon is looking better and better. Boom right now.
Bot lane? Yopaj?
Ooh.
Yeah, he TP'd in, but I believe he got an arrow straight to the face. And, well, that's your Aegis gone. That's not the greatest of news there for Yopaj.
Yeah, that's a bit of a massive waste still. They want to keep forcing the fights.
Yules, arrow, gonna connect there on the Phoenix. Genuel probably gonna get bursted here. They silence up the Tusk as well, so no snowball coming in to save, and it looks like Playhard might die. He does get a snowball off in time, but it's not good enough. They'll lose both their supports on the side of Neon. And it seems as though Boom Esports want to try and set up now for this tier 1 bot tower. They'll be able to get it fairly easily. In fact, they might go for more. So they do get up.
That's a good show of force from Boom. Starting to push it back onto Neon. Not the biggest losses for Neon. You do have to be careful now. If Boom can pull off their execution, then it is potent. You're at the point where you can pump out the Alacrity onto the Ursa. So he hits like a massive truck, and that becomes concerning for Neon. You would start to look at Skem and really rely on the Chrono to get that control out. He is going to have his next Chrono fairly soon, and his farm is pretty darn close towards that Mjolnir, so his damage output is going to skyrocket. It's a short bit of time, so looks like they might want to get a play now.
We're going to try. Smoke up, running into that Radiant side triangle. DreamHotel is going to be ready there. How do you get up this the staircase? That's the real problem. Genuel, smoke broken. Scam going to be in with Glimmer Cape. Fine, we'll be able to leap away for now. And, looks like he'll be just fine. Do they want to try and reinitiate here? Makoto, they popped that Moonlight Shadow. No, it looks like Neon, they're the ones to back out again, and Boom Esports, they'll just kind of let them leave. They're not really too interested in fighting into those big ultis.
Yeah, I think this is perfectly fine for Boom. Like, you look at how the network's going despite those kills, it's 4K the side of Boom, so they're still finding network. Neon's still not pulling ahead, and if they don't get these fights out and start to force an advantage, then they'll continue to slip in network. DreamHotel's just farming way too efficiently.
Are fortified.
Mjolnir up now on the Void.
Is under attack.
So Scam, he's got plenty of added damage. Just needs a chance to use it though. So they might have that chance soon as play hard mid lane, trying to defend the tier 1 tower. It will go down regardless.
Let us.
And, well, again, they just won't take a team fight. They're going to play this very safe. They'll back off. Dreamercell still leading in terms of net worth on that Ursa, so he won't mind just continually dragging out the game and farming up. Maybe up until that point where he has the Abyssal Blade. So that way he can feel confident to try and just Abyssal up that Faceless Void and burst him down. But for now, he's going to be going into that, well, still queuing up that Yasha. No, he avoids it. He does go for the Basher first.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot more sense. Just go straight for that Abyssal that really puts that Ursa online, allows you to get your jumps in, get the control out of these fights.
He's been caught out mid lane. He's in big trouble. He'll try and commit the Stampede as Arrow flies through as well. FBZ still dying to the Sun Ray. Januel on point with it this time around, and now even Kesku getting caught by that Aether Remnant, and he will go down. Nice couple pickups there for the side of Neon Esports.
Yeah, it's starting to be the most common targets they pick off. It does seem that only Mikado, FBZ, and really Kesku have been out of position so far, which is somewhat concerning because Dreamercell is still having that free run, but Neon does get to find a lot more for their efforts. They hold on to their ult still as the game continues on slowly. 7-14, still a 3k advantage for Boom. It is mildly concerning with how much space Dreamercell is getting. I mean, he's gonna have his Abyssal timing relatively quick considering this kind of game where you're not seeing much activity from the Ursa. So once he has that Abyssal, he can just immediately focus on the concerning targets, maybe get the lockdown onto Yapaj, take him out of the fights immediately, and suddenly you don't have to deal with a highly disruptive Void Spirit in this match.
He's gonna get lucky as well, Dreamercell. He does get the Paladin Sword now. Later on when he does, you know, opt for the Satanic pickup, it's gonna be a very nice feeling for Dreamercell. Just having that much lifesteal added on. So they'll go for a smoke attempt now. Moonlight Shadow popped as well. Play hard, gonna be the first one to get spotted there by Kesku, but Play hard did see him. So this smoke / Moonlight Shadow is gonna really mean nothing. The rest of Neon are just quite split up, and they'll just keep forcing in the bot wave and trying to force the side of Boom Esports to come back and defend. It's also bought more time now for Skem to go for his own Satanic on that Faceless Void.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He's gonna have that very, very soon. Yeah, Parsh, he decided better off going for that Aghanim Scepter. Looks like he goes for the Yule Scepter first.
Yeah, it gives him a few more options for control. I think that's been key for Neon. Doesn't feel like they lack damage. They've just been holding off on the Chrono because they don't want to expend that controlled spell. So just looking for more ways to pin a single hero down from Yapaj is always nice. And still a smoke right next to...
Yeah, they broke it straight away. Mid lane, however, they did catch out Yapaj. The Yules into the arrow. Yapaj commits his own Yules now, but Dreamercell is right on top. Dissimulator, 3-man Chrono. Skem trying to save that mid laner of his. Yapaj will be able to walk away, but what do you do now? There was no damage up to Skem. The Basher comes in. The hoof stomp, he does die in both. They are still chasing, however, they at least find Makoto and Kesku. So it's not all bad news. In fact, Yapaj jumping back in now after Hyde, but another arrow, this time will be taken by the Tusk. Snowball, Hyde, should die here as well. He doesn't have leap charges. Eventually he will probably burn out to the Sun Ray. Januel will pick up the kill. It's a 3-for-1 trade for Neon. Yapaj, they're still going. He does get decrepified up. That means they can't finish him off. Egg has been dropped as well. FBZ, he's in trouble. He may get burnt out again by this Sun Ray. He does. They at least get Rappy as a trade. But it's Dreamercell up against the world. Hyde does buy back. Looks like that'll be it. But Neon Esports, they definitely got the better end of that trade.
Yeah, it did cost them a buyback, I believe, on Januel, but overall, they do find the bigger wins, and it is starting to pile up there. Neon does turn it from 4K lead just to 2K for Boom. This is giving Boom the opportunity to start to ward around for Roche though. They take control of the outpost back, and they look to set their sights onto the next Roche, which is still about a minute and a half away. So a lot of time to react, for them to wait out the next Chrono and Egg. And you have a Mask of Madness up and running on Scam, so he's got a lot more sustain and damage to come out in that Chrono. He's probably going to have a lot more success the next time that spell is up.
He was really lacking that damage last Chrono round. Perhaps the MOM will help, but does mean his Satanic's going to be a bit later on. He may even decide to go Butterfly first. He really just needs more of that damage. Roshan going to be another 50 seconds away. Dreamersaw having a look through the Roshan pit, but won't find anything.
The dusk is over.
Neon Esports. Arrow going to connect there onto Januel. It was just meant to be a blind kind of scouting arrow. Does end up landing. So Neon now, they may just try and go for a smoke attempt here. In fact, nobody brought the smoke out.
Dire's courier has been killed.
It's really going to be the fight that determines who gets this next Roshan. Of course, Boom are already waiting around for it, and I believe this is going to be the third Roshan of the game, is it? No, the second, right?
Yeah.
Is it the third or the second?
I think it's still the second. I only remember the first one, which was stolen by a Paj. I think it's the second with Cheese. We'll find out soon. Soon enough. Yeah, second.
All right. The smoke up from Boom.
Are scanning.
Neon do the same. Moonlight Shadow also popped there. They should run straight into each other. But Boom's going to take the long way around. Play hard to try and take the outpost back, but it's too late for that. Sunray and Decrep will heal him up though. FBZ now just trying to run away. Sunstrike will be avoided, and now the Chrono. Scam, he found two. KSQ will go down. The Enrage was there for Dreamercell, however, so he'll just turn around and man fight this. Can they fight back? Scam, he gets stunned up by FBZ. They do get the kill, and now Hyde will also go down. Looks like Gipage is still trying to fight back. The Tornado is there though. Makoto with the control. They will take him out. There was a buyback out of Scam, but it didn't really mean anything. He couldn't make it back to the team fight in time. And so that ends up being a 2-for-4 trade. KSQ buying back as well on the Witch Doctor. Hyde dying on the tail end of that team fight, but with that, they go straight for that Roshan pit.
Yeah, it's going to be a big take for Boom and Neon. Again, not quite the execution you were looking for. Dreamersaur, that was his Abyssal reveal. So he has the control. He held onto his BKB longer as well. Like, Skem was forced to use it in his Chrono, so the moment the Chrono was out, he had no spell immunity, which costed him. Just meant that the control was coming out from Boom anyway, and with that set of trades, Boom, they look to take more objectives and start reeling control back in on this map.
Yeah, absolutely. Boom Esports, they'll just keep going now. Alacrity popped onto Dreamersaur, and he'll take that tower that much faster.
Dire's middle tower.
In fact, with Alacrity, he has so much damage.
Oh yeah, it's that combo. We're at that point in the game where you do have enough levels in your orbs to really get the Alacrity up to a very strong point.
They just can't defend either. They don't have the Chrono up. It's still a minute away, and so they'll take the tier 3 tower on Boom, and they'll just back out of there. So that bot wave is pushing in, so FBZ, he's going to be out to defend that. But an 8k net worth lead now for Boom Esports. With that Aegis Cheese, they're not going to be too afraid of dying anytime soon here on Dreamersaur. It's just going to be a matter of whether they try and go high ground again with that Aegis Cheese, whether they'll just let it expire.
They've still got considerable amount of time on the Aegis, I believe around 3.5 minutes left, so there is leeway there for them to just kind of regroup, maybe get a little bit more farm out before opting for that next fight. And I think, again, you've got a bit of a window where Chrono's not up, although you don't have much. So by the time the next fight rolls around, Neon will have the Chrono Egg combo. They really need to land that perfectly. They need the egg to be protected by the Chrono, otherwise Januel is vulnerable from a lot of these heroes. and is going to be prone to just get blown up. So that's how much Neon can counterplay there. Looks like Boom does want to play aggressive here.
See who they catch out first. Perhaps they run straight into Genuel, but then they're going to need to get that silence off quick. Doesn't just Icarus dive away. FBZ is actually going for the Aghanim Scepter now on the Centaur, so much more sustain coming out once he does have that item up. It's been a real pain in the butt for Neon Esports thus far in this game.
Yeah, it's gonna get trickier for Neon to pin them down once the Ags is up. Just that free patting ruins the control they get from play hard with the shards, as long as that Stampede is up. So that's something to get a bit worried about as well. I think I really feel like Yupaj going for the Yules has hurt his. I mean, it really has hurt his timing on the Ags, but that silence would probably turn the outcomes of a lot of these fights. Like, the supports have no way of purging that off, and that would force earlier BKB usages from Boom, which could have given Neon the control. So they do need that Ags to come out from Yupaj. She's very close, just like 700 off, but they're not going to have that time before this next fight. Like, Boom is going to be marching in that jungle.
See how much longer this DC takes here from Hyde. Not Hyde, rather, but Genuel. What's the DOTA plus win probability say right now? You're sitting at 82% for Boom Esports. But I think it's a fair number.
Yeah. I think you always have to give some allowance towards Neon because of the chrono. Because, you know, there's nothing that really counters chrono in this game. So you will have some opportunities, right, to really turn it back if you get the right outcome. And for now, Skem, I mean, he's had some pretty decent chronos. With his item build, though, like, his damage has not looked good. Like, he has Mjolnir and Mask, but it really isn't enough to put a dent on an Ursa, especially since Dreamocell just keeps popping in rage beforehand anyway.
Yeah, he gets it off every time. Just got the real quick reaction speeds there. As soon as he sees Skem coming in, just has it up. Just can't get through the enrage of the Ursa. Not to mention Dreamocell is going to be going for an Aghanim Scepter after his Manta style. So once the Ags is up, that gets even harder. On top of the Ags of the Centaur, so then you're basically dealing 0 damage, almost giving way back to that Ursa. Now Boom, still smoked up, gonna run into that dire jungle. They won't spot out Yupaj yet, but they know they're around there somewhere. Skem's gonna TP out, so now you haven't got the chrono around. Play hard, Cypher, they'll all get out of there. Well, Genuel, he does barely get out. They had the Yules, but they didn't commit it.
Yeah, it's a missed opportunity for Boom. Neon gonna be counting their lucky stars to get out there in time. And Boom just wasting a bit of time there. Still building up farm though, and I'm sure Dreamocell doesn't mind too much. Should be finishing that Manta into the Ags, eh?
No more. Orchid going to be out though with the Stampede. They're going to try and turn around now with the Sunstrike and the Cold Snap. It's a lot of damage onto Play Hard. They'll throw that Tornado out as well, but Arrow won't connect. Now the Chaos Meteor being thrown out as well. FBZ going in, but the Sunray's healing up Play Hard. They just can't kill the Tusk. He's still alive, and now Yupaj. Skem, what the chrono? The egg is there. Skem, he'll pop the BKB. He'll try and fight back, but there's no way to fight back. Hyde, he's dropping low on the Marana, but won't die either. And now they do have Skem controlling up thanks to FBZ. Dreamocell will come in. They forced off him out of there, but it's not going to be good enough. They can't heal him up either. Now Rappy's in trouble. They'll find the Phoenix as well.
God.
Oh boy, that was not the chrono. And Yupaj, it's not the time, Yupaj. It's not the time, sir.
Oh boy, that was hard to watch. I have to tell you, Mike. He was. I'm not sure what Skem was aiming for. Right, the only person there who managed to leap out. Even if he caught Hyde, that wasn't going to be enough, and this is the opportunity Boom was looking for. They go straight to high ground. They still have the Aegis. They don't have the cheese, but that doesn't matter too much when you know those ults are down.
That'll be that mid-rax going down now. No buybacks left on Neon, really, apart from Januel. How do you defend this? I mean, you've got the tier 2 bot tower at least. If Boom realizes they can try to go for tier 4s. FBZ, he wants to try it. Got the alacrity there on Makoto to speed things up quite a bit. Dreamer Cell going to start with that, not even sure what that building is, but they take it out. It's just literally called a building. Now goes after the tier 4. They do repair kit both of them up, so that will buy them enough time. So instead, I think Boom, they'll just have to go for that bot tier 2 tower and maybe make their way up to that tier 3 later on.
Yeah, it's not too worrying. Again, there is a lot of open time because of the reliance of Neon on the chrono. Still, 40 seconds away isn't too bad for Neon, so they can get one last upper high ground defense going for themselves, but Boom, they've widened that gap. 19k lead. That's the last charge of the repair kit as well, so there's no way to slow it down without item.
Yeah, Dreamer Soul, looks like he might just leave this. So Page does just jump in and, well, there's the Aegis going as well, which is really why he was trying to back off anyway. Not a lot out with that Aegis. 2 Raxes, 3 repair kit charges, multiple deaths on the other side of Neon Esports. And, well, you leave the base now, you've got tier 4 items to look for. So it's, there's really no losing here for Boom, it seems.
No, they're finding everything they want, including in itemization. FBZ, he's got his Hags, and you're just about, what is it, 1.2k away from Dream Assault's Hags. So the tanky Ursa, the chrono kills that you're looking for, if Boom play their cards right and get their spell use right, you're probably not even finding those kills in the chrono anymore.
I doubt it. It feels like you weren't finding kills in the chrono from 20 minutes ago. They just haven't had the damage output.
Yeah, it's really lacking in terms of the itemization, and I mean, Skem's been farming well, it's just he hasn't progressed past the Mjolnir madness. He really needed that butterfly up and running, and even at this point, if he does pick it up, that doesn't feel like it's going to be enough anymore.
I think if you went Divine, it wouldn't be enough. Enrage plus Aghanim Scepter Stampede, you're literally doing no damage.
Yeah.
The Axe gives him 40% reduction in damage. The Enrage gives him an 80% reduction in damage. So you're doing 120% reduced damage to Ursa, right? In theory, you should be giving him 20% of that back as change. So,
oh boy, yeah, it's
even if he bought a Divine, that is literally 0 damage he is doing to that Ursa.
Yeah, that's not gonna be great for Neon. They've got to find a way to turn that around, but
who stopped? They found Genuel. Icarus dive? No. Cold Snap is there from Makoto. He cancels it.
This is for Neon, and they've got to find something. I think one big issue. Wow,
yeah, he's on your Page. Genuel had to buy back just in case. Strike. Oh boy. Your Page, that was his face would be feeling a bit hot right now. It's right in front of him.
Oh yeah, that is pretty scary. If
Scam, Arrow gonna fly through. They got a hook stop off onto Rappy, forcing their own disc, and now Scam, you've got the chrono there, but you don't want to commit it like this. He'll just run away. Yeah, I believe Boom Esports are just gonna keep Neon locked in the base until that next Roshan might be up. We're going to find out in about 5 seconds when it is going to be up. But up until that point, Neon's going nowhere. You know exactly where they are.
Oh no, there's just no way to get out. They don't have the best D push against these super creeps. They have some good damage, but not quite enough to make it comfy. So Boom really does have control on the map. You look at Dreamocell, he does have the Ags. It's up, and he's actually going for the Blessing, so he just wants that free slot. It's gonna be a while until he gets the MKB and the Blessing, but once you have that in the Ursa, I mean, I don't know if there's any point in pointing out what Dreamocell has, because he's And he's not dying. He's not dying anymore.
No, he doesn't need the Aegis either, by the way. He just, I don't think you need both live streamers, so don't be greedy now. Well, the Roshan is going to be up in a minute and a half anyway, so it's one of those mid-range kind of Roshan timers. It does buy Neon a bit of time here to get some kind of core pickups up, and of course we saw Skem, he does have the butterfly now.
Dire's bottom tower
It's not really up to him though. Well, it's up to him to land the chrono, but he's going to get it at the perfect time.
Dire's bottom tower
Well,
is under
now
attack.
Boom thinking about going in here, but Neon will back off, back into the base. Move stop, gonna catch out your Page, Cataclysm, they'll commit the chrono, but they have the damage without the Stampede being committed. Or do they? He's not dead yet.
No.
Now he'll pop the Stampede and go for a run. Snowball afterwards, but they just can't kill him. Now Dreamer's still gonna turn around, going after Rappy. No, turning around back onto the Void. FBZ is still alive. He's still running away, even with the Spirit Vessel charge on top. Now Playheart's trying to run, but all he can do is Snowball. He'll try and blink out. Meanwhile, Dreamer Soul is still going, by the way. There goes Playheart. Dreamer Soul, is he actually going to die? He pops the Enrage. The Life Train's doing a lot of damage with the Sun Ray, but he'll walk out. Now the Yules will come out from Hyde. Set up here. There's no arrow available. Your Page jumping back in. No, there is no damage. There is no damage. Dreamer Soul, he'll just heal up with the Paladin Sword now. Snowball, they'll go back onto FBZ. Dreamer Soul pops the Enrage again. Playheart, he's going to die. Yopaj trying to go after Hyde. I don't know if you can actually kill him off. The Orchid will come out. He'll use up through it, but the arrow is going to connect now. And Makoto should have follow-up damage, but no. Another Yule's coming out. FBZ has the stun, and it won't matter. Yopaj just dies. The GG's called. They don't have buybacks left. And Boom Esports, a big congrats to them, John. They're through to the upper bracket final. Bam tomorrow.
Showing from Boom, we expected this one to be a lot more even based on how both teams went in groups, but
5 seconds remaining.
You know what's cooking? Boom!
Dire team ban. Fanatics turn to ban. Dire team ban.
Такая
Fanatics
халява!
turn to ban.
Такая халява!
Dire team ban. Fanatics turn to ban.
Welcome back. We are on our second series of the day between Fnatic and RR. It is, of course, MLP Dota and John X5. John, welcome back, sir. We are now down to the lower bracket. Just coming from the upper bracket, of course, Fnatic. They are going to be up against RR, who did get past the Droid yesterday, believe it or not, to make it to this stage. And well, Fnatic, they got knocked down yesterday as well from Neon Esports. So here we are with a very interesting matchup between these two. And I really don't know what to expect. Because yesterday, saying that RR were the heavy underdogs up against the Droid, didn't look like it though. Not yesterday, it didn't.
Yeah, that's fair. RR has surprised us a couple of times, and you know, they really pulled out all the stops yesterday. Today, though, up against Fnatic, I think this one historically has really just been one-sided. There is a lot here for RR to prove. If they can carry that momentum they had yesterday, I think there's a very good chance of them getting this one, but Fnatic is a much harder team to go up against. Still, it's going to be a great match from both sides. There's a lot of lobby chatter, which was pretty fun. I'm not sure if you caught that, but that was a good time in the lobby as well.
I didn't catch
looks
it.
like
I believe Savage was going off, as he always does.
yeah, there was some
talkative guy, Savage.
Yeah, there were some choice words about the casters as well. So if you could peek there, yeah, they had some words. I won't say it here, but they had some words.
Should I be worried?
Still? No, not at all. I think it's pretty good. Too bad you missed out. I'm not going to gloat about it on stream, but
well, you already
happy.
John.
So.
You already have. All right. We'll get into the draft. Don't worry about that. We'll read that later. John, before we, if they ever stop the voice lines, by the way, thank you, I'm pretty sure it's Fnatic. Thank you, Fnatic. I know RR don't have as many battle levels. I'm pretty sure it's just Savage spamming out those voice lines. But somebody in the chat, John, did ask me a question, or did ask a question in general, and I'm going to ask you now, because I feel like they need to know. Someone asked if you're married. Are you married, John?
Absolutely not. I'm pure soul. I'm a very pure person. I've never been in a relationship. So I'm not married. That can't be. I just live, breathe, and do video games and Dota. That's it. Nothing else. No time on hand for anything else, Mike. Not even any sort of relationship formation. Nothing like that. Just all about the video games, all about the analysis. There's a first pick already, Mike. That's important. RR, they get the Beastmaster out as the first pick, and this is something we've seen a lot of teams tend towards. In RR's case, this usually is just the KYXY hero, straight up. So they do get access to something he's comfy with. I love the counter pick coming out from Fnatic. The Enchantress makes its appearance, which we tend to see a lot, right? This stops the Beastmaster from going for the boar build, and Fnatic immediately pick up Net Shaker as well. So they've got their comfort picks out here. They must be feeling really confident up against RR. They've got a lot of ways for RR to kind of deal with that if they wanted. Like, the Rubik's still in the pool, and that's something we know Hustler can play well.
Rude of me. For me to ask that question and not actually was your real.
Remaining.
I forgot that you had the ball. Oh, here we are.
Dire team
I've been
back.
thinking, well, hold on a minute.
Oh, yeah.
Sleeping there.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Yeah,
That's why he doesn't have a partner. He's taken, right?
I am taken.
So
I am taken.
all you women out there, stay away from John. He already has his partner. Anyway, they have the Weaver up now. We've seen this quite a bit. It's been a lot of POS 1 Weaver. Been very successful from what I've seen. Of course, we talk about the builds with the Weaver. They go into the Deso. Of course, I believe it was Fnatic versus, was it a Drake? No, it wasn't a Drake. It was Neon Esports the other day. And, of course, Weaver went to Divine Rapier. And then DJ did DJ things on the Earthshaker. So I hope RR were watching that game. And they can see they've chosen Weaver into Earthshaker and don't make the same mistakes that that Neon did the other day. Nevertheless, though, it already looks to be a pretty exciting matchup between these two with these openings.
Yeah, it's looking to be quite different. I think for RR, it's most definitely a bit more different. We've seen the Weaver not just in POS 1, but we've seen it in other positions as well. So there is some flexibility there for RR if they don't want to give this to Drew. I'm trying to recall if RR has done this before. I don't recall them doing that. So we'll see if they actually opt for the POS 4 Weaver. The Ags build can be really annoying, but the POS 1 has been much more in forefront still. I love that Fnatic ban out that clock. They don't want to deal with it. You've seen what they can do with that hero, just really stall out the game. So not going to be there for RR. Still, RR themselves ban out the Morphling because the Shaker's in play. You don't want to let that combination slide through. So both sides are covering their bases pretty well with these bans.
Yeah, say so. Like that clockwork ban at the end a lot from Fnatic. I think there's a lot of value in making sure Hustler doesn't take that clock. That man, he makes magic happen on that clockwork, so we'll just stay away from that for Fnatic. Still, third pickup now. Of course, RR do have the choice to go into the Rubik up against this Earthshaker if they so wish. Surprisingly enough, we've been seeing so much Earthshaker and not much Rubik, so I say that, but it probably won't even happen. Fnatic now, their third pickup, they've wasted pretty much all their reserve time for this. I wonder what they think about when they spend this much time. I mean, they've been dominating so many teams, Fnatic. It's hard to understand what they're thinking about, but they do go into the Tree Protector now.
Yeah, it's something we've seen on the offlane role a lot. I think in this case it looks pretty clear that it's going to be the Ice Tree, so it's going to be harder for RR to get an initial push. If you give this Treant space, then you're dealing with a Meteor Hammer early, you're dealing with levels and living armor to heal up anyone that's in trouble. I think this plays nicely into how Fnatic plays. Gives you great team fight as well. And the one thing with the Treant core is past 10-minute mark, you can give a lot of space towards DJ. So that Shaker should have a really good blink timing as well.
It should. I do like the draft thus far from Fnatic, though I must admit it's kind of defensive, isn't it? It's a bit... They haven't revealed anything yet. They haven't revealed the game plan. The thing is, though, like you said, that Shaker going to be able to farm up that blink. The Treant Protector, if it is going to be the Ice Treant, we've seen him before on that hero. He plays very much like KYXY, where they just drag out the game as long as humanly possible. In fact, the other day when I was casting with Danog, it was... I believe Ice was actually buying back to protect that that tier 1 bot tower that has the least value, but he refused to let it go down. He was even all chatting it out, telling them, I'm not letting this tower go down. They do go into the Vengeful Spirit now, so you've got some auras starting up here, John. This Beastmaster, Venge going. I wonder, Fnatic, they could take the Luna now, but if they don't, there is a chance that they might throw the Weaver somewhere else like a support and maybe take the Luna. However, Fnatic, I can tell you right now what Savage has done, John. He said, hey, I haven't played the new Skeleton King yet. I want to play with the new cosmetic. I bought all these levels, let me play. And they've said, all right, he's 19 years old. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Just give him the damn Wraith King. That's what's happened.
Turn to
They'll go for the TA pick.
Yeah, it's looking good here for RR, like the response of the TA into the Wraith King is great. You're going to be killing off those, well, no, the skeletons, because obviously the Arcana is making play. So you're going to be killing off those skeleton summons really fast as the TA. You're going to set a really fast tempo. It does tie in with RR's draft really well. You've got two big auras now, the Venge aura, the Beastmaster aura. So the Weaver and the TA is going to be online fairly quick. And of course, that's an Alacrity special. So RR's draft shaping up nicely. I think Fnatic does have ways of playing around this, though. They do have really great team fight. They've got great control coming out, especially compared to RR, where they only really have the Roar and the Magic Missile. Swap, I guess, is pretty nice every now and again, but there is a lot more going on for Fnatic in terms of AoE. So we'll see what RR does opt close out with. It does feel like they might be considering the Weaver for Hustler instead, unless they last pick a support that we've tended to see a couple of teams do. So let's see what RR does get up to. They're going to have to show their hand first, as Fnatic does have last pick.
That they do. They'll have to wait out this last ban, though. Of course, Fnatic, they already got rid of the Tusk, so just believing there's another Pos 4 to come out here for RR. Not believing that Weaver's going to be the support this game. I doubt as well. I do imagine that we'll see a Hustler hero coming out last, but yeah, we'll find out very soon. Alright, still going to think about this final ban. They get rid of the Storm, which Moon is still missing his own hero, and you don't want to give him that free Storm game. He is very dangerous on that hero. Alright now. Have a think about it. I got offered, is it Pansit? Is that the Philippine?
Really?
Yes, yes. Someone in the chat yesterday said, "Hey, Mike, what do you have? You should have some Pansit." And I was like, "Yeah, I've heard that word before." Brings it up great. Almost every day.
Yeah, you've got the pronunciation pretty close as well. It's
really?
It's like pansit. You know, it's no gap between the pan and sit, but otherwise you've got it. You've got it. You could go down a yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
You could walk down to a Filipino joint, ask for some pansit, and you'd be good to go. Awesome.
I don't even know what it is yet, though. I'll be honest, John. I think it's a noodle dish, if I'm correct.
Yeah, it's a noodle.
Right.
It's a noodle. It's
okay.
Failed to mention in our last matchup that was Philippines versus Indonesia. Obviously, the pansit versus Indomie fight, but we do see RR close up their draft with the Troll. So this is going to be the Hustler Weaver coming out here, and it's something. You've got a lot of physical coming out here. The Weaver and the Venge are going to give you a lot more with their, with the minus armor they both bring, and the auras that the Venge and the Beastmaster have. So it's gelled in together in that sense. It's the response from Fnatic though with the Razor as well. They've got so much more team fight. Oh yeah, they've got so much more team fight than Fnatic, and RR they're all in and just getting big. I'm not sure if they're gonna have enough space to find farm on these two farm heavy cores.
I can't remember what teams it was, to be frank, because again I have a terrible memory, John. But we did see the Razor versus matchup, and that Razor just nullifies this hero so hard. Oh, it's just makes it a big crit, I guess. And we'll see what Drew can do. It wasn't Drew playing it yesterday. In fact, I believe it was RR running it. That was it was. It was an Alacrity Razor up against the Troll Warlord, up against Team of Droid last night, and they did this to a Droid, so now they're gonna have to kind of take it back from Fnatic. And we'll see how it all pans out. It should be very, very interesting between these two. Are they going to be able to deal with the Razor this game, John? Do you see them being able to actually deal with Moon?
They've got a swap to break it. I think that's your best bet in this case. So there is a way to cancel that off. I think the laning phase for Alacrity is not going to be fun. Razor's one of those heroes that can actually punish the TA. He will have to be careful. One thing that I didn't realize they were going to do here, though, is they give KYXY to Weaver. So it's a support Beastmaster for Hustler. That's not something we see at all. I want to say this is the first time we're seeing that pause for Beast in a while. I'm not sure about that one. I'm not sure about that one. Like, the greed of this draft is something else. Like, that initial levels you need is hard to find.
You know, we've doubted RR quite a few times now, so I'm going to reserve judgment with this drop. I agree that it looks very greedy. I would 100% agree with that. would say that Fnatic has the better draft, but I can't say that with 100% confidence. Because every time I say this about this team, they always surprise us.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to see that damn dance, right? This isn't Fortnite, right? This is Dota. We don't dance in Dota. I get very upset.
Don't you play Dota while dancing? Don't you do a little jig when you kill the enemy mid laner as a pause 4? Isn't that what pause 4 players do, Mike?
No.
Especially when they play Earth Spirits and think they're really good.
Well, hold on a minute. First of all, if you do play Earth Spirit, you are really good. And secondly, I don't need to dance to show off how good I am at the hero, John. It's the other team will just, you know, lay there with their stoolless bodies, and I will respect and appreciate how good I am.
That's one way to get it done.
Another question, John. How many souls does Savage harvest? Give us a guess.
Savage this game?
Yeah, this game.
I mean, he's probably gonna get. I don't want to say 5. It's a bit tricky. I'd say minimum of 3. I think is probably 4. I think he's gonna miss the Weaver. He's probably gonna get the TA, everyone else, but the Weaver's gonna be cleaned up. I know. Either DJ or Ice. No, DJ or Jabs, I guess.
All right. Well, you heard it here first. John says 4. I'll say 5. Just because. I have faith in our boy Savage. Then again, RR, like, it's this underdog story with RR where you kind of just, you want to see them succeed, this team.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's just they've been trying for a very long time. They're up against, I keep saying arguably, but I would dare say the best team in SCA right now is definitely Fnatic.
Yeah.
It's going to be a very hard matchup for them. But they could pull it off. We'll see what happens. The game has officially begun now, as I see a Weaver copying a lot of damage. KYXY will have to be careful. Savage also going to chase down Nuts. Now, he did go for the level 1 Wraithfire Blast, which is a bit more unorthodox, but almost ends up finding the kill onto Nuts there. And well, Hustler will also take a fair bit of damage, and I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of that from Savage this game, because he's the kind of guy, he spends the money, he uses the money, John. Look at this. There's things going on everywhere at this bot lane.
Yeah, he is not stopping, but he's leaving Jabs hanging. No high 5 for his support, and this might just lead to Jabs not helping him out in this lane.
Perhaps. It's so annoying as well, having to play into that loser spray. I'm so annoyed if I had to play into that. Like, nobody's done that to me yet in pump games. Maybe because in Australia we're all just broke right now. But
yeah, that's fair. This dual lane though, I mean, this is a lot of minus armor once you have the levels for KYXY. Whether or not he's going to invest in the swarm early though is another question. So the potency of that combination probably not going to kick in until down the line. But with a range advantage, you can at least chip away at Savage for a bit.
Moon going to be up against Alacrity in that mid lane. Now, you'd make the argument this should definitely just be Razor favored. You've got the refraction there, but it's not really about that. Moon, once he saps all the damage out of Alacrity, it's not like those side blades or anything like that matter anymore. Refraction, of course, not really going to matter. So, it gives you a bit of bonus damage, but that's basically just recovering what you got stolen off you. And KYXY bot lane does end up going down, being the first blood there for Jabs on the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, the Enchantress makes it pretty hard for the Weaver to really get what he wants done. Like, if you try to run away from the Impetus, you cop more damage. If you run into the Ench, well, she gets to follow up with more damage. So it is actually pretty darn hard for KYXY to try to trade. It's really down to Nuts to draw that attention away.
Top of that top lane. See DJ there. There with the Ice on that train. Of course, the pos for Beastmaster there with Drew on the troll. Very interesting role to put this Beastmaster in. I mean, you go for the Boars build, I guess, here for Hustler, and it can work out, assuming you get the levels up. So, you essentially do almost the same job, right? Like, you just don't have as much farm. But that split push potential out from this pos for Beastmaster could be pretty dangerous here for Fnatic if they're not too careful.
I think the big thing is that they're just using Hustler to clear out trees. Ice cannot maintain this lane without any tree to stand in.
That's actually a very fair point. I didn't really think about that one, but
Look at that. There's no forest left for Ice.
stations. Not a good thing. See what Ice starts to deal with it.
This might be a bit too much initial farm going out for Drew. Like, again, that presence you have with Treant's kind of gone into. Ooh, when you get rooted like that, you can't really trade Ice.
He does go down. Drew gonna find his first kill of the game. Bot lane, Savage gonna go after Nuts now. Nuts falling low, but Savage falling even lower. KYXY does get the kill first, and now Jabs trying to make a run for it. The living armor will save him for now, but you've got that main kill onto the Skeleton King anyway.
Yeah, it's a nice pickup for RR. I don't think you really mind too much as the Raid King because you're still forcing a lot of pressure out. And KYXY is just not making use of this space at all. So it's still a pretty darn good time for a Raid King regardless of that death. I think RR needs to step up this lane. Maybe toss in an additional support if they want to take control. I don't think you really need Hustler up top anymore with how hard it is for Ice to just stand there.
DJ is going to show up mid lane now on that Earthshaker, but he's right underneath an Observer Ward and he places another Observer Ward down, so that should be de-warded quite quick. Now he'll realize as well, because that T1 tower did hit him behind the tree line. So he'll know he's maybe made a bit of an oopsie there on that cliff, but see if they get the D-ward out anytime soon. Because Ice is still being chased down. He tries to go for the pull on the creep wave, but that has been denied, and Hustler, with this level 2 boar, is just slowing down this tree so much. Meanwhile though, Savage does end up killing off KYXY there and gets the Harvest of the Soul.
Yeah, that's the second harvest, so still 3 heroes left for him to work on, and it's already, again, another very good lane for Fnatic. They're just finding the kills here, finding the pressure. KYXY is not as disruptive, and this is going to cause issues. A very early farmed Raid King can be very hard to deal with.
Mid lane for Alacrity. He's been netted up by the neutral creeps of all things, and now he's going to go down. Still going.
Nuts.
Who has the Dominator here? Nuts. He'll die as well, and it was just the Enchantress. Like, Jabs, he was just off the map there, but he came in with that Enchanted creep of the Troll Summoner, and with the net, of course, locking in that poor TA. There's no way for her to go, and Moon will just take him out. Now they're going to go after that early mid T1. Hustler, do not go there, sir. It is very, very dangerous right now. He will also go down.
Oh boy, it's a really good start for Fnatic. This early rotation mid has netted him, what, 3 kills already? And a lot of pressure on that tier 1. The biggest thing here is that Alacrity is just not finding early farm at all. He can't even farm his camps because of all the good vision coming out. And RR relies on Alacrity to set that tempo, so if he falls behind, it becomes really hard to make space here.
Dire's courier has been
Bot lane's been a
middle tower
bit of a mess here as well. Like, KYXY and Savage has been really going at it. Savage is staying on very low HP, but he is level 6 now and does go for the early point and reincarnate. Thing is though, he doesn't feel very safe to just go in and farm up right now, and he doesn't really want to waste the reincarnate either. It is a very long cooldown at level 1. But go farm the jungle and just depend on that living armor to heal him up. But that's going to give KYXY a lot of space in this off lane. And now Drew's even going to pop up. They'll spot out the Skeleton King. They'll just go for the early reincarnate kill. Savage won't even bother with the stun. Can they take him out? Not the battle trance. There's the stun coming up, and Savage is going to go for a run. Drew won't bother trying to chase him down any further. Looks like they are just going to try and set up for the bottom T1. However, Moon on Ice doing the same thing up that top lane, forcing KYXY to try and rotate in as that Weaver. Well, that T1 tower not going to be lasting very long at this rate. In fact, Savage joins in as well.
Yeah, it's not a very safe spot for KYXY. They're going to have to surrender this objective. Ice makes his way bot to get the D push, and
he's going to get the kill. Sakuchi's out just in the nick of time. KYXY does manage to get away. But that was a very, very close call.
And RR don't manage to find that tower trade because Ice just TPs down, D pushes, heals back that tier 1. You're seeing the Treant in action. It's just really hard to get a push going up against this hero very early on.
It's almost impossible. All these tier 1s just have full HP right now. With the T1 mid and the T1 top going down for the side of Reality Rift, they're going to lose control of their own jungle. So Alacrity doesn't really have much place to farm right now. In fact, Savage is going to come in. Refraction is going to be there, so Savage will not bother chasing. But they're going to come in with Nuts now. Nuts trying to loop around there. It's just not going to work out for him.
Yeah, it's really risky to walk up in this jungle. Look at all the wards you have from Fnatic's side. They've just got complete control in this area. You're not going to be able to find farm, and Fnatic with this trap, they're not going to relent. They're just going to keep playing aggressive, keep finding aggressive farm, and keep buying out space. Like, this is still giving space to their supports to find gold. DJ is on track for maybe a minute 12, minute 13 blink if it does get slowed down a bit, but that's still going to be really fast for our pause for Shaker.
Oh, Drew is going to find nice. Nice pick off there for Drew. Well, Drew will give Ice the tip. Here's the thing though, like you were talking about the fact that they're shutting down that jungle. The beauty of that is Alacrity can't farm. Like, the TA relies so much on that mid lane / his own jungle that when you've lost both of them, you're at the 10-minute mark now. You're hoping that this TA would be very, very close to a Desolator. He still hasn't got the first Mithril Hammer. He's not even halfway there.
Dire are scanning.
It's a really slow start, and that will cause issues for RR. They do depend on Alacrity to give them that momentum. They are trying to take the tier 1 bot now. So they're trying to open up that bot jungle for themselves, but again, Ice is still around, and you can chop down trees with Hustler, so you might find this actually.
Nice roar, Ice right underneath that Hawk of Hustler, but what do you do after you find him? Now the rotations are coming in. He fades Drew back in. Overgrowth is around. Drew, you may have stuck around a bit too long here. He does have Battle Trance, but it's not going to do anything with all that damage being removed. There's a tip from Ice, and Drew won't even bother popping the ulti. There is 0 point in doing so. I mean, that was 174 damage lost to Moon. It's not going to be an easy troll or TA game, that's for sure.
No, it's going to be really hard to find the space to actually get that done. You're going to need level 6 on your Venge, which is not something you tend to prioritize when you have the Venge, but you really need that swap to break that blink, and does get book priority in this game, so you will have a way of breaking that at least from RR, and that might give them opportunities to fight out. Wouldn't advise it. They still need to farm up. Best thing to do is just use this time to give Alacrity space, have Drew lead one a bit more forward in the lanes, because he can play around with Battle Trance a bit more. Alacrity's just sick and done.
Okay, well, XY is going to be careful up that top lane as well. They want to slow down DJ on this Earthshaker, but he's got the... That is going to be a quick blink, man. But we're about 12 minutes in. He's about to have it. That is way too much farm for DJ.
It's one of the things that the Treant enables you to do. Ice just switches lanes, somewhere a bit riskier. Even when there are 3-4 heroes, he's fine as a Treant. Like, DJ gets all that space in the world to farm up. RR, on the other hand, can't get that done. Like, Hustler would like the jungle, but Alacrity needs that jungle. And Drew as well, he needs to farm up, but he has to play in the lane to give them some presence elsewhere and try to push.
Well, there's that Blink Dagger we talked about, and RR, they're going to try and push down that bot T1, which is still at full HP. Ice defending it with his life, and you're going to be fighting into the Blink Echo. So This could be very rough. Overgrowth going to come out. Ice just going to try and survive here. Nuts taking a fair bit of damage. No, Nuts. That wasn't a swap. He does get a roar off. He'll salve up through the damage of that tier 1. Ice, he's just going to keep going after the Venge. Now Moon comes in, going straight after Nuts. Ice does go down, but now DJ is in there with the Fisher, blocking Hustler in. He's got literally no way out. So you get a Treant Protector, but you lose both your supports on RR. Well, I guess maybe you bought a bit of time for Alacrity to try and farm, but not so much. I mean, Savage is right around the corner. And they might even pincer in Alacrity if they do get some vision here on that TA, and they have. They just found him. So here comes DJ. You got the blink up on Alacrity now, so he should be able to escape, and a nice TP up does get out safely.
Yeah, it's good farming coming out from Alacrity despite all of this slowdown. Like, he's not too far behind considering how rough his mid lane was. So you are seeing decent progression here from RR. They're only about 1k behind, but Fnatic, they smoke up.
There's not much he can do now. Moon's got the link up. There's the Fisher. Drew's just going to run up the staircase, trying to delay things, but now DJ's jumping in the back lines. Drew, he has literally 0 damage. He is, well, there's the Echo as well. DJ's going to fight both of them. Yeah, it's one of those ones, John. One of those games. So, you've got to explain to me and the viewers, John, how do RR come back into this? Because this is... It doesn't look so bad with the 2k net worth lead, but it's really bad right now for RR.
Yeah, you've got to give space to Alacrity to farm up. He's not in the position to fight. They're just rotating between him and Drew to show up in lane. Beyond that, they just really can't do as much, although maybe on Moon.
Maybe they could try it. There's going to be a roar out. Overgrowth there in time. Moon, he's actually going to get swapped back in though. They should be able to secure him, but he gets the Yules off. Ice falling low, but won't die yet. No, he does now. That is 2 cores going down for Fnatic. And I suppose that answers my question. Just kill off this Fnatic side. And they do. They get a 3 for 0.
Yeah, that's pretty confident of Fnatic to walk up there. They were trying to de-push the bot lane, but they're punished for that. So this should give RR some good space on the map. They will look to really chip away that tier 1 before Ice can heal it up. It's going to be important to hit that timer, and it looks like they will get it. So a nice objective for them. I mean, hopefully? Greg, surely that gets cleared out, right? Yeah.
It does eventually.
So
that is
now you've got
claiming back the tier 1 though. They are still 1 tower behind.
Yeah, but this does give them a little bit of access in that bot jungle. You know, this is where they have been successful in farming. So you've got that space kind of secured for you now. And Fnatic has to be a bit careful venturing there. Maybe get some D-wards off. I mean, the big thing is that even if RR is keeping up, you're talking about a free farm Raid King here. He's got the Sacred Relic up, he's gonna have the Radiance up, and with 3 heroes that rely on physical damage, and they're gonna be missing a lot. It's a lot of damage you're just kind of mitigating with that Raid King living for so long.
Well, Drew's got a Diffusal Blade up now though, so you might be able to actually go for another big team fight here. With the Diffusal Blade and Battle Trance, I don't believe he'll have anywhere near enough mana on the Wraith King to get that second life off. The thing is though, you've got to make sure Drew doesn't get static linked. That's the problem. He gets static linked, he can't Battle Trance. It's just pointless. You could make the argument he could pop Battle Trance and just drain literally all the mana of the whole side of RR. And even without that base damage, you could still just leave everyone manaless with Battle Trance. But apart from that, so I'm not sure if that's what Drew really wants here. He definitely wants to try and kill some people off. So somebody has to deal with that Razor.
It is a bit tricky considering how tanky that Razor is. You don't quite have magic damage here to just insta-burst him. So you're going to be relying on those right clicks, and again, it's just not been a good time. You look at Savage, finishes up the Radiance. So he's got all the presence in the world with Raid King. Just has to worry about Drew if he gets jumped, but beyond that, should be a good time here as Fnatic just dip into the Roche pit.
Why not? Radiance, got plenty of damage, you know you're ahead.
Dire's top tower
I wouldn't actually blame RR for trying to fight this, but the thing is they don't know this is happening. They do scan in the middle of the lane. That was a Fnatic scan coming out just to see if they were smoked up, and obviously they aren't. They have no clue what's happening. And so Fnatic now just going to get the freest Roshan of their lives. Savage, gonna take the Aegis.
Yeah, that's a really late scan from RR, and that's gonna waste it. That means there's an opening once more for Fnatic to wherever they want in the map. RR's got to be a bit careful in this time. They can kill off Savage once, twice is asking for a bit of much.
Alacrity, Fisher gonna connect. He just picked up that Deso though. They may be willing to try and fight this, but they won't quite yet. They are a bit split up, so Nuts, he's gonna get linked up with the Yules, and that almost guarantees his death. Bounty claimed. But now RR, of course, are just gonna split up. You've got to give credit over to Alacrity though. He's really starting to catch up in that farm game.
Is under attack.
Oh?
Jab, that's a lot of damage. He's going for the side blades on jabs, but doesn't quite get there. But now the Raw onto ice. He can't overgrowth in time. All right, a good start. DJ gonna jump in. Now gets the Fisher and Chant Tome as well. Alacrity doesn't want to die like that, but he does. And it goes to 23 Savage as he harvests more bones for himself.
Yeah, it's starting to be a bit rough here for RR. I mean, they're still not that far behind. Like, they're still finding farm on Alacrity, on Drew. But they are bleeding out kills they really shouldn't be. Maybe wait out the BKB timings. Once you have that, I think you have a lot more presence in these fights. You don't need to worry about the stuff. You don't need to worry about the control coming out from Fnatic. That's going to be big, although...
KYXY doesn't have mana for time-lapse either. Oh, he does. With the 2 stick charges he had left, he had barely enough. But he's still probably dead. They have vision. His Kuchi will wear off, and he does go down. Moon will pick up the kill there. Just a great heads-up play out from that Razor. Using the Plasma Field to get the vision of that Weaver and cancelling off that TP with the Yules he had. And look, it's still buying time for RR. Right, you're still getting a bit of space here for Drew and Alacrity to keep farming, but it's going into that Wraith King, and well, Nuts now does also end up dying on the Venge.
Yeah, he was trying to catch the outpost right before minute 20 to get more EXP. Doesn't manage to get that done and is kind of sacrificed, so a nice pickup for Fnatic. 16-8, and yeah, I think right now for RR, they're just trying to make use of this space. Drew is rushing the MKB, try and deal with that Radiance Burn into the BKB. So both really important to stand and fight, but I mean, you've got the disarm on Moon, so even if he's forced to kind of static link one, he has the disarm.
There go DJ, he just jumps in straight onto Drew. The battle trance will be there in time. Drew, can you fight back here? He might almost get DJ, but they have the enchant totem stuff. And that's another one. I believe there's only one left for Savage to harvest.
Ooh. It's not the way RR wants it.
Moon, he's in big trouble, John. That's a big pick off there for RR, although no, he kills off Nuts. Now KYXY gonna try and take him out. He's just gonna use up and run away. Hustler will also go down. Moon, he finds a secondary, but can you get out? That's the real test. No, the melt strike, it misses. It misses up the hill. KYXY still trying.
Oh, no.
Disarm is there. Moon, no. Sakuchi will be enough. Oh boy, that was a close call. I wouldn't have believed my eyes had he gotten out of that one.
That was much closer than should be comfy for RR, and the slip in terms of net worth as well. It's now a 3k lead for Fnatic. They have to stop throwing Drew and Alacrity out. It's okay for KYXY and the supports to die. I think at this point, someone's going to have to be thrown out there. It might as well be one of those three. You can't allow Drew and Alacrity to put themselves out there. They need to farm the BKB and MKB up, because without that, they just don't do much.
They're going to Savage now. Magic Missile there in the bot lane, but the disarm is there from Savage as well. Now they'll concentrate onto Nuts. Nuts will just swap away. KYXY around as well, but Nuts is dead. DJ now just trying to run. Overgrowth out. Alacrity still can't kill off that DJ Earthshaker, but KYXY will get it. Now turning around onto Jabs, but here comes Savage. There's the Roar coming out. They'll get Ice. KYXY, he's on a triple. Now it's only Savage left there. Moon not around the area. Savage will die a second time, but he had the Aegis. Back up. Now Moon joins in. Drew pops the Battle Trance. The Link's not going to be there in time. KYXY, he gets an Ultra. He wants a Rampage. Moon, he's trying to link his way to victory, but no! KYXY does get the Rampage. Oh, and that's going to bring him way, way closer to that Aghanim Scepter he's trying to get. He's only about 800 gold off.
Tower is under attack. Radiant
Oh man, that's a big win for RR, and that turns it all around. Down to less than 1k for Fnatic in the lead. They can start melting towers now. I mean, Alacrity's had the damage for a while. They just haven't had the opportunity. With that, tier 1 mid's gone. You're seeing the build-up for RR into those key items. I believe that is the MKB for Drew. So his damage just becomes a lot more consistent. You're going to be seeing the BKB from Alacrity fairly soon as well. Just lacking around 800 gold there. So the cores from RR are suddenly not as controllable anymore with these pickups, and Fnatic, they need a bit more on Savage. Like, he did end up rushing the Heaven's Halberd, which is great, but it's not enough with those two Heaven Halberds on these cores. They need a lot more coming out from Savage for him to tank up. Probably look to him to hit his level 20 talent as well before he's getting really comfy and taking these fights once more.
I think this is, it might be RR's time. Like, with that MKB up now on Drew, maybe time to go. You want those BKBs out as well, but how confident are you that you can take this Troll TA to the late game? Well, maybe now with that Aghanim Scepter on KYXY, you're feeling very confident. So you're essentially going to be able to continue to reset life every 16 seconds. So it's Aghanim Scepter Weaver up against the Skeleton King of 23 Savage. Essentially, everyone can have multiple lives now, not including the Aegis that you can pick up later on. I feel like we've seen this before. But see who really is the unkillable one here between these two. Savage, he's going to continue farming that Dire jungle. He's still feeling confident. He's just trying to go after that AC now. Should have it up soon. Soon as well, going for the Shivers, but they are coming in. Raw going to be out there straight onto DJ. He's way too far forward. He goes for the Yules. Savage trying to help, but they can't, and DJ will go down straight away. Now KYXY getting clumsy netted up. They are going to have to go through a secondary life, but they're willing to, as long as they can get through both. But Ice, he's blocking the way, and now DJ will buy back, making it back to this team fight. There's the Battle Trap, but there's no damage with the Heaven's Halberd and the Link. Drew, he will get the first life, but there's the Fisher, locking them out. Drew does go down, now going after KYXY, who has the time-lapse up in 5 seconds if he does need it, but he'll just go for a run. I believe this Weaver should be okay. But ultimately a 2-for-2 trade, still going favorably, I believe, for, well, I wouldn't say 2-for-2 because you only got the Wraith King Reincarnation life. It's more like a 2-for-1, but there was a buyback from DJ out there.
Yeah, it's still pretty good for RR. I think forcing the buyback out this early does give them a lot of opportunities, and DJ, you gotta be careful there.
Yeah, it's just getting caught out here, although maybe not. KYXY Echo will be committed, just locking him down. They have the Fish around as well. Time-lapse is there though, so he'll just commit, but Moon is gonna follow him with the Static Link. Alacrity with the traps just gonna slow Moon down. KYXY will just be perfectly fine. In fact, now they may think about turning onto Moon. They'll wait out that static link damage to be back, or maybe they won't. They'll just go in with the Roar there from Hustler. Now, Yules will come out from the Razor. They do have help coming in. Overgrowth from Ice onto that TA. Alacrity did pop the BKB, trying to go for the Melt Strike, but he has no damage. Nice time-lapse, though, on the TA, but he is going to go down. They will secure the kill there on the side of Fnatic. Now, KYXY just trying to get out of there. He should be all right. I say that, though. They're still chasing, but no, he's out. He's perfectly fine.
Yeah, it's getting a bit wonky with how they exchange. It looked pretty bad for Fnatic at first. I mean, they sacrificed that slam just to get KYXY, but they find the bigger kill in Alacrity. They do get a little bit more for their trouble. Still a very close game, 23-15, but very close in terms of net worth, as they do try to hunt more here, Fnatic.
Yeah, poor old Nuts. He'll get used up. DJ's going to be around the corner just in case they need the help, but they definitely don't. Nah, Moon will pick up another kill for himself. That's his 15th kill of the game on this Razor, by the way. Just playing out of his mind, Moon.
Yeah, it's a early aggression you're afforded to as the Razor, just having a lot more presence, and he will have even more presence once he finishes up that Shivas. So you're going to have the Shivas and the AC from Fnatic at a very good time. It's going to line up with each other, and they do go straight to the pit. RR once more, not quite aware it's going on.
They need to fight back with this, though. They can't just keep letting these Roshans go down to Fnatic.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I believe they now know. Fnatic, they are going to back on. Moon's going to rush up to the high ground there, going on to Nuts again. Drew's going to be right around the corner. He swaps out, but he is going to die straight off the bat. Doesn't have buyback. Now, who have they got there in the Yules? It's going to be Hustler on the Beastmaster, being perma-stunned up here. Should also be dead. Another great little engagement out from Fnatic. And now they can very easily take that Roshan for free.
Yeah, there's no stopping this without the roar. He could try to make plays with maybe tossing a hero in and time-lapsing back immediately, but just really risky, and RR not in the position. So second Rosh going the way of RR, Aegis and Cheese. You've got to contend with the multiple lives of the Wraith King once more, and it is tricky. You've got level 20 talent as well.
Gotta be careful, Alacrity. He's farming very close to that Roshan. There's that Aegis, there's that Cheese going on to Moon now. So Savage, okay, has 3 lives, feels good. It's gonna be very hard to get through all that. Or maybe not. RR, they've grouped up mid lane, swap out from Nuts. Now with the magic missile, Alacrity does come in for the Melt Strike. Savage, he might lose his first life very quickly on, and it looks like he does. Now Moon rushing in to try and help him out. Drew, he'll be the target. The Clumsy Net is going to be there. Alacrity pops the BKB. Now the Battle Trance as well. Drew, still alive. Now the Roar flying out. Is it enough? Drew, he's falling very low here and will eventually go down. Now Fnatic still going on to the side of RR. DJ trying to catch out that TA, but he can't quite get there. Overgrowth, however, will they caught? It is going to be the Beastmaster Hustler. He will end up dying to Ice. Fnatic still in the driver's seat here, taking out that mid-tier 2 tower now and going straight for a mid-tier 3.
It's going to be hard to fight this one out, Mike. You've got Reincarnation back up, and the Aegis is still up, of course, so Savage still has 3 lives. I'm not sure how you actually empty this guy out. It's very hard. With that level 20 talent, you can't drain him out with Drew anymore.
The repair kit going to help things out a little bit. Definitely slowing down the process here, but not quite enough. Fnatic, of course, not going to be willing to back off yet. They throw a stun out onto the TA. Now Moon just dives tier 4 towers. He doesn't care. He's taking a fair bit of damage, but it just doesn't seem to matter. He'll just take the damage and back off, and no, he'll come back for Nuts. Nice time lapse out from KYXY. Will save the Vengeful Spirit. But Fnatic can easily go back to that melee barracks. Moon with all that bonus damage can take it much faster now, along with Savage. Drew is back up now though. They're going to go on to Savage again. No, they'll have to back off. The Heaven's Harbor just proving too annoying here for this troll. Savage will lose his reincarnation again. Still has the Aegis though. And he'll just run away. Do they swap him in?
Yeah.
No, definitely not. They won't bother.
No. Yeah, and Fnatic again, just the unkillable strat in play. I mean, RR can stall it out with their time lapse, but it's not the same. Oh yeah, there you go.
There you go. Like Fnatic, they were feeling a bit behind, didn't they? They needed that Paladin sword.
every time tier 3s come out, Mike, the leading team always finds a first drop Paladin Sword. I don't know why, but there it is. And of course, Savage feeling great, goes back to the tower. He still has that Aegis for about 2 more minutes. There's really nothing stopping him from just doing this.
With the Paladin Sword and Vampiric offering that he has there, he's literally gonna go back up to full HP with lifesteal if he crits once on a hero. That's the worst part for RR here. Like, you've just gotta disable him for so long to kill him off 3 times, and if he crits, all that HP is basically coming back with all the lifesteal he has. Alacrity gonna get stunned up. The Link is there as well. You've got BKB, but Nuts will just try and swap him out. Now Nuts will die though. In fact, never mind, the time lapse will be there in time. So RR all still surviving, but the Rax is not. And Fnatic will just keep going down, perhaps up to the top lane.
Again, how do you stop this? Aegis is still up for a minute.
That was my question, John. I don't know how you stop it.
Oh boy, it's tricky. I think they're just gonna have to concede a Rax, unless they can find a big pickoff in the back line.
Well, you're not just conceding Rax, John. This is mega creeps you're conceding. I don't think you can afford to do that. Might be the final team fight here for RR. There's not really many buybacks left. Drew swapped out again from Nuts, just through the Yules. But you've got to start the fight. You can't just keep chipping away like this. Maybe the Aegis expires soon. They'll jump in. Drew onto Savage, but again, the Heaven's Halberd not allowing him to do anything. They'll try again, but Savage is going to run out of there with the Solar Crest down. Back in. Still has 3 lives.
That lifesteal. It's like satanic.
He's not critting either, John. That's the point. He can just, if he gets 1 crit, he's going back up to full. They go onto him again. He ignores them now. Going after the Rax. Back onto Drew. The battle trance is there. They are almost through the HP of Moon, but he does have a cheese. And he will eat it. So Alacrity now going to have to start from the drawing board, but there's the Echo coming in. DJ, he slams the lid shut on this game, I believe. As they don't have the buybacks. There are 4 heroes down and the tier 4s are under siege. Fnatic, there's the Aegis expiring now, and just as it expires, the GG has been called. Fnatic, it looked like much addition for them, I'll be honest, John.
No, that was very dominant from Fnatic. RR, they were trying something with this draft. They went all
Looking for the best music for your videos? Then you should
Oh, they've got to shake it up in... Their draft was, for one, fairly strange. Like, they had the pause for... As for Hustler, which, to be fair, like, Ice had no trees, so it was counteracting that off-lane tree to a certain extent, but it feels like they drafted themselves into a corner by opting for that TA early instead of a last pick and kind of trying to play around with the Weaver timing. So they didn't have enough control. Maybe shake up the draft, find supports that give you more control from the laning phase. There were openings there Fnatic was giving to RR. Like you saw RR find a few kills they shouldn't have. Like Fnatic, they have a tendency to maybe get a bit confident, and that's something RR could try to capitalize on. We've seen some teams do that. So just a shake up in draft and a bit cleaner on the execution, and you might see them give Fnatic a run for their money.
They may, but Fnatic, I've got to say, I do appreciate that last ban out before they end off their first ban phase. They do ban out the Meepo, which we have seen Alacrity on before. They don't want to get cheese this game. That's fair enough. Nobody really wants to get cheese. Fnatic, they will go for that first pick, Queen of Pain. Very, very nice to see. Of course, this hero's been very, very popular. For good reason, John.
Yeah, it's again building off the Arcana effect, but of course it's just been super flexible. Offlane, support,
See you
mid.
later, nerds.
Like there's so many roles for that hero, and leaves it really open for Fnatic with what they want to do with it. And because you're playing against Fnatic, of course, you can't really ban that out first. There's so many priority bans RR had to get rid of. The NP, the Chen, the Timbersaw, all these heroes that Fnatic play with so well that you have to let one of these meta heroes really slide through.
Well, you do. You don't really have much of a choice. I thought they might ignore the Beastmaster and maybe get rid of the Quap instead, but I suppose if you didn't take the Beastmaster out, Fnatic would have just gone for the first pick BM. Instead now, RR, they're going to go into that first pick Witch Doctor. Every time we've seen a Witch Doctor, it's usually followed up by something like an Ursa. Now, I wonder if they'll go for that combination of the Witch Doctor Ursa in that safe lane already, or whether they'll try and leave that till later. Find out very soon.
Yeah, I think the Witch Doctor opening allows a lot more to happen with the draft. It's a lot more active as a support, so you're not just sitting back and kind of just trading right clicks with a wave every now and again like Avenge would. So there's more presence already. They go the Earth Spirit as well coming out for Hustler. This is really starting to be comfort picks for RR. I like the way they're going around with this draft. I can see your smile. Of course, it's your baby. It's your hero, so you love seeing it. And
can't you ever
it's
give
got
it
a
credit,
lot.
John? Comfort pick. Can't you just say like RR have chosen the best hero possible now that their backs are up against the wall? Comfort pick.
Well, it's both. It's both. It's the best hero possible, and it's a comfort pick for Hustler. So you've got control there. You've got early aggression. Does allow Fnatic to go back into that treant though. So you've got that hero to contend with. You don't quite have a 3 chopper anymore because you banned out the Beastmaster. So Ice, he had a slightly slower lane because of the lack of trees. He's not going to have that issue this time if he's given this hero.
No, he won't. See how it all pans out. This 5th ban out now from Fnatic.
5 seconds remaining.
See what they get rid of. By the way, John, you were having a bit of a lobby chat once again, as you always do. Somehow, every time we chat in the lobby with the players and the admins, you always make it about food somehow. You asked 23 Savage to get you some pad thai. Now, I have some criticism for you, because a long time ago, you and I were casting Ginnisbras through the TI Open and Close qualifiers.
Yeah.
You asked the same thing back then. He specifically told you he hates pad thai, and now you've embarrassed us a year later. You've embarrassed us by asking the man again, responding the exact same way while he's praising you about how much of a fan he is of you. Can we just remember now that 23 Savage, he doesn't like pad thai, John?
Yeah. I certainly keep that in mind now. He had a great rebuttal as to why he doesn't like food. He doesn't eat food, Mike.
What?
He eats noobs. Apparently, that's what he said in chat. So he doesn't need assistance of food. No, he just plays Dota. That's all he needs. And he's been playing fantastic. We'll see if that carries true. You do see RR even without the Shaker coming out here, and more. Just ban that special of Savage. Of course, that leaves the Great King back for the taking. If Fnatic want to go that route once more, he couldn't die. You know, you got the Paladin Sword as well. He would just heal up. So it's an option as well for Fnatic because it's left on the table.
Yeah, why not? I mean, you know, if you're leading by the time tier 3 items are up, you're going to get guaranteed Paladin Sword drops for some reason. May want to have a look into the RNG of the Paladin Sword, and might want to make sure there's no bugs going on there, because I swear every single time the winning team gets it, every single time without a doubt, they also usually get a repair kit as well, just in case. Yeah. Just in case it's, you know, they're going to get high ground pushed, 30 minutes later on. They'll make their 3rd pickup now. They've already got their opening support duo. What do you go after this, right? Because you've got this Earth Spirit, you've got this Witch Doctor. You don't want to drag out the game too long with this kind of support lineup. They do tend to drop off, so they go down the Void Spirit route. And we did see this from Alacrity yesterday, and he was quite spectacular on the Void Spirit in both the was it 2 or 3 games he played, but he did a really great job. And with the Earth Spirit, they just tend to get along.
Yeah, there's a lot of good control here, a lot of good early damage coming out. You're not going to see Alacrity have to play the farm catch-up game, regardless of how mid goes. You hit 6, you're ready to go. So you do have a lot more solid tempo here from RR. I think that is fixing the issues they had in Game 1 quite nicely. Let's see how Fnatic responds. They go with the Tiny coming out here, so it's a really open draft. Right, you still have the potency for a core Tiny if you wanted. More than likely just DJ's hero though, as we've seen him play that a lot. That does kind of tell us it's perhaps the Moon Quap, unless they give Ice that and actually run the support treant. Like, it's still up there. So there's still that flexibility going on for Fnatic, but it's starting to line up. You've got good AoE spells from all of these heroes. Overgrowth with the Avalanche, with a Wave coming out. It's a lot to deal with in team fights. That's something RR has to be a bit careful about.
They will have to be, sure. RR though, their 4th pickup now. Time to start bringing this draft really together. And, okay, the Venomancer comes out. Now, we've seen a bit of this. It's been very back and forth with this Veno. Sometimes they do great, sometimes they just fall apart. Whether it works out this time or not, completely different story. I guess we're going to find out very soon. I didn't really see a particular reason why you went down the Venom route this time around. Like, I don't see him stopping many heals, apart from maybe Ice is Train Protective. But apart from that, I suppose it is a hero where you get past that early game, you get to that very early mid game, and he's a real powerhouse. You won't have the pipe up. Poison Nova's kind of broken when you look at the damage values, as long as you don't have that magic defense on the side of Fnatic. So it can work out, but Fnatic now seeing that Venomancer, we'll see what they do go into. And I suppose in some way, that may force Ice, if he is playing that offlane Treant, which he probably will be, it may force him to try and go for that early pipe, because they're going to need it.
Yeah, you're going to need to mitigate that damage. I think the one thing RR has going here is that you're not picking Veno into the Witch Doctor. So you don't have to contend with the early heal, besides the Treant, as you mentioned, which is not as good as a Witch Doctor's aura. I want to say Voodoo Restoration's better. What is that? Fnatic, they pick up the AM really early on, and that's a very confident pick.
Someone told Savage the Persona isn't out yet. Not here, Fnatic. Not yet. Maybe wait a week or two. We'll see if Val wants to bring it up, but it's... well, perhaps he's practicing, John. Perhaps he's doing what you're doing and practicing support AM in preparation. By the way, if you are listening, do not ever play support AM. It is not a thing. Do not listen to John and his garbage about how it could work.
It's fun. You win lane, you lose game. That's all it does for you. But it is fun. Still, Fnatic with the AM pick, that's a really good way of counteracting that Veno. Like, that magic damage does nothing to the AM, so you've got a lot going there, and at least having a core that doesn't quite care for that. And in that sense, Fnatic is, well, building up pretty nicely. You do have decent control here, though. Like, the Earth Spirit is pretty nice. If you early on don't have the Manta, you're not going to be able to deal with that silence after the stun. So it's going to be a bit harder. And as long as RR plays fast, they should be able to get some control onto Savage's AM. So that's one thing RR can get done. They're going to have to play fast here, prevent that AM from finding space, and really just take control of the match from the get-go.
Okay.
Fnatic's turn.
Well, Fnatic, they do go for the last ban out there. It is going to be the Ursa, which actually would have been a very nice pick for RR. Obviously, going to the Basher, get the Abyssal up, and suddenly that AM isn't quite as invincible as he currently is. Fnatic now, their final banner, or rather final pick. I mean, we could still be looking for the Moon Hero here. It could be a DJ Quap, if they wanted to just run the Quap instead. It's very open. Even Ice, like, there's so many options they have here. So they don't necessarily have to run the offlane Treant or Quap for that matter. Maybe there's even just a Jabs here if they want.
Yeah, there's a chance for the, you know how Fnatic does their Game 2 draft. Sometimes that last pick is really not something you expect. I'm not sure if they'd want to do that in the lower bracket though. Okay, so
it's a good pick.
Yeah, it works nicely with the AM. Ogre Magi, a very solid support. Does still leave it fairly open as to where the heroes go. I believe that is the Jabs here, of course. The Tiny is going to be on DJ. So it's the Ice Treant and Quap for Moon, which is solid. It's not a meme draft. It's very solid. Fnatic wants to play this right. They know that there is potential from RR, so we'll see what RR closes out with. They still need one more core to come out. Does look like we're lacking that Drew hero. And they need a core that comes online faster than the AM. So you have to play around with this tempo that this team is bringing, because if you take it slow, well, AM can take over.
Well, you wouldn't necessarily mind seeing something like the Troll this game as well. Like, the Ensnare could be very, very nice up against the Quap anti-mage. Does come online fairly quick. Of course, you tend to go for the Battle Fury build, but it's still the way to go right now if you want to just fight early on. It just adds so much more.
Yeah, I think...
I wouldn't blame them for going down that Pos 1 Troll again.
Yeah, it's a lot of value in that route for this game. No, they go with the PL. That's
okay.
That's an interesting one. We've seen this kind of matchup before, I want to say, where PL can take control with a fast defusal. Like, the AM just can't run away without Blink, which is ironic as an anti-major, but when you're out of mana, you're a sitting duck. So there is a window there where RR can take over and scale up. Of course, you're dealing with a natural Battle Fury buildup for the AM. So there's a timing window here that can get a bit blurry. RR will have to play fast regardless. Fnatic, they're gonna need to buy some space for Savage and play aggressive with the rest of your heroes. All of them can cover that base. We'll just see whether or not Drew's gonna be big enough to handle that AM down the line.
Find out very soon. RR versus Fnatic, game number 2 about to begin. RR can't really afford to lose this game, otherwise they are knocked out of the BTS Pro Series Season 2. Fnatic, of course, 1 game away from moving on through the lower bracket. Of course, that will be the lower bracket round 3 if they can win this one out. And well, we're going to find out who the competitor is going to be in that lower bracket round 3 after this series, because we'll have the side of Neon Esports versus TNC Predator. And that should be quite an exciting match as well, because both those teams are looking kind of close. Neon Esports arguably the favorites.
Yeah.
In that matchup, so we'll see how that pans up.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to close us out with. I think that is, of course, one of my favorite kind of matchups, Filipino team versus Filipino team. So I get to close out with a very nice set of teams, Mike. I'm happy.
How dare you be so biased?
Hey, look, I can say in that match, the Filipino team will win because tomorrow. Even if we lose, we win, Mike.
True. Alright. The lovely hustler there. I know. Of course, Fnatic. As if he wasn't weeby enough, he's getting that persona. I can't believe it.
I really can't wait for that one to come out. Very excited, of course. And we do get into it, Mike. Is a lot on the line for RR. They really need this win to force it into game 3. And it's honestly, a lot of this is going to be riding on Hutzla. His early rotations are going to be key on this Earth Spirit. If he doesn't get them out, we've seen Earth Spirits, you know, miss out their timing and not get as much done. So Hustler, he's got to find those openings, and if he can't find them, he's got to make those openings for RR.
Been playing quite well in this Earth Spirit, Hustler has, so see what he can do. Like the last time we did see this, he put on quite a performance on this ES. Can he replicate it up against Fnatic though? It's gonna be the real question. Does allow you some really nice catch onto that Quap AM though. Like I'll give you that. That rolling boulder into the silence is gonna be very, very nice. Up until of course you maybe have the Mad Crop on the AM.
See you later, nerds.
The Quap might have a BKB at some point. What are they saying now, John? What are they saying?
They've just been constantly targeting nuts, just calling out war nuts.
War nuts.
From first game, I don't know what that's about, but they might be setting their eyes on poor old nuts once more.
Poor nuts. Drew put the hand up for a high five, isn't getting one. Nuts, what are you doing?
Oh boy, that's a bad sign. What?
Very bad.
Look at that. You've even got the Quelling Blade on nuts just to chop these trees. Quelling Blade on Witch Doctor.
Why though? You've already got one on Drew. You don't need 2 of them.
To speed it up, I guess.
The battle begins.
Well, they're going to get both bounties at the bot lane. Fnatic aren't even going to bother being around here. They'll just get the top bounties for themselves. This is what Ice does to people. He forces these ridiculous item builds. You know, just being on that tree and being Ice makes it so Nuts has to buy a Quelling Blade when he's never going to be able to use it appropriately. All he can do is just keep cutting down trees. But look at Ice. He's already splitting the lane up here with those vines coming out. And it's going to make it so this lane eventually just pushes out for the side of Fnatic. So Ice will be able to secure some levels very early on.
Yeah, it's a nice little start, and you do actually see a TP out. RR, they wanted to run that tri-lane up top first.
I like the tri-lane idea. They're going to roll onto Savage, but they do not connect. But if you get the roll with... Oh, that's a nice toss out from DJ onto KYXY, or maybe it wasn't. It wasn't quite underneath the T1 tower. But I was about to say, once you've got Melodic plus the roll, you do have a substantial amount of burst damage. You could possibly see Savage going down, but you need to make that happen early on. Of course, Jabs and DJ aren't exactly going to let that happen. Going to make sure that they can't get anywhere near this AM pick. It seems as though the side of RR are just going to have to try and concentrate on taking out one of the supports. So they'll go after Jabs. You don't have that Melodic yet, and that Ogre is quite tanky, and DJ will just toss him out of range.
Yeah, this is a lot of focus on a really tanky hero that's just hard to kill. This is giving Savage space to still farm in a tri-lane, which is really all you'd want in this situation for Fnatic.
That mid lane as well, we'll see Moon up against Alacrity. Moon having an amazing game last game. I think he was almost at 20 kills at the end. Now he's on that Queen of Pain up against this Void Spirit. Moon is very, very dangerous on this hero. See how Alacrity does try to deal with this. So far, Moon is going to find himself onto the top of the CS board. This isn't going to matter too much yet. It's more about the harassment Moon's pumping out. Alacrity is really going to be relying on getting that power rune at the 4-minute mark. Though top lane, there's a bit of a mess going on here. Savage, he's going to blink back onto Nuts. Nuts should die. Nice block there from DJ, blocking that rolling boulder there from Hustler. Now they'll chase down the Earth Spirit, tossing him back onto Jabs. Hustler should have no way out. They do get the bounties on the side of RR. Now Savage comes back in. KYXY, he does get the kill. So Savage, maybe a bit of a mistake there, sir. But Avalanche is going to come through, and eventually they should be able to kill Savage. Though no! KYXY don't know. The cast comes in now. DJ will die. Jabs is still chasing KYXY. I think this is the point where you give up on that. They'll give Nuts a double.
Oh man, that was very greedy towards the end there for Fnatic, especially from Savage. He was on, what, 20 HP on the Tango. You can't underestimate the right click of a Venomancer. That is fairly high, so good punishment from RR. Does even out that lane a bit more, and Savage will probably just kind of refocus on farming.
Probably what he should be doing. It's not like he's got many items. He has picked up the Orb of Venom, which you could kind of make the argument he wants to get aggressive in this trial lane, and it looks like they are. KYXY again going to be chased down here. He's really just going nowhere, and eventually should just go down, and does. Savage will pick up another bounty for himself and another kill.
Is an abomination.
It kind of works with the Ignite and the Orb of Venom on the AM. You just can't walk away.
Yeah, it is meaning that Savage is not finding certain last hits, but I guess when you're finding hero kills in exchange, that is perfectly fine. Still not the most conventional tri-lane from Fnatic, but they are making it work. This means RR's investment in their own tri-lane is not paying off, and Hustler, he's tied in here.
Oh, Alacrity. Huge loss for him, Johnny. He didn't go for the power rune. He was focusing on the CS while Moon was going down bot to secure the bot bounty, the bot power rune. And worst case scenario happens, it's up at top lane. He had no chance of getting it, and well, sticking around didn't work out either. Clearly, he does go down.
Yeah, this is not quite the start you'd want from RR. I think, again, they're constrained this trial lane up top, which means Hustler can't actually punish Moon this time, and it's really down to those mid-rotations to give Alacrity that good start, but when you're not able to go out, then you just can't get that done.
Jabs, he's falling low, but not low enough. KYXY will be the first to drop Jabs. He's still running away. Hustler, he has Rolling Boulder on a few, but Nuts will secure the kill. Still, it might be another kill coming out for Savage, and it will be. A double kill after the AM now. Savage is sitting at 3-1 and 2. And they keep trying to make the jump there onto Jabs, but it's an Ogre Magi. That's what he wants. He's the tankiest guy up there. Now Ice
Yes,
almost kills off Drew bot lane, but Ice, he stuck around too long. The T1 tower started hitting.
Yeah, it's mistakes from both sides, but overall, the state of the game for Fnatic is a lot better. It's still highly disruptive of Ice in that bot lane. He's solo up against a PLN. It's not a very comfy lane for Drew. He's forced to walk PP back anyway. He's gonna have to walk back in that lane, which is all you really want as the offlaner, to be disruptive, and Ice is still finding that, so RR has to be careful with how they're trading right now. I think it's really starting to feel like Hustler has to start walking to the mid lane. You know, before that Quap becomes a massive issue, but Moon has 6 now. So you kind of missed that early window where you could just outburst the Queen of Pain. Now if you try to commit, she has that Sonic Wave and can easily find 2 for her trouble.
Hustler going to secure this power rune for Alacrity. No, he won't. Moon will jump in and take it. But he did blink. He'll pop the illusion rune. This might be a mistake here from Moon as he gets rolled on as well. And pops the Fairy Fire. There's that living armor. Moon, can you actually survive this? No, he cannot. A very greedy play out from that Queen of Pain, and he does get punished for it.
Yeah, it's a really important kill for RR. Again, we were missing out on those rotations from Hustler. That does kind of make up for it, and it gives Alacrity some much needed space down mid, so there's some breathing room now for RR to find that space on their Void Spirit. It's really important Alacrity does get maybe even just fast boots here to get himself ready to relieve some pressure on the side lanes, because those side lanes are kind of hurting.
That it will be. In some weird way, even though he died on that Queen of Pain, like denying that illusion rune meant that Alacrity wouldn't have a full bottle anymore. Hold that thought, because DJ getting kicked back, but does get the avalanche off, and with the living armor, looks to just walk away. What I was trying to say is denying that illusion rune off Moon, or Moon denying it. In fact, hold that thought too, because Drew's now getting jumped down to the bot lane. There's going to be a no death ward yet from Nuts. He hasn't got it up. Looks like Moon and Ice will back off, and meanwhile, KYXY was left up at the top lane alone, so Savage just kills him off again on the AM.
Yeah, I mean, RR is just bleeding a lot towards this AM. And we talked about this from draft, but you need to pressure Savage to shut this AM down early to prevent him from finding that snowball farm, but he's just freely finding it anyway, and RR is just slowly bleeding out.
Sonic Wave, Nuts will go down very easily there to the Quap. Drew trying to chase him down. Now Alacrity also there. Very nice 8th remnant, does secure the kill, but up at top lane, Hustler will also end up dying there on the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, overall, this trade still favors RR because Savage is getting so much space from these exchanges. RR, they're not able to contest the AM lane any longer, so they're forced to go around, maybe find a Quap, maybe pressure a Treant, but this is just so much space for an AM to build off of, and it's not quite as bad as game 1 here for RR. They are keeping up pace, but if you look at the net worth, Savage is just overtaking, almost a full 2k ahead of Drew, just about.
That's a concern. That's a real big concern here for Drew. He's trying his best to get that farm up on the PL, but it's just all the kills he's been getting. Like, you've given 4 kills away to this AM, and it's not even 10 minutes in yet. It's, you know, roughly 200 gold per kill. You've essentially given that whole lead he has is just kills and a few creeps. And, well, now Savage, he'll just keep going. They are going to try to apply pressure in that mid lane. Alacrity and Hustler going to run up to Moon in that Quap, but he's already cleared out that wave. Now, Blink away will be in time. Alacrity still going to chase him down with that double damage. Does get the 8th remnant off, and Moon won't have another Blink yet. Boulder Smash does connect perfectly from Hustler, and that does ensure Alacrity can finish off the kill.
Just happened.
It's again, a big pickup for RR. They're at least feeding off of Moon and growing bigger in Alacrity. So they're going to have their tempo setter ready to go. They're not going to be able to clear out the mid-tier 1 though. And they do miss out on that objective because of that long chase.
Oh, they'll go on to Jabs. All going to be there. Jabs, Avalanche lost a lot of damage up from DJ, but Jabs will end up dying. Hustler now getting very low, does also go down, but DJ will lose his own life. A double for Alacrity. Now Moon will chase him down on that Quap, bring him up on the cliff. Moon will have Blink in 10. Sonic Wave? No, not yet. Coconut will cancel, but Alacrity getting taken out from a distance. Moon just pops the ulti in. It's a very easy kill for that Quap.
It's a lot of gold going back the way of Moon, kind of counteracting those early deaths. So just a bit more catch up here for Moon. It's going to be comfy again, defending that mid tier 1. Just so much emphasis on RR to find the kills that they can't really find the objectives.
Well, Ice going to start playing around with Drew up at the top lane now. Ice, of course, just going to juke him out of the tree line and bot lane, Fnatic. Thinking about going up to Hustler, but he will roll towards the right side. Still allowing Savage to just freely farm up this bot lane, and he's got so many creeps in front of him. Ice still defending that top lane, commits the overgrowth now, just to really make sure they're aware his presence is around. Living Armor going to be back up, he'll throw that back on the tower. But RR, realizing they can't really let this go, just will continue to chip away this T1.
Tower is under attack.
And eventually they will get through it.
Dire structures are fortified.
There's the glyph though. Meanwhile, bot lane, Jam's gonna get chased down. Death Ward committed, Nuts. Should secure this kill, and that Melodic will eventually just pop him out. Meanwhile, top lane, Alacrity does kill off by Ice, but now DJ comes with an avalanche toss, kills off Alacrity, and Drew also goes down. Moo gets to kill the Quap, and they haven't got the tower.
Oh man. Yep.
Oh no. They're not
going to deny it too. No, they can heal it up. Why?
That's full HP time.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's Treant for you. Yeah, you're not gonna find those objectives.
Mid lane. Saw DJ there just farming up a bit on that Tiny. He's just gonna rush that Blink again. It's like he... Radiant jungle Nuts. I've been caught out again. You had that Sonic Wave there from Moon if you just want to get the kill easy. He might have to commit now, and no, he'll just Blink in. He'll hold on to it. Just gets another easy kill on that Pos 5 Witch Doctor. And, well, they're looking to try and slowly chip away at mid, it seems, but no, Moon will blink away from that as well. Maybe run up to the top lane where Alacrity is still trying to force in that T1 top tower. But it's not really working out. It's still being healed up. And now he's getting pincered in. He has to be very, very careful not to get caught out by Moon. Because you can just chase down Alacrity fairly easily, but Alacrity does spot out the Quap. So they're going to bring more help in. A smoke up from Nuts and Hustler. Ice has been scanned out, but you already kind of know he's around the area. It's not too surprising to see him there. The roll in, roll will not connect. Hustler still gonna have a look for it. Eighth Remnant gets in with the Psalms and the Boulder Smash, now the Magnetize, and even the Death Ward. Just get everything out there and get rid of this man. He does go down, and here's your opportunity again. Can you get this T1 tower in time?
Should be able to. They've got all the bodies here. Jabs this around to try to slow it down. There is a buyback on Ice if you really felt like you need to, but they might just have to give this one away.
Will they though? Jabs is trying. Eighth Remnant connects, they roll in. Here comes DJ now, the Sonic Wave. Moon commits on all three of them, and Hustler will also go down. Alacrity trying to run. Do they get him in time? No. He does TP out. But there's a T1 tower still standing. There it is.
Oh boy, this is a big issue for RR. If these tier 1 stand, that means Savage has free farm. I mean, it's not like he hasn't had free farm, but he will continue to have free farm. He's almost at. In fact, no, he has the Battle Fury flying in. That's sub 15 minutes for him, and he just gets to build up. He's not joining these fights. He has no need to. RR cannot punish the AM. They need to put a lid on him before he gets a bit out of control.
It's the great thing about the Treant Protector. He just gets you focusing on towers so much that you never even remember that AM is still free farming. Now, there's going to be a nice Death Ward out onto Moon. He might just tick out here. He's going to try for the TP play. The next tick will kill him, though. He's trying to heal through it, and he will be fine.
Ooh.
great play from Moon to survive that, but also a great play from the Witch Doctor to try. Ice again gonna die up that top lane, however. It's KYXY takes the kill on the Veno. And this time, I believe they should be able to get it. They have a siege creep, they have plenty of heroes, and Fnatic aren't in position to defend. They want to go after the bottom tier 1 instead. So they're ready to trade now. And that's exactly what they'll do. In fact, Savage is going to blink in, trying to look for Hustler. Hustler going to roll out, but DJ is going to be there with the Avalanche toss. And Hustler going to get killed off by Moon. Of course, they'll have a bounty being placed by RR onto Ice's head.
Radiant's bottom tower.
They will trade the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, it took a lot of time for RR, but eventually they get it. They do rotate down mid. They want to try chipping away at the control here, but...
yeah. Nice pick up there from Alacrity. Going into that mid tier 1 now with a double damage route. DJ is going to try and find a way into this situation. Ice also going to TP in. But I don't believe they can actually fight this on Fnatic's side of things quite yet. Not with that double damage on Alacrity. But with the Bloodlust on the tower and the living armor, you could just delay this out so long. The T1 tower? No, it's not going to be that long. It does go down. Now DJ jumps in with the Avalanche. They go after him though. Rolling bottle will connect, and now DJ will die. They go for more jabs. Going to be in trouble. Moon, he can't get the Sonic Wave off because he keeps getting stunned up by this cask. He'll just blink out of there, and now Ice going to be in trouble as well. Hustler gets another roll in. Overgrowth committed, but it will be no good. And now into the mid-tier 2 tower.
Yeah, it's turning around for RR. They're starting to find control. This is off the back of Drew having that diffusal blade up and running, so it is harder for Fnatic to find those openings. The illusion spam is draining their mana away, which makes it harder to contest. And this is really the window for RR now. This is when they're a lot stronger than the heroes on Fnatic. You're not seeing that early pipe pickup. In fact, Ice has kind of stalled out in his own itemization. There's a lot of power here in RR side, and they'll just continue to try to push out.
Yeah, that they will. Trying to look to see if Ice is around the area. He is not this time. Still Savage is pushing in that bot tier 2, however, roll in. Hustler does get the magnetize with the silence as well, but it's not going to be enough time.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Drew thinking about a chase, but it's not going to be any good up against the blink of the AM.
Top tower is under attack.
Savage is thinking about jumping back in with his team now. They do. DJ, Avalanche toss, straight onto Hustler, and he has no way out, and they left the clumsy net on the ground, which means that Fnatic get an extra neutral item. However, Alacrity does kill off Moon in the mid lane there with Nuts.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh yeah, it's a big pick off for RR, but that's an objective they've bled away to Fnatic. So the tier 2 bot gone, entire bot lane is kind of just shoved in now for Fnatic. They can't quite take control of the jungle because of that mid tier 1. There's still some access points there for RR, but this does give a little bit more space for Savage to play farm up. Has his Manta style up, so yeah, no, he's just gonna melt the tower.
Radiant's middle tower is falling.
There's that Meteor Hammer as well now from Ice. So you've got that Overgrowth / Meteor Hammer combo. It does prove to be quite potent most of the time. They are pinging out this Crane Protector, but he is not going to mind dying. Like, you still haven't really touched Savage. Still just farming up, has the Manta up, and well, now they'll go after Ice. Alacrity, he's going to jump in with the 8th Remnant setup. Ice should be dead, and looks like he will be. He tries the living armor, but we'll go down through it. But when I look at the draft of RR, with this PL up against the AM, I don't know if it's necessarily going to be enough. I think Savage is getting way too much farm. He's 4k ahead now of that PL.
Yeah, it's a big lead for Savage. Again, there's a window where the PL early on can overwhelm the AM with the illusions, with draining out his mana. I think as you let that drag on, you start to look at the ultra late moment, you know, when you're 6 slotted up. That's when the PL gets second life. Fnatic with their draft is starting to play a bit faster, and they do smoke up.
That they have. To Drew, and yeah, they'll jump in. Avalanche toss going to be there with the silence as well from Moon, and That's kind of what I meant. Like, you've got a PO, sure, but up until you have that mantra up, he's not going to be safe from that Orchid of Moon, and even then, I still don't know if I'd call him safe.
No. It's still highly vulnerable, but you have more room to play with still. Nuts.
Yeah, DJ gonna find Nuts. Savage will take the kill for himself. Savage is getting very, very close to that butterfly timing now. And, I mean, he can choose to split the map up. He can choose to just keep fighting with his team. He can choose to keep farming. It's really up to him. It's the strength of the AM at this point. When you get this far ahead, world's your oyster.
Yeah, even after that butterfly, he has a lot of room to grow. Like, he's going to the Abyssal next to have more control, more mobility, and it's just getting really hard to get the lock in on that AM. Like, you really need Drew to step up, but he's not quite ready. You mentioned Amanta, he's almost there. Just about, what, 700 gold away, mayhaps, although DJ
be a nice pick up there for RR. They do just go in and throw everything out onto him. Still pretty tanky on this Tiny. Throws up the avalanche toss now. Hustler can chase him down. Oh, he's really going to get away from this. He just blinks out. That's a real concern when your mid laner can't burst down the pos 4, especially on a hero like the Void Spirit. It's not like DJ has any defensive items either. He doesn't.
No. Yeah, it's unfortunate they had nothing to get any DOT off, and the avalanche was just really well timed from DJ. So gets out once more. There is a clump up though.
Yeah, Alacrity takes so much more damage from DJ. Cops Sonic Wave, but he'll go back in now with Hustler. Orchid going to be out on the Earth Spirit, but they're going to try go after Moon. There's that overgrowth coming out now from Ice. However, Moon falling low. Magnetize will be there. Hustler rolls through. Alacrity does find the AM, or rather does find the Quap and kills him off, but Alacrity does die in the process. Now Hustler dead. Savage, who are you going after? He'll go around onto Nuts. He's just getting through some PL illusions, and then they'll kill him off. It's a 3-for-2 trade. It's not too bad for RR. But ultimately, Fnatic still come out on top.
Yeah, it's, you are seeing a few issues there. I think you can see how Savage runs out of mana anytime Drew's given some space to swarm him. To actually keep up.
Well, they threw the Poison Over Gale off onto Savage with the Spirit Vessel. And, well, he may die. Probably not, though. Yeah, he's not. He's just going to lifesteal his way back up.
Yeah, it's not the best. I think it's severely optimistic to try to kill the AM off in that manner, because you do have maxed out counterspell, so the magic resist is in play. I think your best bet's really just having Drew focus him down, because when it comes down to it, when the AM's out of mana, he can't bail himself out. So that's the one big thing that the PL has, but they haven't been really able to maximize that situation, and Fnatic once more smoke up.
It's a real shame if they find Alacrity here as well, because he's getting closer and closer to that Aghanim Scepter. The KYXY is going to be the easy target to take, and they will. Now, I mean, you have the option for a Roshan. They will try for it. Bot lane, looks like RR have found Ice. He does commit the overgrowth once again. Just trying to run away, but they do at least get a nice trade there for RR. But the problem is you can't really defend this Roshan. But they're going to have to try.
Yeah, you can't give that objective away. You could be sneaky though. Maybe Alacrity can get a play here.
He is close. He needs to jump in right here, right now. The Emperor will give him vision, but no. Doesn't try for it, and now there's going to be a jump up onto that PL. Drew, he just melts. Oh. Nuts, trying to run, but he's just a witch doctor. He's gone.
It's an abomination.
Yeah, nah.
See you later, nerds. See you later,
not
nerds.
quite the way the Roche fight should have gone, but Fnatic get away with the Aegis, first Aegis of the game. They find the big kill on that PL, and you can see Drew just bypassing all the defensive tools, of course, trying to go for that MKB so he can kind of fight that AM out. Coming out fast enough. This is one issue with a PL AM matchup. PL does not flash farm as fast. So our AM is just growing bigger and bigger. The item advantage is growing consistently for Savage. And our PL does not have the answers.
Hustler onto Moon, but you got to be way quick with the silence. He had the illusion rune anyway, so he could have just mounted it off.
Radiant's middle
Not a big
tower
deal there
has
for
fallen.
Moon. That mid tier 2 tower, of course, going down now to Savage. And Fnatic, they find themselves 11k ahead again. And this is that point now where I asked you what RR can do, because it's looking really, really bad for them at the moment. Now, Fnatic just have absolute control over the map. So what can they do, John?
If they can split up Fnatic, find a pick-off, maybe take out Moon first or DJ, I think you've got superior control afterwards. The issue is they can't split up with Proto Nuts.
Nuts, yeah, he's got the Death Ward off, but there's going to be the man trap from Savage, and Nuts is going to go down. And with that, the tier 3 tower now under siege. 23 Savage asks some questions over to RR. You do have the Ags up now on the Void Spirit though, so they could definitely go for a big team fight here, but you're missing that +5. They're going to roll in anyway, straight into that tree line after Ice. DJ goes in as well after KYXY. Hustler is going to be the first to die here. Now jumping onto that Void Spirit, he's gone. Drew in trouble as well. Savage just chasing him down. He'll go on to KYXY instead. The triple, the Ultra will be taken by Moon. He'll steal the 4th kill away, but the GG's been called. The game's over. And Fnatic, big congrats to them, John. They'll make it through the lower bracket round number 3.
Yeah, they win out in a very convincing fashion up against our...
TNC Predators turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC Predators turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
We are
Radiant team
series of the night and our final series of the night between Neon Esports and TNC Predator. It is MLP Dota and X5. John, welcome back, sir. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, Mike. You know, it was a fairly fast day. Last series, lower bracket, TNC versus Neon. So no matter who wins, the Filipinos win because 2 Filipino teams, of course. I think see what happens. I think this is historically TNC favored, but recently, as recent as group stages, Neon has taken series off of them. They got 2-0 over TNC in the groups of the BTS Pro Series S2. So we'll see if that performance carries true. I think one thing to note though is Neon once again is playing with Rappy instead of Raging Potato. So he's not around. They're using Rappy as a stand-in. That might affect the way they play. Now, we'll see just how much it changes up. TNC, they're not a very easy opponent, of course. I mean, they still have the potency to take games off of people, even though their performance has been kind of middling. So we'll see how exactly that goes out here today. A lot in the line. If you do lose out here, that's it for the BTS Pro Series.
That it is. I'd still say Neon Esports are looking favorites here. I mean, we talked about the looking great. It was with that part of things, and people have been asking, where's Raging? What happened? He disappeared. We don't know. We don't know. Maybe he got stuck in a Techies game. In a pub or something. I don't, it happened to Forev yesterday. Forev got stuck in a game before his pro match was meant to start. He did the professional thing and leave the game. We have had the experience, you and I, John, where we've had to wait in lobby because a particular player didn't leave their game, but it wasn't Raging Potato. I don't know where the man is, but he's gone for now. Still TNC Predator. Starts off the draft, they go for that first pick Beastmaster.
Yeah, it's really strong. We've seen KP play this here multiple times, of course. TNC is one of the teams that does run it down mid every now and again, although it's not a very flashy hero for RML, but you've got that flexibility in this opening for TNC. Surprised it wasn't banned out by Neon. Like, they went for the Morphling, but they don't ban out the Beastmaster. That's something a lot of teams prioritize. We'll see if Neon takes one of the more common counter picks here. You really do see just a lot of Enchantress first thing. No, they actually opt for the Oracle. So not quite dealing with that Beastmaster just yet, but Neon might be opening themselves up for a combination like this. With the Ursa, you've got a physical core that's going to be really hard to kill off now on Neon's side.
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked that they went the Oracle over the Witch Doctor this game. We've seen Witch Doctor Ursa so much past 2-3 days, but I suppose Oracle's also pretty darn good. And on top of that as well, you know, it's not necessarily just for the Ursa. You could have something else popping out here from the side of Neon Esports. Of course, TNC Predator, they will go into that Pangolier that we've been seeing quite a lot of from this team. Whether it's going to be the Tim's Pango or the offlane KP Pango is an entirely different story, because you've already got that Beastmaster there. So it's a very interesting opening now, because you don't know where that Beastmaster's going. You don't know where the Pango is going.
10 seconds remaining.
It's very versatile, these two picks, as to where they can go. And we're going to have to wait to see some more draft picks before we can determine where they're going.
Yeah, I think it's really open for TNC.
Radiant team ban.
Fairly good Pangolier game as well, right? With the Oracle pickup, you're not worrying about the Bane. You've got the Beastmaster on your side. There's only really a Grimstroke that might come out, but Grimstroke Oracle as a duo, not very common. So I think this should be a pretty good game for the Pangolier to get its work carried out. And it's flexible, as you mentioned. So TNC's draft, really open. We'll see how it will kind of shape up. But I like the Pango here. Just the disarm on that Ursa is going to cause issues down the line for that Ursa to get the damage out.
That it will. Neon Esports, they do final ban out the Spectre. Of course, we saw TNC Predator banning out the Kunkka. Now for our third pick for Neon, you'd imagine this should probably be the position 4 pickup here. It will be. They go for the Tiny. Could also be a mid-Tiny. We've seen Yopaj run that quite a few times now as well, so it is a bit of a flex pick here for Neon Esports. Last time Yopaj did run the Tiny, I believe it was quite successful as well, just to add on to that if they did want to go down that route. We always do kind of bring up the fact that that Tiny does kind of drop off a little bit though, when you get to those later stages of the game. So whether it works out or not, entirely different story.
5 seconds remaining.
We'll see where they put it.
It's got the pretty sensitive power swing, but I think it plays nicely with the Ursa spikes. So you're looking at fairly unified power spikes coming out from Neon. Really just need to figure out what they want with the Tiny, whether or not they will give you Paj that or play hard that hero. So flexibility still open. TNC now got to start tying up this draft, right? You've got these two heroes that can go in nearly every role. You've got to start committing as to where they'd go next. With this next pick should be probably a hard support coming out here, but they might just go for another flex pick that could end up in mid as well.
I imagine it should be the March hero coming out. Should be. He's going to spend a bit of time thinking about this one though. We have seen a lot of March Bounty Hunter. That's an option there if they wanted to try and snowball out of control TNC. They've been having some success with that Bounty Hunter. TNC, no, they'll go down the Enchantress route. So that is the March hero, right? You're not going to, generally speaking, you're not going to see Tim's playing that. I believe every time we have seen it, it is the POS 5. So there you have it there. Still not revealing too much, just a very lane dominant kind of hero to have. I guess it kind of denies Neon the pick if they wanted to take it, but it's very hard to take Enchantress when you've already got Oracle Tiny.
Yeah.
Doesn't really work anyway, but they'll take it just in case. Neon Esports, however, take the Batrider. Now I thought that they were going to pick the Oracle up being afraid of a Batrider coming out from TNC. Obviously the Oracle came out and the Batrider pick never did come out from TNC, and now Neon Esports take it. Yeah,
it gives him a lot of really good control now. This entire lineup can hold down a couple of heroes fairly well. You've got the Root from the Oracle, you've got the eventual Basher Abyssal for the Ursa, and of course the Tiny Avalanche. So you've got all these options to pin heroes down. All you have from TNC right now is really the Roar. Pangolier Rolling Thunder is nice, but it's not a guaranteed chain stun. So it's much more reliable here from Neon. And it does make it a bit harder for TNC to draft around it. They don't have any way of drafting in a Purge here. Maybe the Abaddon makes an appearance, but I don't think so. They pick the Slark. So that's one way.
Okay, you can
handle it.
You can purge off the sticky napalm, I get that. It's probably also going to be pretty nice into the Oracle, right? Because you false promise the Ursa, but Slark keeps stealing agility every time he hits. Doesn't matter if the false promise is there or not. But this hero hasn't been good in a while, Don. I mean, it's not necessarily a bad carry,
5 seconds
but it's not exactly considered meta right now. So I'm not really sure if it was necessary to go down this round up against the Batrider. Maybe you could argue it is. I guess TNC will prove to us whether it is or not, but I don't know if I have belief in the Slark.
there's potency for it. Like the matchup against Batrider down the line goes 50-50. Once you expend your ult in the Purge, then Batrider can start dancing around you if he still has Firefly. So you're not going to be regening through that Shadow Dance. That's one thing to consider. It's down to the timing of the spell usage. I think one thing here for TNC though is that you don't really have the space for it on Neon to go for the Lesh. They might just close out the Lesh anyway to put a handle on that Slark, which is the common response we've seen. If they do close out that way from Neon, I think that gives them a lot of momentum. Like a Lesh mid, Batrider off, Ursa safe, Tiny Orc with support duo. That's a very fast tempo from Neon, and it does handle the Slark, so we'll see whether or not Neon does consider that, and if TNC does ban it out. I think there is room for it on Neon, so if you want your Slark to have a good time, you've got to get rid of that Lesh.
See if they see if that's something they'll go for anyway. Like, I get that it's the counter towards the Slark. I just haven't seen Yopaj play it. I don't know if that's what he'd want to go down. Could work though. I mean, you can clear out the Beastmaster units, you kill off the Enchantress easily with that Leshrac as well. They're going to spend a long time with this final ban, Neon Esports. They're almost there though, 4 seconds left, and it's going to be the Ember that they remove. Alright. So we are looking for that Armel hero right now, unless he is going to take the Beastmaster or Pango. Which he still could, I suppose, but I kind of doubt at this rate. TNC Predator. Their final ban out now. They're looking to ban out arguably the Yopaj hero. But again, the Tiny Batrider is quite flex, so it's hard to know exactly what they're going for.
Bit tricky. I think both sides have drafted fairly open for how to close out. I would have wanted TNC to actually go for the Kunkka, but
okay, all right. Io's picked up. I did catch a glimpse of, I believe it was the Epicenter tournament on right now, and I saw some kind of Io shenanigans going on. Now, I don't know exactly what they did. I didn't have time to watch it, John. It was like 2 a.m. in the morning for me, but the Io, what's the game plan here?
The sustain you're bringing to the Slark is really strong. Like, Slark will benefit greatly from this. You've got a lot of heals coming out from the entries. Well, like the response from Neon though, they go for the Pugnus, so their tempo is still fairly tied in. I guess they really just want to give a nice accelerant for that Slark. You've got a lot of damage it can come out. It deals with the Ursa nicely. It can get your Slark out of a sticky situation as well. So there's some value here. We'll see just how far TNC pushes it. It has faded out for good reason, and the only times we tend to see it is, I believe, with something like the Gyrocopter. It's mainly in China, right? That's the combination where we do still see the IO. Just how much Tims can get done here. Have to say both drafts look fairly even. Not one that I'm really leaning into right now. I'd say perhaps in terms of easy execution, Neons should be a bit more straightforward, and they have a bit of easier push with the Pugna compared to the Beastmaster, who, you know, you have to watch out for those creeps.
Interesting match. I think as well, they put Yopaj in that mid Batrider, so he'll be up against the Armel Beastmaster. That should be very, very hard for that Beastmaster to deal with. I think Yopaj will have a really good game here if Armel's not too careful. So you're going to have the offlane KP Pangolier, obviously the safe lane Slark. Tim's going to be on the pos for Io. Now, it's another thing with that Io pick. I don't mind it, but I always say with Tim's, you want to give him that big playmaker hero.
Yeah.
You know, it's not... Io can make some plays, but it's not necessarily going to win you the game, per se.
No. No, definitely not. I mean,
it's game one. I guess you have room to experiment here if you're TNC, and I'm sure they've tested this before.
Yeah, that's fair. I think the one thing that bugs me is
that's what I'm talking about.
Just how fast can they play? Because Neon will be playing really quick. Like, they've got the lineup for it. Like, you could argue TNC can go fairly quick as well. And surely there's a lot of presence there with these heroes. I'm just not sure if it's going to be enough. It's down to Neon to try to force it out faster. and find that early farm. So we'll see just how much they can get. One thing to note as well, Mike, every time I see KP on the Pangolier, I keep thinking about that burnout. I wonder if we'll just see that this time around.
I hope not for KP's sake, John. I think he's had enough of that. I guess only time will tell. Of course, March is going to actually hang out there with him at the bot lane. Going to throw Tim's, excuse me, on the IO. Up with Gabby, so it's going to have that constant support from this IO pick. Because you do tend to have some insane amount of regen with the Slark if you can get him out of the out of vision. The IO combination, you can just be a healing machine, but I'll reserve judgment for now. We'll have a look to see what TNC's up to.
30 seconds to battle.
I never asked you who you thought the better draft was. Who had the better draft?
It's hard for me. I think it's 50-50, but Neon's draft is a bit easier to pull off because you're not relying on the coordination with the IO and you're not going to be completely counteracted by a Spirit Vessel. So a Spirit Vessel timing here from Neon's going to be important to mitigate that heal, but they don't really have a natural Spirit Vessel carrier in this game.
Well, you're wrong, John. Win probability says 53% for Neon. You're absolutely wrong. Scamp, gonna get chased down here up the down the bot lane. You'll be alright. It'll take a fair bit of harassment out from TNC, but should be fine to just walk out of there. I was sort of leaning towards the Neon draft myself, I'll be honest, and it's mostly just based off the fact that you've got this mid Beastmaster versus the mid Batrider. It's just,
yeah,
it's such a hard lane for Armel, and he's gone the ball build as well to make matters worse. So your opponent's gonna have the time of his life now.
Mark my territory.
Yeah, it's not going to be as tricky. I think you have to be careful with how you microdose creeps as Armel, because once Yupaj has level 2, level 3, he can burn through that creep army and farm up himself. So there's a bit of a window there, but level 1 is hardest for this Batrider. Right? Not the best base damage, and Armel's set anyway with a magic wand, so he's got burst heal on hand if needed.
Whether it matters or not is what I question, because we've seen that having the magic wand, of course it helps up against the Batrider, you need it, it's a necessity, but once you get that level 3 mark and you have the level 2 sticky napalm up with the level 1 Firefly, you just burn so quick. Your Page is keeping the stacks up as well on Armel, just having 5 now. Poor Armel just can't even walk anywhere. What a disgusting turn rate. He does eventually get it off. As soon as you come back in range, he'll go back for it. But Yupaj seems to be having to think about whether he wants to go for that Firefly or maybe even just opt for the Flame Break. He'll just hold on to that second skill point.
Yeah, I think there's value in just going for the Flame Break down mid, simply because there's not as much safe space to get a chase. So if Yupaj doesn't want to go for the side camps, then if you want to apply aggression, Flame Break's a good way to get that done.
The top lane, of course, Gabby is there on the Slark, having a bit more of a rougher time up against Rappy on that Pugna. They're currently even in CS. Of course, there's very little Tims can do to help him out apart from just pulling the wave towards that small camp. Of course, you can heal up the Slark decently enough, but in terms of harassing out the side of Neon, there's not really much in the way of an IO can do. Especially with the play hard around at the Tiny, he hits that much harder. You've always got to be careful. That avalanche toss combo later on will really hurt Tims, but Gabby is going to start getting a little bit aggressive with his positioning. He's going to fight over this this large camp pool, but play hard, of course, going to be there to contest it with Rappy. And, well, Tims is going to be there to soak some XP from there. Won't get too much. Can't really take the gold off him, I don't believe. He won't.
This is still pretty darn good start for Neon, I have to say. Again, that laning presence, as you mentioned, is just not great. So there's not any real punishment towards Rappy, and should be off to a pretty decent build-up on this Pugna.
That bot lane, Skem and Genu all going to be there up against KP and March. It should be a favorable lane there for March on that Enchantress. But he hasn't gone for that Impetus yet. He went for that level 1 Enchant instead. So you don't really have that that spammable Impetus to throw out. Just maybe hurting the harass game a little bit there from March. Looks like he wants to have the ability to try and jungle as well while he's at it, right? Because you've got this Pangolier that almost certainly wants to have mostly solo XP if he can. So March will just kind of leave the lane for a bit, soak up in the jungle. Maybe even rotate mid to try and jump on Yopaj if he can. Looks like he's going to be followed down by Januel though, so he spots out March on that Enchantress. And Yopaj is already salving up anyway. Do cancel it right at the tail end of that salve, but he really had not much value left anyway.
Yeah, it's not the best of lanes for Yopaj as well down mid. He's at 10-7. Armel is overtaking at 16-14. So he's not finding that space to maximize his napalm, and that means Yopaj will probably have to depend on those side camps to play catch-up here.
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked by that. He hasn't actually popped the Firefly once yet. There we go, it now comes out, but just going to be for the creep wave, and they'll glyph it up anyway. And so Armel is actually winning the lane. Looks like Yopaj might have to just kind of settle for some jungle farm almost. Just Armel shouldn't be able to do this.
Yeah, it's rather puzzling, but this will set Neon back a fair bit. That means Yopaj's timing on the travels is going to be slower, and of course that delays the blink as well, the force staff, the Eulance, or what have you on that Batrider. Their side lanes are going fine though, so they can take comfort in the fact that Skem is finding better trades up against KP. And they're also finding some progression on Rappy, although Gabby is starting to play a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, they'll just toss him back. It's just so hard to go into that Pugna. Like, he's going to have Decrepify there anyway. He just never ended up using it. He was just being very patient and trusting play hard to just toss Gabby out. So Gabby is finding a lot more farm now than he was previously. Seems as though the Decrepify isn't being that bothersome, and probably based on the fact that Rappy has to think about when to use it. Gabby could always make the pounce up, but they'll toss him back with another blast. Gabby be held up there by Tims. He won't go down quite yet, but he is falling very low. The first blood will come out for Neon Esports. Bot lane as well. Skem does end up killing off KP on the Pangolier, so it was really a race between teammates to see who could kill off the first person.
And that's going to help Neon get that snowballed start. Their lineup, if it's given space from this laning phase, gets off to a running start. So TNC has to be careful with how much they bleed out down mid.
Yeah, it gets tossed back. A great little play there. Mid, but the Fortune Zen's going to just root him in place. Great toss back there from Play Hard. And well, March tried to TP in and help out on the Enchantress, but there's just nothing he can do.
Yeah, it's tough, right? You've got the Ench and the IO. Neither one really rotates well, so commits the numbers. They do win out early on, and this is something TNC has to kind of just accept. You have to understand that one lane is going to be kind of washed out. Just buy some space here for Gabby, give him some opportunity to find farm, and try to just mitigate your losses elsewhere.
Looks like March is just going to stick around that mid lane now. Just a bit too afraid that perhaps Armel may get jumped again like he did. So March can leave KP down to the bot lane alone on the Pangolier. He'll be alright. It's got that Rolling Thunder now, so you've always got that escape mechanism on that Pangolier, even after the swashbuckle. Of course, top lane. Gabby's still just trying to secure some farm, but well, after that death, Rappy really overtook in terms of CS. You gotta be a little bit careful as that Slark too, because that T1 tower can drop very, very low to this Nether Blast. There's not much Gabby can do to actually defend this, but just keep farming. Rappy will get started with the T1 tower damage. Does a substantial amount though. Raw is going to be committed there on Play Hard. So Armel now making the rotations. They should be able to secure the tiny kill when they do. And it's not quite the core Pugna, but it's something.
Yeah, it's just something to get the ball rolling for TNC. That's their first kill of the game so far, 8 minutes in, and you'll take it. You know, it's not like you can really get anything else done. All the other targets of Neon are fairly tanky or fairly slippery, and with that, Armel just goes back in the jungle. This is leaving that mid lane to be really free for Yopaj, but at level 7 up against a Batrider, you can't really slow it down anymore.
No, I do like that decision from Armel. I think there's no necessity for him to waste his time in the mid anymore. unless he needs to defend the T1. They may want to get a support down here to just soak some XP, but even then, maybe just keep Yopaj here by himself. And, Armel does find himself on the top of the net worth board now on that Beastmaster. 3.3k almost. So even considering the matchup, he's just doing great. Now play hard, gonna toss Tims back up at that top lane, but he'll of course just tether away. Gabby was there to back him up if necessary. So Gabby's gonna be trying to go after that Diffusal Blade, as it is gonna be feel quite nice here up against that Ursa. But bot lane, TNC now, they've started pushing down that T1. This is gonna force in rotations from Neon Esports. Even Skem going to be down here just in case, and well, they're not really going to find any kills, I don't think, unless March sticks around, and he has. He gets lassoed, and they're just going to pull him back. It's the first lasso of the game as well, being committed there, but it's just a pos 5. It's just one of those things, again, where you just take what you can get.
Yeah, it's Rapido up top.
Getting chased down. Avalanche not going to help, and Gabby even duking that out with the pounce, and now, well, that Pugner not going to be going anywhere, but he will go for the life drain attempt. They should have the damage, however, to take him out. Gabby falling low, but he'll be fine. Tims will just salve himself up and heal Gabby on the way.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Just perfect timing for those 10-minute burner runes coming up. Looks like it'll be a 2-for-2 trade anyway. TNC, they'll find the bottom. Neon get the top.
Is under attack.
Yopaj, he's onto KP, but your KP's just focused on making sure he can deny that boar off, and he does.
It's a fairly even still on board. Slight kill advantage for Neon. Well, 3 kill advantage now for Neon, but the gold distribution still fairly even. You do see Skem pull ahead with all these kills. You're not too far behind on Gabby, although it is a notable enough gap. You do rotate Armel in, but it's a bit too late. Skem's already out. He's very close to his Battle Fury on the Ursa, just 2 parts off. And once that's up and running, Skem should really kick into gear.
Yeah, looks like they've brought Armel down to maybe go for a T1 tower push, but he might be in danger now. There's a smoke out from Yopaj and Play Hard. They've got the lasso back up and available. Make the run down onto that Beastmaster. Meanwhile, top lane, there is a bit of a jump here onto Rappy, so Rappy will die. Now they want to go for that trade, so the lasso is going to be out. Armel just locked in place, does go for the roar. They might even kill Yopaj. They do, they relocate in. Now Januel going to get pounced on and also dies. Play Hard, he's going to be in big trouble as well. He will be the 4th to die on the team of Neon Esports, and to make matters worse, Armel got out of there.
Yeah, it's not the way Neon expected that to go, and you have to remember the presence of the IO with a Slark. It's really great. They have level 6, they've got relocate. You can start going around the map, finding these early kills. And the Slark as hero, of course, doesn't take too much farm. So Gabby, even without too much farm, can blow up some of these squishier targets. Is starting to build up, has 3 stacks of Agi already.
Tim's a bit of an error there in the mid lane. He just TP straight into that T1 mid, but Skem was waiting. He had nothing to tether to, so it was just a very easy kill there for Skem. It almost looks like he couldn't believe it. Play Hard, meanwhile, going on to March. It's going to be a nice, easy kill there for Rappy.
Tower is under attack.
It's a real back and forth between these two teams. TNC just getting caught with their pants down, and well, nevertheless, even if Tims dies, he still ends up getting a very early mecha.
Yeah, that's going to be really hard to deal with here from Neon. Just the burst heal on hand for whoever he tethers up means that you're not going to be bursting them down anymore. And again, Neon does not have the best Spirit Vessel carriers. They're still going to need one to come out just to counteract, to sustain the IO can bring.
Looks like TNC dripping up down bot again. They have the roar up on Armel, but he's not going to bother trying to chase down that Ursa. Instead, just trying to force him to farm somewhere else. He's going back to his ancient creeps. He just needs the Mithril Hammer now. About 300-400 gold off. Gabby also working on towards his Diffusal Blade. He's getting fairly close himself. He has one Alacrity Blade, can afford the second already. So he might just save up all his gold and buy it all at once. And that's going to be around the time when you see TNC trying to get aggressive on this Slark. Trying to get that perma agi going for himself, and he already has 3 going at the moment. Now, I've got to say, even Yopaj on that Batrider, this is a lot lower of an influence that we're used to seeing from Yopaj. He maybe just waiting for his team to be up on online, ready to go as well. That might take a bit longer than expected. Like, Skim has the Battle Fury now, but it looks like he wants to keep farming a bit longer.
Yeah, I think it's risky to fight into the Slark at this point. And they do smoke up though, but they don't have the cleanest way to get their initiation in.
Yopaj is there. He can just run his way in and march. I don't think he can run away. Flame Break is going to be there, and they're going to just try and settle for the Pod 5. There is Armel running in, though, and he continues running through the fire, just trying to get a roar off. It seems though KP also going to be there. They go after the Oracle. He got the Fate's Edict off, and Armel, that was very wishful thinking, but they do relocate in. Vol's Promise straight away on top of Skem, just to allow him to survive, even if the Oracle does die, and he does. Now Tim's goes down. Neon, it's a 4v2 situation. Gabby's going to just Shadow Dance to try to run out of there. He will TP, but KP may not be so lucky. In fact, no, he'll swashbuckle out, but there is still a chase going on. Yopaj will eventually decide to back off as March was TPing in. But that team fight from TNC, it just... they kind of rushed in after March died, and well, they lost 3 for 1.
Yeah, it's a bit reckless. I can get what they were trying to do. They were trying to focus down on the Oracle, Januel, before he could become an issue. It's just they went in 1 by 1. You can't really stagger in like that, as Neon can punish, so gotta be careful with how they choose these fights still. Gabby does have the defusal now. He was fighting without it. It's gonna hit a lot harder as they do find these engagements if they want to.
You got the blink up on Armel as well, so you've got that blink roar initiation. They're gonna run mid lane now, Gabby. See if they can try to force down that tier 1 tower a little bit, but Rappy already ready with the Nether Ward in preparation for this, and TNC not even gonna bother. They'll loop around. March getting picked off again now by Skem. Again, they're just trying to get to March and help him out before he dies there, but it's just not working out for them as Skem is hitting way too hard. TNC looks like they might have to go back to the drawing board and come up with another plan.
Yeah, gotta slow down the pace just a tad. I think if they want to take these fights, they have to group up a bit tighter. You do need March's presence for the added heal, the distraction factors to force Neon onto someone else before going for the bigger cores. That's gonna be important. Neon right now, you know, they're still building up. Like, it's just a 2k lead, but Skem is starting to pull away at 8.8, and a lot of that lead is on him. He's 2k above Gabby right now. So the Ursa is becoming a bit of a big target, is working towards that halberd. So once you have that, you have a way of stopping the damage coming out from Gabby, even if just for a while, and those short moments where a Slark can't attack really hurt a hero like this.
That does. Bot lane, make a rush onto Januel. Rolling Thunder as well, KP. Gonna connect with the stun. This should be a nice easy pick off there on the Oracle. It does go down.
Under attack.
So they secure the Oracle kill, but it's a matter of whether they can take objectives out of this. He'll be up in 20 seconds, so you probably can't, but the best they can do is take the outpost. That what they will. Now even heading into that mid lane. Gabby has forced in the wave.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
TNC. They're gonna back off again. They'll just try and control that Radiant side jungle. Skem, me in danger down at the bot lane. Ursa getting roared up now. Great initiation there from Armel. The TPs are coming in. Skem, he'll pop the in-range and go back to try and fight, but he might need to back off. Yopaj is there, but they do not care. Lasso's gonna be out, but it will not matter. Armel, he secures the kill, and now Yopaj does get pounced on by Gabby. He'll also go down. KP trying to run away, but it looks like Januel is going straight back to the graveyard. They are going to chase him through that tier 3 tower with the Rolling Thunder. And it does connect a 3-0 trade for TNC.
Radiant's
well, Gabby, that's his 6th Agi stack on the Slark now.
Yeah, he's really starting to build up with these kills, and it takes one small slip up from Neon, just isolating that Ursa. And then suddenly it goes on its head. TNC managed to exploit that weakness and should be able to transition to tower. They are going to be focusing on that mid-tier 1. Not going to be lasting for too long. And once that's out, of course, more control for TNC.
Oh, nice avalanche toss. Gabby with the Decrepify just gets blown up there by Playhard. And now, for Neon, they definitely want to go. March, TPing, does get out. So Neon, they found a very important kill, though. They still lose that mid-tier 1 tower. It looks like they're going to make a rush for the Roshan pit now while they still got the chance. Gabby, he doesn't exactly have the buyback gold to try and come back in and fight. It's a matter of whether TNC feel like they can do it without him. You've got KP with the Rolling Thunder. He'll have it up in 1 second. Rush in, KP will pop it, no, toss in from Playhard, cancelling the roll. Now the roar is there. KP barely surviving thanks to Tim. They'll roll back in now. False Promise immediately committed, but they're going for the backlines, KP. Straight after that Tiny. Now jumping over the cliff back into Januel. And Skem, he can't finish the Roshan. Gabby is back now. They're going to make the chase down. Yapash, he's been purged up by that diffusal blade. Pounce is also there. He's just trapped. Can he make a run for it? He'll try. He does also have the lasso, but there's another pounce available. Gabby, no, he misses this time. But the fight continues. The Radiant Triangle, March will die. KP still going. Armel around the corner as well. They're going to try onto Skem. Decrepify comes out from Rappy. He'll also just heal him up. So just focus on the Pugner instead. Rappy, he'll force staff away. Another Decrepify, but Gabby should be able to get this one with the Dark Pack, surely. Rappy trying to juke them out. He will go down, but Skem does get KP on the Pangolier. And now Yapaj is on the chase there for Armel, but Gabby, he's going back in after Playhard now. The Shadow Dance on the Tiny. No, he wants to back out. He's a bit afraid of the lasso from Yapaj. Yapaj does pick up a blink, but it's on the courier. So he can't really close the gap. Overall, I believe TNC will probably just be happy they stopped the Roshan, but they're going to have to stop it again now.
It's going to be a bit tricky. You've got the blink now on Yapaj, I believe, flying out. So he has the blink lasso. Makes it harder to commit here.
Gabby's run underneath the sentry ward. The Skem gets bashed by the Roshan. Gabby may not realize that sentry's there, but Neon obviously are just going to back off, not willing to risk another big team fight quite yet. Skem can always happily go and farm. He's at the top of the net worth board by 3k, so he's sitting pretty right now.
Yeah, it's almost time where you start to see that Ursa save up for the Basher. So once he has that additional control, it does get slightly more complicated for our Slark to just stand there and fight. We haven't really seen the full potency of that sustain Neon has with their draft. So it should be able to kick in soon. As long as John Yuel's not picked off, False Promise Ursa is a very hard beast to get a grip on.
TNC gonna make a run for it. Neon, they've smoked up, still looking for a target. TNC are right next to them with their own smoke now. Smoke will be revealed. Lasso going to be out. Who they caught? It is going to be the Slot, but he did Dark Pact it off, and now Gabby going to keep chasing him down. Gabby still looking very healthy. Rappy will die. Januel going to be in huge trouble now. He will also die as Skem does get jumped on. The Ursa are going to be pretty much left alone. They need to get back in and help him out, but KP's not allowing it. Tim's is about to fall, but he's just kiting him around. Will finally go down, and now Skem onto the low ground. Still being chased here by KP, but they'll toss him back. Gabby now with the pounce over the cliff. It's not enough. The Heaven's Halberd stopping him. Gabby will die. Skem, what a play, but he still does die to KP. A triple out from the Pangolier. It was still a very successful team fight for the side of TNC. They got a 4-for-2 trade. Neon, it just doesn't seem to matter if that Ursa has that net worth advantage. There's just too much kiting going around.
Yeah, it's going to be a problem for our Ursa until you get the Abyssal up. It looks like Skem is going to opt for the BKB first, but he really does need additional mobility here. It's just been really hard for him to gap close. The Slark has been a bit too slippery. They do still find some decent kills, but 4-for-2 is still a win for TNC, and This is TNC without too much levels on Gabby. Look at Gabby, he's 14. You're seeing more levels on Armel and on KP. The Slurk still has a lot of room to grow. And it is getting a bit scary. I mean, we talked about the permanent Agi stacks. Gabby's at 10 now. So he's just getting bigger and bigger as this game stalls out, as TNC finds some kills. And this can be a bit hard for Neon to bounce back into because you don't have that same sort of innate scaling on these heroes.
Gabby with those 10 Agi stacks has basically got a free Alacrity Blade for himself.
Dire's bottom tower.
1k worth of Agi value right there. TNC meanwhile smoked up in that Radiant Triangle. Looking to try and make their way in onto Neon again. They're feeling very strong right now, but Neon do wisely go towards the east of the map. So TNC instead going into that T1 tower, do take that out very easily. Also a Solar Crest up on Armel, so he's really buffing up Gabby's attack speed quite a lot. And are they going to try for a Roshan play? Sergeant Yash is coming out, and it is up on Gabby, and yeah, they're going to try for this. They'll force a fight from Neon Esports. And I like this play from TNC.
Yeah, they've got bigger team fight control here. Neon, they've got to depend on just getting that jump in. They're a bit too late.
Way too late. They smoked, but it's just not going to be enough. That first Aegis of the game being denied away from Neon Esports and their Ursa. Skem just going to continue trying to farm up for that BKB now. It's all he can do. But of course TNC are going to be playing in a very confident fashion now that that Aegis is up on Gabby. And speaking of the Slark, he's slowly catching up in terms of net worth, even with not having a Battle Fury on his hero. They'll go after that tier 2 tower now, but the Glyph will come out.
Yeah, this is still a really good spot for TNC. Like, Gabby's just going straight for the Ags next. So if you were having issues with the Ursa in fighting that Slark, you're going to have even more once the Ags is running on Gabby. He's just going to be impossible to pin down from Neon unless they manage to catch him out with that lasso.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
TNC still hunting.
Radiant's top tower
going back for that top tier 2 tower. Easily going to be taken out.
Top tower has fallen.
Now play hard. May get caught out mid, but a nice blink out. KP never really got any damage off onto that Tiny.
Double damage.
Well, Neon just sticking as 5, but you see Gabby slowly making his way down towards that bot lane. He does have a double damage rune active as well. This could be really dangerous for Neon. They do get the BKB up on the Ursa now, so they have that. Yopaj, he's trying to go after Tims, but he can't reach for the lasso. Now the tether back though will allow the lasso to happen, and with the avalanche toss, they're going to blow up Tims. He'll buy back straight away. Januel dying and buying back immediately as well. Gabby still trying to go. We'll go back in onto Skep. Doesn't really want to lose the Aegis like this. Enrage is going to be popped. Gabby will go for a run. He'll come back in. Meanwhile, Armel dies to play hard on the Tiny. And Rappy does also go down on the Pugna. And they will kind of just back off here. The relocate out from Tim's getting Gabby back towards that fountain. It was a fairly even trade. 2 cores going down, 2 supports going down. Both supports buying back.
Yeah, just really even for both sides. I think you are going to be happier if you are Neon. Like, Armel is a way bigger target than Rappy is right now. Rappy just does not really have the farm. So in the end, that's a net gain for Neon. Does give them a slight net worth advantage as they still build up. Like, Scam is maintaining that lead. He is going to the Basher, into the Abyssal. And again, that's going to be so important for the Ursa to take control back in these fights. Without that, Gabby's just going to be able to dance around him. So give Scam the space, let him farm up. Once the Abyssal's up and running, that's going to be this Neon's second power spike on that Ursa.
Definitely will be. Gabby's going for that Aghanim Scepter though, so he wants to try and kite this Ursa out, but it's not going to matter if he does get stunned up by the Abyssal. They may feel a bit of pressure here, TNC, to try and maybe get a high ground push going faster as... Wouldn't you know it, John? Scam found a Paladin Sword.
Every time.
Yeah. He will take the Sliver's Edge instead. They've actually put the Paladin Sword away for now, surprisingly enough. But I have a funny feeling he might take it later on.
Maybe down the line. I think the Titan Sliver is pretty darn good in the Ursa though. Like that status resist on top of the Enrage. Whew, you're gonna have a hard time pinning Skem down for any period in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, up against that Beastmaster stun, you're naturally gonna want that added status resist. Skem will just keep building it up. Already has some from the Heaven's Harbor as well. TNC, they're going to smoke up again, trying to go for a big team fight here. Again, we'll get rid of the Alpha creep straight away. Gabby going to have his smoke broken. He still has the Aegis, so he wants to make use of it. He'll go after Genuel, but the Glimmer Cape is going to be there on the Oracle. And now Gabby going to be surrounded, but he will pounce onto the Pugna, and they do kill off Rappy. Meanwhile, in the back there is a lasso going on somewhere, but Tim's is out of there, it seems, and now the toss back. Gabby still trying to go in onto Yopaj, does miss the pounce, still going after Play Hard now. That Tiny could be in trouble. Scamp just getting kited around constantly. He just can't get anyone at the moment. They just keep him slowed up, and now the Roar's going to come out, but it wears off so quick, so they go back onto Scamp. That Ursa still trying to get somebody now. It's time to run. Pounce is available. They want the Oracle. Genuel is going to go down. And it's perfect timing for TNC as the Aegis does just barely expire.
Yeah, that's pretty tight timings. This does allow TNC to go onto that tier 2 bot tower as well and just basically clear it out. You've got 20 stacks in Gabby. Doesn't take too long. Neon, it's becoming evident the issues on Skem. He really just needs space to farm that Abyssal, but they're forced to fight constantly and it's just not working out for the Ursa. Just slow the game down a bit more, give Skem a free lane or just give him warded areas in the jungle and have him build into the Abyssal. Before that, this is always going to happen in fights.
Might get Armel. Yopaj could scout it out. No, he won't. They're looking towards KB mid. Won't make the jump on him either. No, they do. Lasso going to be out. KB trapped up. Should have no way out of this, and he doesn't. Just so much burst damage, but he had enough to get the full Aghanim Scepter up now. So you've got that huge pounce range, I guess you'd call it, on the Slark. So Gabby now. You had this problem with the Ursa getting kited out. It just got that much worse.
Yeah, it's a glaring issue for Neon that they do not have the best AoE control. They don't have the best way of throwing Skem into those fights. He does have the Basher. Is saving up for that Abyssal. It's still a long way away. Gonna take some time for that to be up and running and...
yeah, Yopaj, he got caught out. Tim's brought Gabby in just in case, maybe get a bit of agi for himself, and I believe he did. Now back down to the bot lane. They're TPing to the outpost, but Skem is waiting. Gabby? Trouble. He doesn't have that second life. He's trying to run away with the Shadow Dance, and he may have enough, but Play Hard on the chase. Gets a toss off. Oh. Gabby will go down. And he drops the gem as well.
He was...
Armel. Avalanche is there, forcing the BKB out from Armel. He'll TP away. That was his 10-second charge on top of that.
What was that from TNC? That was so strange. They really paid up top from bot. And Gabby opts the TP into the outpost. So he dies. He gives away a gem as well. This is a lot going the way of Neon. And that does swing the lead back towards Neon's side. This accelerates Skem's build-up to the Abyssal. So there's something to watch out for now from TNC. They've got to be a bit careful with how they go back in these fights. You can't really split the Slark and the IO up. It's just very vulnerable to all the control that can come out from Neon if they only have to focus on one target.
See, Rappy had a quick glance into the Roshan pit. It is going to be about 30 seconds away for that next Roshan to come up. TNC just going to stay grouped up, waiting for Gabby. He'll be back and just joining his team now. Both teams should be aware this Roshan could be up any second. Neon, they've backed off back towards their jungle. Perhaps waiting for a smoke, and there we'll go. They'll use it up. That was near a Hawk. I'm not sure if TNC actually saw that smoke happening.
Either way, it looks like TNC is fairly aware. They are pulling back in a timely manner, so it doesn't look like Neon's going to be finding anything for their trouble. So, in the end, TNC does manage to make use of it, although maybe if they walk up here, a bit of a risk.
Invis rune now. Paj looking for that perfect lasso initiation. Not going to be able to get it. Meanwhile, TNC just huddling around that Roshan pit now. They even draw out the line. Roshan going to be up. Gabby does scout it. Do you want to try and sneak this one? It's going to be a little bit hard to sneak because the courier's there from the Pugner, and it doesn't even die even. Walks away with 11 HP as March just tickles the courier. They're just going to hang around and wait.
Yeah, it's a lot trickier for TNC to get that vision advantage with the gem given away. So Playhard's just constantly scouting out that vision from TNC. They are still clumping around the Roche pit, but it doesn't look like either side really wants to commit, and they do back off.
Well, they
so
want one to commit. I think both teams want to try and counter-initiate into that Roshan pit. It's just neither side can really let it go down. Problem.
No, I'd say this is more favorable for Neon now because Skem is actually just free farming while Gabby has to stay with the rest of his team. So that build up to the Abyssal, it's almost there. 400 gold off. And I think that's when Neon will really try to play around Skem once more. He's going to have the mobility he needs with that Abyssal up. And yeah, they're just getting ready. He basically has it on the way.
Just needs about 90 gold, not 90 gold, 5 gold. Does buy it out. Alright, so TNC, this isn't the timing you want to go for a fight in, but they may still go anyway. They are, again, rotating around that Roshan pit, trying to get vision with these Hawks from Armel. They won't see anybody there.
Dire's middle tower.
Gotta be wondering, can we sneak this Roshan? But Neon, they are also back up here to check. However, Playhard could be in a bit of danger. KP looking to break the gap, misses the swashbuckle, allowing the blink out. But now Gabby does have that Aghanim Scepter pounce. Misses once, but Januel gonna be able to glimmer cape out of there. Now, well, Scammy, he's gonna jump on Armel. He never got the roar off yet. Can he get it off before he does go down? He'll make a run for it. Tims will protect him. Now Skem, he's wasted in rage. They can probably go for this, but he'll be KB as well. The lasso going to come out. They didn't catch out the IO. He'll buy back immediately. So Tims coming back to the team fight. Januel, he'll get taken out here from KB. He has buyback. He'll commit as well. Now Skem's going to be in trouble. Going after March, but he may not have enough. But there's that false promise with the heals out from Rappy. It'll keep him alive. They'll go after the Tiny instead, but the Decrepify is going to save him. Yopaj still blinking in with the Flame Grip. Flame Break only connecting on one. Play hard, where's the toss? He had it on cooldown. He couldn't toss anyone back. So Gabby will go back in, back onto the Tiny again. Another Decrepify coming out. Instead, they'll go after Yopaj. Pounce is there, but he goes on the high ground. Now Abyssal comes up from Skem, but it doesn't mean anything. Play hard, a great avalanche. Skem still going after Gabby, but he'll just rotate out. KP could be in trouble. They may have left him behind. He doesn't have mana yet for the swashbuckle, and it looks like he will be the one to die. A very prolonged team fight, and only, I mean, look, you have both supports die, they just immediately brought back, but really, KP's been the only one that actually died for good.
Yeah, it's topsy-turvy, but this is an opening for TNC to go into the pit. You've got a lot of stacks on Gabby, so it's going to be fairly quick. They do try to play into it, though.
March is getting very low. Needs to back off. This forces KP to buy back. Skem, he's not going to allow this to go down. Getting the bash. Now Tims with the lasso. Has got the IO. It'll be a dieback on Tims. Gabby's in trouble. He does pants out of there. Now Yopaj looking for another, well, not a lasso opportunity, but rather an opportunity onto KP, but he was stuck. He'll roll away. That Roshan is so low. Gabby's going to try for the pounce to steal, but Playhard looks to block the way. Or maybe he doesn't. Pounce back in from Gabby. He has the Shadow Dance. Aegis on the deck. Gabby, he does grab it, and he pounces back out again. But they are going to make the chase, but a great stun out from March, not allowing him up the hill. He will die, but they got what they came for, and they are out of there. However, they may die back on KP now. And that is not going to be very good for them. So Gabby, he might have to fight this. The toss with the swashbuckle. KP, does he have a way out? He gets rooted in place. Gabby's coming back in. KP's still trying to run. Another swashbuckle. Yopaj still on the chase there with Skem. The Abyssal, but there's no mana for it. Skem, he had cheese. He wouldn't pop it though. So they'll let KP get out of there. Yopaj gonna TP. Gabby. He's thinking about it. A very peculiar spot here from Gabby. Just trying to stay out of vision here from Skem. Threatening their lives though. Gabby.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Sees Genuel, makes the pounce, but a quick blink out from the Oracle. Rappy now, he'll be okay. He'll be force-staffed out as well. And so that'll be it for the chase.
Yeah, that's a lot going on in that exchange. Neon does build up their lead to 9k now. They do build up their advantage. It's a good time to go back to farming as the tier 4s are up. You've got certain items flying in as well, like the Basher is up in KP, so there's a bit more coming out from the swashbuckles, but you have to watch out for Neon. Like, Skem has fixed most of his issues. I think the glaring issue now is like a mana issue. Just does not have enough to constantly pump out his spells. And mind you, Ursa does not have many spells to pump out, but his pool is rather limited with how these exchanges have gone. And with the defusal on Gabby. So that's one thing TNC does have the edge over. I think if Skem finds a way to give himself more mana, then it would have turned out differently. He would have had more casts of the Abyssal. You do have to be careful with how long you drag this out from TNC. You're not quite big enough on Gabby to really take over.
This game is so confusing, even for the AI, John. Like, Dota Plus has no clue what's going on. It's currently saying 53% chance for TNC, but Neon are 9k ahead, now 10k ahead. They'll smoke up on TNC side of things. Gabby can have his smoke broken, does jump onto Rappy, force staff away though, he'll go again. The Glimmer Cape is there, so maybe Genuel will be the target, don't know. In the back lines, the Ursa trying to go for something. He'll jump on March, but the Heaven's Halberd gonna stop him from hitting March. Now, more kiting going on. Gabby's getting low, but he'll jump back in with the pounce. Misses again, onto Rappy. No, instead they'll go on to Genuel. That Oracle is gonna end up going down, and now perhaps they can take this team fight. TNC is still trying, but Tims is getting very low himself. Yopaj trying to take him out, but he's not quite there. As Gabby is on the chase, he does get the kill, but Yopaj will buy back. Can they get Skem? Bashes around on Gabby. He still has the Aegis, but he is very low on mana right now. He can't actually Shadow Dance. Tims will give him that back. Back onto the Tiny now, so you're going to lose. Play hard, really darn quick. A triple for Gabby. He's got so much Agistacks right now. Sitting on this Slark. 22 stolen stacks at the moment. He wants to keep going. Can he though? Skem will jump in. Gabby, falling low, may lose the Aegis and does. Armel almost has Roar back up, believe it or not. 5 seconds away. Gabby getting tossed back into the tier 3 tower. Gonna Shadow Dance out of there. Maybe they look to turn now with that Roar. Not quite. TNC are out of there.
They do manage to find a lot of kills though. They are going for the outpost.
Uh-oh, here we go again. Play hard, he's not done. Tossing back Tims. They lasso him up. They are not wasting any time. Just kill this darn IO.
Visibility.
But that gives enough gold for Gabby to have the Abyssal.
Yeah, it's more control coming out for TNC, and man, this game is just really back and forth from both sides. You don't see the advantage held for too long. It's still 4k for Neon, so they do still have that slight edge with her Ursa. Skem needs something more. Like there's something lacking from our Ursa, and it feels like initial burst damage is just not enough. When he jumps in, he doesn't find any instant pickoff. So there's no way to get a numbers advantage, and that just means TNC can dance around as well. I think they need to find a target to work towards together. These past few fights have been fairly split up as well. Like, both sides have been fairly disciplined in spacing. So it's been harder to find those targets at the back line. That's a bit more important for Neon, because TNC just has so much sustain that you really do need to get a numbers advantage in order to actually clean up and try to maintain that lead. Still, they clear out the mid-tier 2, so you're just finding objectives here from Neon.
They do. TNC are just splitting up the map right now. They've only got that mid-tier 2 tower left to take. They have the tower advantage on TNC. It's Neon just got to try and figure out what they're going to do here. The game just continues to get harder and harder for them. Gabby, he's got another gem up on the Slark now. I wonder what his final item will be on this hero. Maybe even just go for the Satanic build. Just added sustain. Got an MKB now up on Skem. So he just wants to be able to burst someone down ASAP. Not like there's any butterfly or anything like that on this Slark. Just needs that bonus damage though.
Oh, they smoked under a Hawk that just walked in.
Uh-oh. TNC are ready for this. They're just waiting. They do jump onto the Tiny. Decrepify will save him. Skem won't Abyssal yet.
Regeneration.
Gabby will take the regen. Now looking to go back into this fight, but Neon don't seem to want this, or maybe Gabby with the bait. They can't resist. They will try. Skem still holding on to that Abyssal. Gabby's baiting them so hard, asking them to come in on him, but they know. Eventually, it seems as though Neon are just going to let this go. Go back to farming. TNC will do the same. And by the way, looks like Gabby is going to try to finish off that Eye of Skadi last. Relocate.
Yeah, I think that's a...
Uh-oh. Yapage. Now it gets roared up by Armel, and they just relocate in. It's a very simple kind of strategy here from TNC, but it is very effective.
Yeah, there's no buyback on Yapage for another 4 minutes, so they're going to be playing at the numbers disadvantage until the respawn's up. This is the time for TNC to go.
He's been slowed. He'll turn around and try to fight this. There is going to be a halberd onto the Slark, but he'll just jump back in now, straight onto that Tiny again. Gabby will eventually back off.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
30k worth of gold in items on Skem right now. He's got 4.5k just sitting in the bank account. Just doesn't know what to buy to help him out in this situation.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Tricky. A lot of things are not working out for Neon. I think they have to redistribute that farm. You look at Yapage and Rappy, they just don't have anything in their tank, although...
Play hard, he jumped in. Now the Ursa jumping onto Armel. The Roar is up in 1 second. Skem will just go back to the base as Gabby is going after Januel. But Oracle's in trouble. Roar going to come out now as well. They've jumped onto Play Hard again, but he's Yule's up. Meanwhile, where the hell is Gabby? He's just running away at the moment. Just kiting out that Ursa again. Bash onto Skem, another disarm out from KP. Avalanche not going to connect there from Play Hard. It's a very back and forth kind of fight here between these two, just poking and prodding. The Batrider is going to be back up in 10 seconds, so TNC, they will just wait it out. Neon trying to force something, but TNC are not taking the bait.
Yeah, this is really disciplined from both sides, both understanding just how close this game is. TNC, though, with the tower advantage, do have control on the map, so it's harder for Neon to step outside. They have to contend with the vision the Hawks are giving as well, and this does mean that TNC should set themselves up for the next rush pretty nicely if they wanted.
Speaking of that next Roshan, it is up.
Radiant are scanning.
They might make their way there now. Big smoke out from Neon. Skem, again, just trying to bait for his team, but TNC must be aware there's a smoke right around him. Play hard, did spot out KP. Oh, a Divine Rape is up. Okay, so Skem's had enough. He's not having a good time with all this kiting going on. He just wants to burn someone down ASAP. But who do they find? Gabby is in vision right now. They do go onto him with the lasso. They saw the Dark Pack being used, and now the Abyssal. They do get the Slark. And with that, TNC just sitting ducks now. They have to make a run for it. March is going to die very easily on the Enchantress. Even Tim's trying to TP out of there. He will get out. March buying back. I believe he just wants to scout out that Roshan, see if they're trying to make the play happen. He's got his courier right next to the pit. I don't believe they want to buy onto Gabby though, but they will. So Gabby buys back. They are unwilling to let this Roshan go down. Does have the Aghanim Scepter upgrade on there as well, so going to be a little bit careful about letting that go. But then again, you're fighting into a Divine Rapier. It's not going to be that easy.
No. You have the
Avalanche, play hard, tossing back March, could be a dieback. They decrepify him up, March still alive. He does get out of there somehow. And now Armel jumps in onto Januel again. They can't kill him off because of the decrepify. KB, Rolling Thunder, he gets bashed midway. He may die though. No, he does get out. No, never mind, he does die. Mel now trying to TP out of there, but he gets used up as well. Neon has the control, and Neon will kill him off. He'll buy back. Everyone's just buying back into the game. They found another. Lasso, Mel.
No.
See you later, nerds. He TP'd into... Did he just TP onto a Hawk or something?
Yeah, it's...
Oh,
good punishment from Neon. Oh yeah, it's, this is the Roach gone. This is, as mentioned, Ags as well. So Skem is more than likely getting that upgrade. How do you control the Ursa at this point? It gets really tricky. Without that Beastmaster for the initial roar, it's going to be a big challenge to actually get that done.
What have we here?
My goodness. What has this game turned into? 23k net worth advantage. Dota Plus still very confused, going back and forth. Is now saying Neon's ahead by 64%. All right.
You know, the one big thing for Neon that allowed him to go this way with Skem is the fact that they got those spider legs. Because that allowed Skem to just ditch his boots, truly go 6 slot. If he had to hold on to boots, because, you know, Ursa will get kited, it would have been really hard to find that opening and straight to tier 4s.
Yeah, they haven't got Armel. They say, screw it, this is our best chance. Just rush the towers. Gabby will TP back in. Could be the last team fight of the game. They need to kill off Skem somehow, and they need to do it twice, but play hard. Tosses in Tim's. He will just go Scepter, but now Rappy just life draining him. He's in trouble. He gets stunned up. Tim's, he is going to die. He'll buy back immediately. Gabby going onto Yopaj, but he doesn't have so much damage right now. Skem's on top of him. Gabby, he'll Shadow Dance. Still trying to go onto the Ursa, but he'll back out again. They'll go after the mid-rats now. Toss back in onto KP. He swashbuckles out. Now Skem falling low. They try, but they have to pounce out. Gabby needs to keep resetting. There's one tier 4 left. They aren't going to risk it. Neon, they take the mid-rats. They take one tier 4. They'll back off.
Yeah, it's good defense coming out from TNC. They don't lose out on any more in the high ground, so... You know, they count their lucky stars that the tier 2 up top and tier 2 down bot are still up, so there's no real option for Neon. That is enough time for Armel to be back in, and they do try to reclaim some ground on the map. You are very close to Gabby grabbing that nullifier, and that's going to be really big for our Slork to get that control out and to stop the Glimmer or Decrepify saves. That's just going to take a lot of the sustain of Neon away.
It's so necessary this game because Rappy, he's just keeping everyone alive. Go for that top tier 2 tower back into the high ground with that Aegis. Here we go again. Another base defense. There's not many buybacks left here on TNC either. In fact, there isn't any buybacks. There's 5 buybacks left on Neon, 0 on TNC.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
Neon feeling very confident. TNC, all they can do is poke and prod from a distance here. They are still waiting for that nullifier from Gabby. He probably will just buy it outright. He doesn't have the buyback available. It's still 3.5 minutes away. He does. So now the nullifier's on the way, but you are 2 Raxes down. Neon, I believe their ages should be expiring any second now.
It's about a minute 40 away.
Okay.
They've got some leeway on the ages. They can't quite go for bot. The lanes are a bit too shoved out, so TNC, they smoke up. They know they could try to make a move here.
They need to. I don't think they can keep waiting for them to go high ground. You need to make the play right here, right now. That surprise nullifier could be making all the difference, but the Aegis is still there. Maybe wait 30 seconds. They will try and jump in onto Januel. He's still trying to run away, but they get the Abyssal on. Still, the Aeon Disc now will save him, and the heal's coming out as well from Rappy. KB trying to control the rest with that Rolling Thunder. Skem's going to be KB. Straight onto March. Playhard is falling low. There'll be a lasso out onto Tim, so Tim's may die back here. He's trying to survive, but no, the lasso's going to last long enough. It's 2 down. For the nothing, and Gabby is in huge trouble. A great toss in from Playhard. They're trying to get him out of there. Shadow Dance will come out. KP still alive as well, trying to juke and drive his way out of this situation. But another toss onto Gabby again. He'll pounce out of the slot. This time the Yules. His pounce is on cooldown for a few seconds. They toss him up and Gabby's dead. He is dead, and that's the GG. Zero buybacks left. You can't defend this. And Neon Esports, they will take game 1.
Oh, that was... What just happened that game? Neon. A lot of back and forth. Really close from both sides. That Divine.
TNC Predators turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team ban. TNC Predators turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. TNC Predators turn to ban. Dire team ban.
Back, we are here for two between
remaining.
and Neon Esports. It is MLP Dota and John X5. John, welcome back, sir. I'll congratulate you. I noticed you've got the whole Twitch chat talking about food again. Congratulations, John.
Dire team back.
Oh, thank you. It's what I do. I love seeing conversations about food. It stemmed from Gabby's name, which someone was asking if it meant anything. Well, you subtract a B, it's basically a root crop in the Philippines. You know, taro, but it's also a proper name with 2 B, so it's not too strange. Still, you know, very quickly the draft is starting. Neon did show a lot of guts in the last game, like Skem just rushing for that Divine just got them the game. They could not deal with the Ursa. So Skem's that kind of player. We've seen it a couple of times where sometimes it swings the other way, but he takes that risk. And it paid off for Neon in game 1. We'll see what TNC can do. They start off with a Beastmaster first. So we're giving that KP, that hero, once more, just for comfort, just to have that control, that steady lane. But Neon really confidently go into the Ursa first as well.
I don't blame them. It's just, you go into the Ursa, you pick up Battle Fury, and you deal with the Beastmaster. It's no problem, and obviously we've seen with the Raw, doesn't really mean much if you go that status resist build that we've been seeing every Ursa going down. The Halberds, the Sergeant Yashas, the Satanics, everything else that comes with it, even the Slivers Guard or whatever it's called. That neutral item, John, is what I'm talking about. A lot of status resist there for the Ursa, and they do go for the Earthshaker now as well. So play hard. He was having a great game on the Tiny last game. Really just that last team fight, all the tosses that he was committing to really set up for his team and not allow that Ursa to get kited away by this Slark that Gabby was playing. Well, now you've got an Earthshaker there.
10 seconds remaining.
You've gone quiet on me, John. Hello.
5
Welcome back.
seconds remaining.
Oh, okay. No, my microphone just slid down by itself, unfortunately. The Shaker is something I like a bit more than the Tiny. I think it just gives a lot more steady initiation, better control in fights. Although the toss backs, as you mentioned, from Play Hard were pretty good. This is a lot more consistent. So you're not waiting for too much beyond Blink, and you should be able to easily follow up. TNC, they go into the Pangolier. So it does look like we might be going back to maybe the same drafts here. At least the openings are very similar, and the Oracle once more for Neon. It's looking like another round of this, except you swap the Tiny out.
Yeah, I have a funny feeling they're probably not going to go back to the Slark either on TNC. Like, it's not like Gabby wasn't doing well. It's just that the IO Slark doesn't necessarily work out too well. Like, it just seemed it took too long for them to get to that point where they could actually go high ground. And they'll go for the Grimstroke for now. What they follow up with is another story entirely. We might see the Gabby Ricky pop up here. It's fairly popular. I mean, he could try and go back into the Slark with the Inkswell of the Grimstroke. That can be very effective as well. Neon Esports, they'll have the first pick for that 4th pick, and
10 seconds.
I suppose we'll find out very, very soon what it's going to be.
Yeah, I think the Grimstroke here is pretty nice for the double roar potency. You're also taking away a piece of control from Neon that could stop the Rolling Thunder. You just have to worry about the Fissure, which, in my opinion, is a really good response already, if you position it right. So, you might not be able to maximize that still from TNC and Neon. They pick up the Void Spirits. You've got a lot more of an active mid here. I do like this coming out. For Yapaj, he did okay in the Batrider, but you really want him to on a hero that just has lots more tempo, and the Void Spirit is that hero.
We've seen him on playing this hero before as well. He's very, very effective. Very aggressive on the Void Spirit. Very good at it though. TNC now. They see this early kind of lineup for Neon Esports. They're going to have to figure out what they can do against it. I really wouldn't mind seeing the Ricky pick here for Gabby, in all honesty. I think it would probably pay off up against this Void Spirit Ursa.
Yeah, I think there's value in it. It's not something Neon's completely set up to deal with as well. Like, for sure they need fast 4 staves, which you don't really get supports rushing that if you do go for the Ricky, so that is a great way of dealing with basically the Void Spirit and Ursa. Like, we saw Skem have issues with kiteability. Ricky's gonna make that much more evident a lot earlier.
We're gonna have to think about this one. Well, who is playing the Grimstroke? Like, are you going to make this the POS 4 Grimstroke for Tims, or do you take it here on March instead? We've seen Tims on the Grimstroke a few times, and he does tend to do pretty well. But again, you kind of want him on that real big playmaker sort of hero. You don't... I mean, Grimstroke's still good, it's just...
Yeah, it's not quite the tempo setter you want for a player like Tims, but it does feel like their draft is tying them in there. I really, honestly don't want to see the Beastmaster mid, in this case up against the Void Spirit. There's just a lot there that the Void Spirit can do, so if that is the case, that's gonna have to be KP's hero, and perhaps the Tims Pango makes the appearance here, which would give me a lot more faith, I think. The mid Beast, again, it's just... for Armel as well, it's like it doesn't quite match how he wants to play. He wants to be in control a lot more rather than just tossing out the roar. So a bit more versatility would be nice. I mean, something like the Ember Spirit still in the pool. We've seen that in response to the Void Spirit a couple of times. Storm's in the pool as well if you wanted that. And the control of Neon is kind of middling for a Storm Spirit. They've got the Shaker, they've got the Oracle Root, but...
Okay. They go for the Gabby PA, so you still got that Blink Strike Inkswell combo there with the TNC side. We saw Gabby play PA, I believe it was a couple days ago, and he had quite a really nice effect on the game as well, just doing quite a good job. Well, we'll see how these last picks come out. We're still missing the Armel hero. Obviously, the Void Spirit should be mid here for Neon. It does mean they're missing their off lane there for Rappy. But these final ban outs first. So Neon, what don't you want to play against? You kind of brought up the Storm there and said there's not really much lockdown going on, which is true, there isn't.
It's tricky. Like, this is, I mean, TNC's not a droid, but they could go for the last pick Magnus if they wanted to. You know, just go all in on the team fight with the PA. That's going to be pretty explosive. I think with a Beastmaster Pango, you're building up your control as well. That becomes a really good time for your Pangolier to try to get the Rolling Thunder true.
We're going to ban the Enigma again. They did this round as well. Just not wanting to deal with that from probably Tims if they were going to give it. Even KP could run it in the offlane if he wanted to. TNC Predator. They only have 12 seconds reserve time left, so they don't really have much time to think about this. Again, it seems as though they're still missing an offlane hero for Rappy right now.
TNC Predators.
They'll get rid of the Batrider just in case. So they might be running that Armel Beastmaster mid again, and they'll go for the Venomancer as their final pickup. That's an interesting one.
Yeah, that's I don't know how I feel about that one. It gives them early pacing, but we've always said this about the Veno. The timings are really sensitive. The moment you fall behind, you're behind the entire game. There's no bounce back for the hero. It is a great way to deal with the Ursa. I guess that kiting him around earlier is going to be easier. There is that to consider, but you do have the Oracle to block that magic damage off. So again, in terms of actually killing someone with the Venomancer, iffy at best. Still, this does give TNC a very early lineup, pops online quite fast, and
that's a tough one, John. That's a tough one. The Timbersaw made it through somehow. As that was actually still there, but it. And look, you've got the Venomancer there, plenty of magic damage to come out, but you've got a natural pipe carrier in Rappy now. The Timbersaw tends to do pretty well up against the PA. It's going to be a bit of a hard lane here for Gabby. You might get him a couple times early on before he hits that level 3 or 4 mark on that Timber, but overall, straight after that, it's kind of hard to see what TNC can do against it.
I mean, the Timbersaw just gives them so much. Like that durability in front, the pipe carriers you mentioned, it has a way of clearing out Armelt's creep waves. You know, clearing out his creep army. You've got someone who can just basically stand there up against KP with the itemization and just nullifies this early aggression from TNC. So I like that pick for Neon. This is a much more well-rounded draft from them. TNC, they've got to play it really fast. They can't afford to have KP lag behind. They need to play with the tempo that the Veno and the Beastmaster can set. If they don't get that done, you might see something similar to Game 1.
We may. We'll find out very, very soon, as we are going to get into the Neon Esports. One game away from proceeding through the lower bracket. For topic, John. Saving money for the Steam Summer.
Oh yeah, I have. I'm looking forward to it. Look, there's Persona 4. I'm just gonna buy it right then. You know, the biggest weeb game everyone's been anticipating is on Steam. It's gonna be an insta-buy for me, and of course, not just that. That does coincide with the Dota 2 level bundle, so give your yearly tax. As if I need it. Hey, I technically don't, but it is tempting to get a physical merchandise, you know?
How much does BTS pay you? How are you affording all these levels?
Just live in a third world country, Mike. It gets a lot more affordable. Oh boy.
Right. We'll get on with it. Game number 2. So, TNC, desperate to win this one out. They brought out the Gabby PA. I love seeing it. My thing is, John, if they can deal with Rappy, they win this game. If this Timbersaw gets out of control, I think it goes the other way.
Yeah, it's really down to the tempo and control they get initially on Rappy. I think for both sides, it's actually the off lane. Like, if Rappy has a great time, they're set. If TNC somehow maximizes KP's presence, that early damage and control can really ruin the initiation and movement of Neon. So it goes both ways. I think it's much more sensitive for TNC because there's a tighter timer on KP. They can't allow the Venomancer to lag behind as much. Neon has a bit more leeway with how much Rappy can bleed out initially.
Absolutely. I do like the fact that TNC have brought both KP and Gabby back down to the bot lane. So they're just kind of preparing to see where Rappy's going. Rappy's actually making a run back up to the top lane now, but TNC are just waiting to get the proper lane matchup, because I believe you will want KP versing that Timbersaw. You definitely don't want Gabby going up against that. So Rappy, assuming that maybe they brought KP down, will go up top. Save the TP now. Be a 2-for-2 trade on those bounties anyway. Where's KP? Well, Gabby has run up top now on the PA. Well, he's probably not going to like what he has to see. They might even just run a tri-lane to begin with here on TNC. In fact, they might just keep a tri-lane to try and beat out this Timbersaw.
Yeah, it's one of the only ways to truly shut down that Timb. The issue is, the supports TNC has need levels. So if they maintain that tri-lane, they're not going to find good progression there.
Playhard's going to show up to that top lane. No, they're going to maintain the tri-lane for now. Looks like KP will be there up against Genuine and Skem. Quite a dangerous lane for KP as well, because once you've got that Fortune's End out, Skem will be able to really jump on top of you fairly easily. And even now, you see that harassment from the Oracle. And KP can't do much about it with that level 1 Poison Sting.
Yeah, it's one of the weak points of the Venomancer. Initial 2 to 3 levels are just really hard to deal with. And he's just going to have to sit back and soak EXP. This is a fairly free lane for Skem. A lot of that initial farm and should have some decent tempo going into that laning phase.
So that mid lane, they did put Armel back on the Beastmaster. He'll be up against Yopaj, and of course Neon understood that this was going to be another Beastmaster mid. They chose the Void Spirit into this. I guess with the Resonant Pulse, you do get some more value. In fact, with the balls going down like that, Yopaj is going to get start out-leveling Armel if he's not too careful. The Void Spirit even does have that little bit of a higher base damage. Seems as though Yopaj is somehow still getting himself an advantage here in this mid lane. Yeah. Armel gonna have to be very, very careful with those balls.
Yeah, it's just tricky for Armel, and again, this is one of the things why, this is one of the reasons why I really didn't want that Beastmaster mid. Armel just can't really apply as much pressure. There's not much leeway to the Beastmaster mid that a player like Armel can really abuse. Still, you know, he's still going to be finding at least equal farm this game.
Looks like Tims is actually going to rotate down to the mid lane on the Pango. Bit early, it's not around that 4-minute mark yet, so he'll just make his way back up to the top lane. They have slowed down the progression of Rappy, I must admit. He's still sitting at level 2 and just doesn't feel safe enough to soak XP yet. So he's just going to stick around here. Looks like they might try to make a little play onto Tims. Rappy only has the level 1 chains though, so you don't really have much damage output. We'll just go back to the lane, try to pull that neutral cap over to the creep wave, but it's not going to work out anyway. So now, they chase him down. Inkswell there. Gabby going to blink on top. They should be able to take him out this time around as he only has level 1 reactive armor. But no, he chains the other way through the fissure. Tims, of course, is not going to have the damage output.
That's still pretty darn good from TNC to force Rappy in this situation. He's not soaking EXP, as you mentioned, so he's actually falling behind slightly compared to Gabby, and this does mean that TNC's tri-lane's actually paying off. Like, their supports are not finding EXP, but neither is Rappy.
Rappy's still yet to hit level 3. Very nice tri-lane by TNC. Gabby is just denying the living hell out of these creeps as well. 12 denies already on that PA. We'll have a look back at this later. Of course, Yopaj going to be there with Playhard, but Playhard has actually been scouted out here by the balls of Armel. They are going to secure both those balls though. So it's not all bad that you got that Earthtaker scouted out. He can just run back top for a bit. So Yopaj, he did also secure the regen rune on that Void Spirit. He'll just go back to winning out this mid lane. Like, it's not necessarily a clear win for Yopaj, but he is definitely winning in terms of CS, and he's definitely winning in terms of XP. And Armel obviously just can't stop it.
Yeah, it's a bit worrying for TNC. I think once Yopaj hits 6, that's the point where he could either try to make a play on Armel or just go to the side lanes, maybe find an easy pickoff on the PA with the control and burst damage you can bring, and that's really the key point for Yopaj.
Top lane, Rappy, going to be jumped on again, but no, the Inkswell won't connect this time. Like TNC are just going to go back and secure the boundary runes for themselves, and the same will happen down at bot lane by Neon.
Radiant's courier.
Speaking of Neon, they are starting to group up around the mid lane, but of course realizing they got scattered out by the Hawk of Armel, they'll take that out. Armel now may have to pay just a little bit more carefully, as you do have that level 6 on your Yopaj. In fact, he just jumps in, but he misses that 8th Remnant. Will it matter? Fisher is there. Quite a bit of damage. Armel, he will go down as the first blood. They will get Playhard as a trade. And Yopaj will probably also die here, and he does. So first blood to Neon, the 2 kills go to TNC.
It's a pretty good trade-off for TNC. Those do go on to KP as well, who basically abandoned bots, who did need an injection like that. Gonna help out the Venomancer to find that timing. Cause of concern though, for TNC, I think leaving Skem alone is really just gonna make Skem's timings even better. He had decent timings in game 1. With free farm like this, his BF is gonna be up there maybe by, I don't know, 10 to 12 minutes in.
Rappy could be in trouble again. Inkswell going to be there on Gabby. And they are going to have the damage. He still only has level 1 reactive armor. Didn't bother going for the level 2 yet. He wanted the Whirling Death. But that's going to make his laning stage that much worse. And John, this Timbersaur's only got 4 last hits.
Is under attack.
This is not a good lane for Rappy.
No, it's a very, very, very hard lane, and I think they're going to have to give Rappy space later down the line. The one thing for TNC is they're trading off that Timbersaw for the Ursa. It's a huge expense, but I think Skem is just finding a bit too much in exchange of that, and looks like they will just shove in that bot tier 1.
Yeah, they'll look for Tims, but he does get his way out of that situation. But the tier 1 tower will easily go down. The one positive about Rappy on the Timbersaw is even if he is not really winning out that lane, he can still defend that tower just by being there. Tims sticking around, may get punished for it now as Yapage, 8th Remnant just on point. Now with the Dissimulate as well, Tim's going to be in huge trouble. They do not connect the Fissure, however, and that'll be it. He'll get out of there, but they'll lose the bot tier 1.
Yeah, that's a nice gold boost for Neon. And that does give Skem a lot more leeway down bot to just keep farming up. He is down to the 2 parts for his Battle Fury, so again, we're looking at maybe a 10 to 12 minute timer on that item for our Ursa, and then his farm really just kicks in. TNC, they're still trying to find farm on KP, they're still trying to get some space. They're shoving in top, as mentioned. There's no one really there to defend. Looks like Neon is just gonna give that away.
Yeah, sure, they can go into the mid lane and try to set up there instead. Not too big of a deal.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's
TNC will take it. Neon setting up mid. They gave Rappy the mid lane for a bit as he was so far behind, so he can catch up a little bit. He's still level 4 though. You look at KP, he's about to hit 6 on the Veno. I don't need to point out Gabby is already 6 on the PA, just doing a great old job farming up on this Phantom Assassin this game. Looks like TNC will take the time to just farm up those neutral items a little bit. Rappy gonna see Gabby farming over there, but can't do much to stop it. The way this game is going, like, it's great that Skem is farming really nicely on the Ursa. But you look at that top lane, again Rappy's gonna end up dying here. Does have the level 3 reactive armor now, but it doesn't really matter if you're starting off with 0 reactive armor. Yapage gonna come in, does a bit of harassment, but that's gonna allow Gabby to just jump on top of him. He doesn't have the actual step. He will just simulate instead. Armel, dagger, gonna go out. Gabby still trying to wait for that blink. They will not continue. Instead, they draw out a line. They want to go down to the mid lane.
Yeah, it's going to be fairly easy to take that tier 1. They've got KP around with a Plague Ward spam as well to help out, so it's going to be a straightforward push off.
Yeah, Gabby just jumps on, gets a crit straight away. Rappy's going to TP in, but it's not going to help. Gabby's on a mission this game, does get a secondary kill, and it's into that mid-tier 2 tower, mid-tier 1 tower now. Glyph will be activated. Neon, they are going to respond to this. They're not going to let this go down. They'll defend. Yapage even getting an 8th Remnant onto Gabby, but he has to be so careful. Silence will come out, Inkswell as well. He does juke out the Inkswell. Gabby's still not actually hitting any crits though, so Yapage does manage to walk away without getting hit by that coup de grace once. 8th Remnant doesn't lock on. Gabby turns back around. Are you kidding? How many times can you hit one person and not crit? There we go. The creeps take it.
Yeah, we've seen this a couple of times before, and well, if you don't land crits, you don't land crits, Mike. Still, Neon are starting to fall behind a bit. It's a 2k advantage now for TNC. Gabby and Armel, so our PA and Beastmaster are having a good time. Interesting to note that Gabby is also working towards a Battle Fury, so both sides kind of hitting that same tempo. Would looking for pause one, says TNC want to smoke up and try to get Skem though.
They'll try. Skem is very close to the B Fury now, but Rolling Thunder will come out. Tim's going to be there with Armel, who should have the Roar, but won't need it. They got the silence off on the Ursa. And that'll mean he can't enrage anyway. So TNC getting that very important pick off onto Neon. It's going to buy Gabby a bit more time to try and speed up his own Battle Fury timing.
Yeah,
in fact, he jumped on Genuel. Fate's Edict going to obviously disarm that PA, but Genuel still trying to run. Gabby's not giving up. Nice tree block though from Genuel. Gabby will blink forward. Dagger, no, it's not going to be enough. Now the Fisher comes out.
You know what's cooking.
Oh, that is disgusting from the Oracle. Can you believe that?
Yeah, that's a really big play with a branch, and does manage to get away. They get a very important kill. So you did slow down Skem's Battle of Fury by a bit. You slow down Gabby's by a lot because he's still 3 parts off. And that does benefit Neon a lot more. Still, TNC playing aggressively. You still have that Roar.
Try. Rappy going to be there onto Armel, and
is under attack.
Armel didn't realize he was TPing out, but he does. Gets himself out of there. They didn't actually have a stun to stop him from doing so.
That's a shame. Would have been nice to find that kill on the tempo setter of TNC, but it's perfectly fine. They go back to farming here on Neon's side. You do look to play hard to start and save up for that blink. So our Shaker gonna be playing a bit more conservatively here. Just gonna try to find that space to get that gold up. Once you have that blink in your Shaker, you can take a lot more control in these fights.
TNC smoking up, gonna run into Play Hard, and Play Hard, wrong place, the wrong time. Does go down. Meanwhile, Rolling Thunder around from Tim's will connect on Januel now, and he'll also die. On the brighter side, they get Skem out of there, but 2 supports going down for nothing.
Yeah, it's a good set of kills for TNC. Again, at this point, you're just finding what you can, as both sides are going to be slowing down a bit as they wait for certain items to fly out. Skem does finish up the Battle Fury without escape, so he can start to farm a bit faster here. Of course, Gabby's still waiting on his own. And actually, yeah. Wait, is he? Okay. Yeah, I thought he was shifting out to the Desolator first, but he's still saving up for the Battle Fury. So, just slowly building up. TNC, I think at some point you would want to make use of KP's Spike a bit more, especially since Rappy's not ready to respond with any defensive item buildup. So, it's a big window for TNC to actually maximize the Venom. But, you know, just take it slow.
TNC, they want to try and contest this Ancient stack that's happened here with Skem. Try and steal those Ancient stacks away. Skem trying to get through them, but he's taking a bit too much time. He'll return with a cell, get back to it. If you can interrupt this, it'd be great for TNC, but it looks like they can't actually make their way up. Armel's Hawk is going to scout some of that out. They even a false promise up Skem, just to make sure he can do it while staying alive. But that T1 mid tower, not going to be very safe. Neon, they had to make a decision. They let it go instead. Now Rappy gonna get soul-minded up, but he will chain up to the high ground. Does end up leashing onto that Oracle, but it won't matter. There's a great Fisher block out from Play Hard. Doesn't allow them to get up onto the high ground.
Yeah, these stalling tactics from Neon are somewhat paying off. I think trading out the mid-tier one is a pretty hefty cost. That does open up the rotations from TNC into the jungle a bit more. They can start to deny some of that farm Neon's finding, and they take that opportunity to drop some pretty good deep wards here as well.
They will. So a 3k net worth lead for TNC. Just maintaining that. Dreamer Soul still farming just great on the Ursa, but that may not prove to be enough. Gabby's going to have that Battle Fury up fairly soon, and that should escalate his farm quite a lot.
Tower is under attack.
He'll go mid.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Neon, they found themselves so behind in this Timber as well. They've just been... This is the point where you might just want to be trying to snowball here for Neon, but they just can't. They don't have that front liner they were going to depend on.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
It's it's been slow going, and I think at this point, again, you just
Dire's bottom
slowly
tower
build
is
up in
under
Rappy. He's not a major concern anymore. The big deal is getting Skem's farm and getting Playhard's Blink, which is slowly building up. They do manage to at least finish a mech here for Rappy, so there's some sustain coming in, but nothing to block out that magic damage just yet.
The mech
Radiant's
build, huh?
top tower is under attack.
That's it's not something you see every day on the Timbersaw. I mean, obviously you can go into the Guardian Greaves, that's perfectly fine, but it's not too often you see a mech rush.
Dire's
new
middle
one.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's been a while, and I mean, in this case, it's kind of fine. You get some burst heal coming out,
Radiant's top
builds
tower
off
is
of the
full.
Oracle heals as well. You just start to wonder what else can Rappy really build up. You would want either Crimson to mitigate that PA damage, or the Pipe to mitigate the rest of the damage coming in, but it's just so slow going that you can't really expect Rappy to finish all of those up.
Oh no, gonna go for a roar here to Rappy mid lane, but the false promise was out immediately from Genuel. So it leads to nothing. I guess you get the... Oh, they're still controlling him up though with all these units, but not gonna be enough to kill him off. Still KP, he's ready to go. He's got the BOTs up, he's got the Spirit Vessel up. He'd happily fight right now on this Veno. In fact, I don't even believe we've seen a Poison Nova yet throughout this game. He just hasn't had the necessity to throw it out.
Yeah, they've been fairly conservative TNC, and it's still been paying off. You know, they haven't been in a rush, they haven't been forcing big fights, but they're still taking control of the map, they're still finding that farm, and their space is shrinking. You've got to be a bit careful with how much ground they bleed out here.
Rappy's gonna run uphill, and Echo. Was that an Echo? Yeah, it was an Echo from Playhard. What? He just echoed nothing. Eighth Remnant gonna go through. Rolling Thunder from Tim's gonna control up Rappy and the Oracle for that matter. So Genuel may just end up dying here on that Oracle. Roar comes out just in case from Armel to secure the kill. What was with that Echo? He didn't have a blink.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Maybe it's a misclick. That's the only plausible explanation, because yeah, it's a bit of a shame still. And TNC, they find a nice kill, they go back, they farm up, rinse and repeat, slowly building up. You look at Gabby, very close to finishing off the Desolator, almost close to that first mid-roll hammer. Second one shouldn't take too long for that Battle Fury up. Still, that's the blink on Playhard. They smoke up, but they don't have
an Echo.
Slam.
I mean, the blink's great and all, but you don't have the big reason why the blink's great.
Is under attack.
Yeah, it's strange.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They'll loop around. They know where TNC are. Spot out Armel. Fish are gonna be there. They jump straight in. Armel gets blown up. Now the Poison Nova is there from KB, but he might be a bit of a sitting duck, as yeah, he will be. Ends up going down, and TNC just backing off out of there. They don't want to fight into that.
Yeah, that's a good set of kills for Neon. Not quite the biggest one they'd want. I think at this point you really want to take out Gabby while the BKB's not up and running yet. It's just that Gabby's playing rather conservatively as well. So Neon can't quite get a grip on that PA still. I mean, that was them going in without the slam, so they've bought enough time for Playhard to have it up and running in about 20 seconds, and they could make another smoke play.
Ursa? Scam?
Yeah.
What is happening this game?
I wish I knew. It's strange movements from both sides. I think Neon's been a bit off. This is not the same Neon from game 1. You know, this is a lot stranger from game 1. Still, Armel.
Gonna go for a roar. Does get Rappy on top of the bounty. Does take the bounty away. Rappy gonna get silenced up as well, but here comes Yopaj straight onto that Beastmaster. Soulbind will fly out, but it's only on Yopaj, who's near nobody else. They're still trying onto the Timber, but he is fairly tanky now. They do jump on again. Tim's chasing, but there's the false promise. Now the Echo being committed, and we have a pause. Armel has disconnected from the game.
That's the Echo Slam.
That's the Echo, sure. I mean, you've got the perfect Perfect timing, I guess.
Oh boy, it's well,
Armel should be okay. Like he'll survive through the initial echo, I believe. There's not really much else around him to take him out apart from play hard, but he doesn't have the enchant totem either. Armel gonna be okay. Yopaj will jump in though, and he does burst him down immediately. But now Gabby gonna go after Yopaj. Aethernet does lock him in. Tims is right behind him, and they do get the kill. They go for more. Back onto the Timbersaw. They wanted to start with the Oracle. Skem's coming in, however, on the Ursa now. It looks like TNC is still kind of hesitant to make the jump in, and so is Neon Esports. Both will back off.
Yeah, it's a bit better for Neon. They do manage to find Armel, who is worth more net worth. So there's a bit more going towards Yopaj in that case for that trade. We're all going to be happy, but you do see TNC still widen that lead to 4K. 11-5, and you take a look at Gabby. Desolator's up and running now, being flown in. BKB not too far out. So our PA is going to be a major factor. Once the BKB's up, you don't really have control here from Neon.
That you don't. No bash coming out yet on Skem either. He's just trying to go for that BKB himself. Do you have the Guardian Greaves finished up now on Rappy though, so a bit more sustained, but there's that Desolator coming out on Gabby.
Radiant are scanning.
TNC slowly going to make their way through to the Dire Jungle. Just place a ward down. That was maybe scouted out by the courier of the Ursa, who does go back into that Roshan pit to scout out if TNC are doing that.
Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's top tower is under attack.
And, well, both teams are just waiting. It seems like they're just going to try and see if they can fight out near the Roshan pit. Neither side really want to start the fight, though.
I think one item timing as well as that BKB for both course, although Neon do smoke up. They want to make something happen here.
No echo for 20 seconds. Tims might break the smoke. Stay on the high ground for now. Okay, so we've broken it now. The Ursa's in. Gonna go after March on the Grimstroke. He'll find the pos 5 kill. That'll pretty much be it. TNC, they seem to be aware that they may go for the Roshan play straight afterwards. These Venom wards are going to be a little distracting though, and no Neon. They go back into the mid lane now. They still do have that T1 tower to take, and that seems to be what they want.
Yeah, it's a nice objective to pick up. Gives them a bit better control in the Roche pit if they can, but they don't really commit enough heroes and just kind of let it slide by. Oh, okay, looks like Skem has swapped out, not rushing the BKB, going for the SNY first, but TNC is finally in that pit.
That they are. Neon Esports, they may need to try and make their way there, but I don't know if they've really scouted this one out. They don't have the couriers there, they don't have anything else. They will come in, Rappy knows. The Roshan is very low though. They go straight onto Rappy, and Rappy doesn't really have that much armor right now, though he is gaining it. He'll jump in, Soulbind down. Rappy somehow still surviving with that false promise, so Gabby, he'll jump back in again. Double roar is there from Armel. Skem's getting very low, and he does go down. Now Yopaj is in trouble. He does astral step his way out, but they are following him up the cliff, and Gabby will be able to get him. Now onto Januel. They'll find the Oracle as well. A triple out for the PA, and it's back into the Roshan pit.
Yeah, there's nothing to stop it anymore, and it's going to be the first Roche going the way of TNC. Very nice pickup for them that allows Gabby to really just stand and fight, and the damage from our PA now is insane. Desolator and Battle Fury it's a high point for PA early on. There's just not enough from Neon to stop this from happening anymore.
T2 mid gone.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is
TNC get back to that Dire jungle, just maintaining control. There's that Sergeant Yasha finally coming out on Skem. You've got the Basher now up on Gabby. You've got the Heaven's Halberd up on KP. Rappy's fairly deep in the mid lane, but he seems to be feeling pretty safe. They're going to smoke up again, Neon. Gabby will break it with the blur. Now back on to play hard. He throws out the Fisher, trying to keep Gabby perma-stunned up. Gabby's still trying to make the chase. Tim's chasing him down. Instead, they go on the Oracle. Immediate buyback though. Rappy now in a bit of trouble. Just ticking down to that Spirit Vessel, but he does grieves it off. Going back onto Gabby. Scam's going to turn around now on the Ursa. And Chain misses completely. Aether locking in Gabby. They're going to try onto Armel instead. Armel going to walk away. KB, no, Gabby will jump in, but there's the Echo now. Play hard, jumping in as well with that Earthshaker. They'll get the Aegis. Still chasing Armel around. Gabby now going to respawn up. Going to go back after Cypher Rappy. Meanwhile, Skim is taking way too much damage. He was just trying to chase Armel the whole time, and he couldn't keep up. And meanwhile, Yopaj, he went down to March on the Grimstroke. I believe that was just the Inkswell though.
So a lot going the way of TNC. That is the Aegis expended, but does give them a really big trade in that Ursa. Should be able to take this bot tier 2 as well. And you have to be a bit careful here, Neon. Their high ground defense isn't that amazing. They don't have the slam to play with, so they can't really force a fight out anytime soon.
We're gonna go high ground here for TNC.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So that tier 3 tower, they'll probably back off straight after. Basher now up on Tim's on the Pango as well, so you've got an even more disruption coming out from this TNC side. They're going to back off after not even getting the tier 3, just doing a substantial amount of damage. They don't want to have to deal with the full lineup of Neon together. They start backing off. They've got a 13k net worth advantage though on the side of TNC, so they're going to be feeling pretty happy to just keep extending that lead as much as they can.
Yeah, there's not too much Neon can do. They've fallen so far behind on even Rappy, and we were expecting Rappy to, have a better laning start. That's just the aggression TNC early on really shut this Timbersaw down, whereas KP still got a lot of presence. You're not seeing early BKBs from Neon. You don't even have a pipe out from Rappy. He is opting for the Crimson Guard to stop some of that PA damage from acting in, so that's fair. It's just, it does mean KP's presence is constantly just tearing away at Neon's side, and even Skem, like he diverted from the BKB into the Sanj to finish the SNY. This is costing him a lot of presence in the fights because he's just being kited around.
That's exactly what's happening. The reason for the PA pick there from TNC, just keep him running around in circles and he just won't be able to do much. Desperately needs that Abyssal Blade up, but he's trying to go for the BKB first.
Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant's bottom tower
TNC back into their own jungle. Gonna find Rappy there on the high ground. Yopaj now trying to jump in, but he does get used up. Gabby moving in. Dissimulate gonna be there. They might just try to set up on this PA with the Aether, and it does connect. And now they jump in the PA. Gabby, he is dead. They do roar up this Earthshaker, play hard, but the false promise will keep him protected. Tim's just rolling around, trying to let the rest of his team get out of there. Will eventually just blink his way up.
Radiant's middle
they do lose that big pos 1 PA. It's going to give Neon Esports a chance to try and go after this T1 mid tower.
Yeah, it's a good opening for Neon. They do manage to successfully punish Gabby out. So they find a big kill, not quite enough to sway this game away. Does give them some leverage to find some farm, find some space. You do see KP getting a nice split push up top, but Neon will just use this chance to shove in more tier 2s.
Are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's
that they will.
Has been killed.
Another T2 tower at the bot lane gonna be going down.
Is under attack.
Now TNC is just gonna ignore them. They're not gonna bother trying to defend this tier 2. They'll just let it go.
Are scanning.
TNC have found every outer tower already, so there's no real reason for them to bother trying to defend these unimportant towers down at that bot lane. Or March jumps in for a bounty. He's going to get punished for it here. Or maybe with the Inkswell, TP out. Does he really make it? No. Fisher will be there. Nice play though. Nice attempt. Assuming maybe Skem was alone, but Play Hard was around the corner.
Yeah, it's a nice pick off once more for Neon. And that does give the BKB towards Skem. So he's going to have that up and running. A bit harder to keep a lid on this Ursa. You will be relying on really the roar from Armel on the Ursa now if you want to pin him down, and this does mean Skem has a lot less to worry about. Still needs the MKB though, because you know you can't consistently apply the damage onto Gabby, and that is a bit of an issue once you run out of control.
Even if you have an MKB though, how do you lock him down? You can try to rely on your Page and Play Hard to do that for you, but that hasn't really been so much the case.
So it's tricky. Like, you would want the Abyssal, as you mentioned earlier, just, you know, to have that mobility as well, but there's a lot Skem needs to farm up for, and there's only so much space on the farm so much space on the map to farm up.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Cypher just gonna push out the bot wave. Neon keep roaming around, just trying to secure that farm for Skem. Tim's gonna stay at the top lane and just keep split pushing this wave. Trying to lock the side of Neon Esports just on their side of the river, but now you've got to Satanic completely up on Gabby. Newell obviously would be the first target for TNC to jump on if they could, but your Page will get away as well. Just Astral stepping out of there.
This is a bit risky for TNC though. Like, you look at Gabby, did opt to bypass the BKB entirely. So if you can actually just chain stun with Play Hard, that could be enough if you get the damage out.
Cam, he's gonna get dived on here. No, TNC not willing to go after it quite yet. They don't have enough vision. They're just maintaining this net worth lead they have on TNC. Like, it's been just sitting there stagnant for a while. Even the win probability has just been kind of going all the way up for TNC. 92% the way on this Radiant side.
Yeah, there is a Roche though. It is being taken out just by Gabby. He's enough by himself. And Neon are in no position to contest. So that's just going to go straight to TNC. Aegis and Cheese going to have to contend with that as they go into the high ground defense now.
Your charm has fallen to the radiant.
KP will be ready in that mid lane. Your Page and Rappy going to be around the corner. They do allow Skem to actually go for that basher up now. So he does get it before the MKB this time around. I think that probably was the right way to go about it. Still, with that Satanic on Gabby, once you get the bashes, he may not be concerned too much about that. He's even got the that Titan Slither. Well, TNC, they've smoked up right behind this PA. Skem. Armel gonna go for the Roar onto the Oracle again, but he got the Glimmer Cape off, but they had detection. Now Skem gonna pop his own BKB. Genuine does fly back. The leash is there with the Soulbind, and Gabby still going in with the poison over out from KP. Rappy can't really catch anyone, but March does go down to Skem now, as they do catch out Armel as well. Aether will lock him in. Your Page keeping him controlled up. Armel trying to run, Play Hard, does jump in with the Echo. It's not gonna be that great, however. Gabby just rips him apart once the stun is over. Another triple kill out for the PA. He is going straight back after that Oracle. Meanwhile, Skem being controlled up by Tims. He does go down. That was essentially a full team wipe if you count the fact that the Oracle brought back and Tims might still find him. Chen Yuel just hiding in the tree line there, hoping he doesn't get caught, but no, the shield crash. Tims does know. He glimmer capes out. Tims wants to wipe. It looks like he might just get it as well. He does. That'll be a full team wipe coming up for Neon. He gets the die back on the Oracle, and Gabby will go directly through the mid lane after that tier 3 tower.
There's no fighting back here for Neon. Even if they do respawn back in, they don't have the slam, and Playhard did manage to find Armel off the back of that, but it's not enough, and gonna have to at least give off a set of racks, maybe even more.
Be at least one, that's for sure. They are definitely looking to try and get a second if they can.
Are under attack.
Of course, with all the units up on Armel, it shouldn't be too hard to just rip through these rats, and you never know, they might have time for a third. They've still got 20 seconds of that Ursa.
Dire's middle barracks.
They're thinking about it, and now, no, they'll make the run up. They want to try. Gabby's almost finished up that Abyssal. In fact, he's got enough gold for it. So he's actually sending the courier back with the Vanguard to get the recipe up.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And it won't really be here in time, I don't believe, but
top tower is falling.
If there is going to be a team fight and it's prolonged enough, you might have the Abyssal there on Gabby. Aether Element doesn't really lock on. They're trying to go after the PA, but he has Aegis anyway. Rappy now might be a bit too deep on the Timber, but he'll be okay. TNC, they get Megas. And Neon Esports, well, they're just kind of stuck defending them now.
It's going to be a tricky situation for them. They have some decent wave clear with the Termisaw and I guess the Ursa Battle Fury, of course, but there's a lot you have to farm up here. Skem needs that MKB and the Abyssal to really stand there and fight. You look at Rappy saving up for the Lotus Orb, which is helpful. The timings are just all way off in TNC.
Oh, he's got a Shim's Guard now. Rappy, he's getting jumped on. False Promise will save him. Gabby, he'll go after the Oracle. KP again with the Poison Nova. Now Skem, who do you aim? He'll try for the PA, but Gabby again still has the Aegis. We'll just kind of jump in and out. They do get Rappy in the end. Gabby keeps going now with the double. They'll roar up another. The Void Spirit. Yapage does go down. They call the GG. They've had enough. Gabby wants more though. A huge echo out from Playhard. It's a bit late, but he gets it in the end. And TNC, they do take game 2 and they force to a game number 3.
Yeah, really well played from TNC, getting control on the fights, and they have
progress going on. But mankind won't be destroyed. The fact that you and I are working here today is evidence of that.
Tiny, not the most common combination. This does kind of signal that this could possibly be that core Tiny, because Tiny Grim can be a bit greedy. With Grim on 5, it's slower, but we'll find out.
5 seconds
Still,
remaining.
a big shakeup. You're not seeing a repeat of any of the drafts from last time. It's very different this time around.
That it is. And I'm glad to see that as well. You get kind of sick of seeing the same heroes over and over again. We'll see the Ursa banned out, the Pango as well, the Beastmaster removed. And so we'll see how TNC goes with their second pickup here after the Queen of Pain. They are having a bit of a think about their opening duo. Of course, Neon Esports starting off with their support duo, I would argue, but it is so flexible with Yopaj, because again, we've seen the mid Tiny multiple times now. He can run that instead of running the support Tiny there on Play Hard. TNC Predator. What are they thinking about here? They're using quite a bit of reserve time for this second pick.
Yeah, it's a bit strange. Do you have... Well, the Witch Doctor's in the pool if you wanted to go that route. And like, again, we've seen a lot of success with that support pickup. It does constrain you to a bit less flexibility with that opener, but I think at this point you really don't want to reveal too much just yet. Neon's definitely bring out something different, so for TNC, they don't have last pick. They would rather not reveal as much. They do take the Enchantress, so you've got a solid support for TNC. We've seen March play this a lot. It's highly effective for him. Great presence, great healing, so not too bad here for TNC. Still have the flexibility of that Quap as well, so it's fairly open for both sides. Can still really build around quite nicely around these two heroes they've picked up each.
I'm kind of surprised they went into the Enchantress. Like, the Beastmaster was banned, and we usually only see the Enchantress come out once the Beastmaster's picked up. I suppose it still does dominate the laning stage, but they're gonna take it anyway.
It's just that early pressure the Enchantress can apply, I think. Even without the threat of having to counteract the Beast, you know, it's still nice to have. We've seen the pressure an Enchantress can apply with the Impetus. It's really good. Of course, if you go for the Enchant as well, the slow is nice, and controlling creeps are always great. So there is some pretty decent potency there. Still, both sides are really taking their time this time around with the draft. Not quite used to it, as the last few drafts were quite blazingly fast.
They were. They get rid of the Batrider now on Neon Esports, interestingly enough. Didn't really see much of a reason for the Batrider to come out, but perhaps we'll see it now. They go for the Puck. Now that one's a bit early, which kind of makes me wonder where Neon Esports intend to lane this and one's going now. Like, usually these days we only see the mid-puck. Are they really going for a mid-puck this early on?
Yeah, it's a bit early. I think they might be looking at maybe giving Rappy the puck. Perhaps you do have that flexibility here. TNC, though, they've got the chance for it. They pick up the Shaker. Now, Morphling's not been banned out as well. So if Neon doesn't pick it up for themselves, TNC could easily go for the Shaker Morph combination in this pick phase, and that might be something Neon doesn't want to play against.
It's fair enough.
Seconds remaining.
Do like that Earthshaker pick there from Tim's. I've been whinging about him not playing playmaking heroes the whole series, and here we go. It's finally upon us. Neon Esports. Fourth pickup for them. They'll go into their reserve time. They have plenty more than Neon, or rather than TNC. They won't have the option to go for that Rubik pick, I don't believe, if you did want to go into that up against the Earthshaker Quap, which would have seemingly been some really nice value, but again, they won't really have the option as they do have that support duo already up. We'll have to see a couple more cores come out from Neon, I believe. Unless, of course, they ran like the off-lane Park mid-tiny, which they still could.
TNC Predators turn.
They'll go for the Bloodseeker.
I like this. I think this is preemptive. They understand, they understand that TNC could potentially go for the Morphling here. So the Bloodseekers are a pretty good pickup against that. You rupture the Morph, he can't run around. He plays with his strength balancing. The Bloodseeker gets a little bit better with the boost he gets from that proportional HP. So it's a great counter and preventive pick here from Neon. Should get TNC to think twice for committing to that Morphling combination.
Absolutely. TNC, well, they'll have a think about it now. If they want that morph, they can bring it out, but can be a little bit dangerous. Do they want it? Do they need it? So we know they love running that ES morph. It'll be a hard game for it, though. No,
Ooh.
the Gabby Spectre comes out again. Fair enough.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice. We have seen the Spectres come out every now and again. I think you do have the heroes to buy that Spectre space here. For TNC, you have to worry about the early momentum Neon has. Their heroes don't require too much farm. They can start shutting down that map early. There might not be enough space for that Spectre to farm, so TNC really have to protect Gabby, give him the opportunity and the space to build up in this hero. It's a slow building hero.
It is a slow building hero. Of course, we expect to see that Necro 1 come out for Gabby. He'll just escalate with that. Whether he goes to the Radiance build, whether he goes into some more early orientated kind of fighting build is another story entirely, but only time will tell that. He may be forced to go for an early fighting build though this game. If the Bloodseeker Park doesn't really give you much time, with a support lineup like the Grimstroke Tiny as well, you don't have the biggest amount of time to go for that big Radiance pickup on this Spectre. And when Neon Esports once again will ban out the Enigma,
TNC
we are still missing that KP hero unless they're going to run the offlane Quap. There is still a Timbersaw there for TNC if they felt confident. They did also ban out the Necrophos just then. Now I wouldn't necessarily recommend that Timbersaw into the Puck Bloodseeker, but it could still work out. Like, it can be rough because you can't move much, but it doesn't necessarily mean they can kill you either.
10 seconds.
Yeah, there is space for that if TNC want to opt for it. I think something else that they could consider is perhaps the Legion Commander coming out here for KP. That's something he's really comfy in. We've seen him really do a lot. Would be great to have that additional control on a single target. They go for the Doom, which is not a hero we see too often, but I think is still highly valuable. Doom is just really hard to play against and gives you great control for the puck when it comes down to it.
Alright, well, Neon Esports.
10 seconds remaining.
One final pickup.
5 seconds remaining.
I think they just stick around with this kind of early game orientated lineup, right? With Neon. Like, you don't want to try and force it too late up against that Spectre.
No, you've got to play this one fast, and it really depends on how they want to lane it, whether or not the Tiny or the Puck is mid. You have a lot of options still. I think knowing that the Doom is there does make it a bit trickier for that Puck. Just something that doesn't deal with Doom very well. Does feel like we are just going to be seeing the Schem Bloodseeker, of course, so how to close it out, it's a bit tricky. I would expect the Puck in this case, and maybe a last pick for Rappy to come out. Yeah, okay. They go with the Dazzle to close it out. So you've got pretty early aggression, great sustain coming out. You can push the Bloodseeker to its edge with the Dazzle. You get the Shallow Grave off. The kill to heal back to full. And this does enable Neon to play a lot more tempo. TNC, they need to play around mainly the Doom for the early game. They have to give Tim space to farm that Blink. And of course, you have to give Gabby space to farm up. So it's the stall game for TNC. Neon, they can just play pretty darn fast. I mean, you would like to hit level 18 on Rappy. You can't really allow the Dazzle to trail behind too far, but beyond that, there's some pretty good power spikes here that come way earlier from Neon.
See if they can make this work. TNC, obviously, they have a very clear game plan. It's just buy Gabby space, trust in the Spectre later on to just carry through the game. Neon Esports, obviously going to be a lot of timer here. You do have some great sustain, though, from the Dazzle later. You hit that level 18 mark, he does become a little bit insane, but it's still up against that Spectre. I don't think you want to take the risk.
No, definitely not. Like, has to be a lot faster from Neon. The moment they start slipping up, you know, there's no scalability in the Bloodseeker compared to the Spec. The puck has a lot of room to grow, but it really just goes towards utility rather than really hard carry. So, really do want to pace yourselves here if you are Neon. And that was strange.
Yeah, they
stuck in the black screen.
They had to pause on the black screen. Like, we couldn't just wait till after that. All right, we'll have a pause. I believe it's from Neon. They might be having some lag issues. It's fine. We'll just wait that out.
It's been a couple of games since we've encountered that minute zero pause, so kind of refreshing to have it back. It felt like tradition was forgotten there, Mike.
It has been. Armel, good spirited here. Have fun. It is the game 3 after all.
Have fun, Pansit Canton. What?
What is Pansit Canton?
It's the noodles, man. It's the noodles.
Why are they talking about noodles in the game, John?
I don't know.
What have you done? Have you?
I haven't done anything. Oh, March calling out KP. Oz Pride, man.
I'm pretty sure
there
he
you
was
go.
calling me out, John. Thank you for that, March. I appreciate it.
You know what's cooking?
Yeah, it's quite the way to close it out in a clinched game 3 for both sides. It's gonna be hard. Right. You know, if you fall off here, that's it. You're out of the BTS Pro Series Season 2. So, you know, you put everything in, and this is quite the explosive draft from both sides. So I'm looking forward to see just how far they can push each other here. Who's he calling out? Who's he calling out?
Is he swearing again? Are they swearing?
Oh, no, they're just cursing at each other. Just
how dare they?
Tossing names at each other.
No profanity in this game, please.
It's friendly. It's friendly banter. It's fine.
Doesn't matter, John. There's no profanity in the game.
Oh no, play hard. No. Be positive. It's fine. But they want a shootout now, Mike.
They want a shootout?
Yeah, and they're gonna do it later, apparently. Play hard says.
All right. Well, that's not good.
It's,
sort it out right now in the game.
Okay, I don't know if I want to translate those, but
probably shouldn't, John. Play hard.
Euphemisms, to say the least.
Play hard. He's quite deep right now on March. March did take the bounty, but it will be a 3-for-1 trade for the side of Neon Esports. They definitely get the positive trade out of that. I suppose TNC, with their draft, not really feeling confident to go for those level 1 team fights, which is absolutely fair enough. But they'll play the long game.
It's gonna be interesting to see how much both sides can get from these lanes. It's not going to be too easy for Gabby. Like, having the Dazzle around, of course, does mean you might face some issues going in for the last hits with well-timed Shadow Waves. Have to worry about Playhard's presence as well, and March is not trading well there.
No, he goes for the level 1 heal, just to be able to sustain up against that auto attack damage of Playhard. Now Rappy's going to be there as well. He doesn't have the Poison Touch yet, so you can't really make too much of a chase onto March. Playhard obviously understands if he could just break the gap between himself and March, he should be able to win this harass trade between the two. Of course, it can be a bit tough once you get to that enchant stage, where you can actually enchant to creep up or the impetus, but up until that point, you do have somewhat of an advantage on that Tiny in that sense. Mid lane, Yopaj and Armel going to be up against each other once again. Armel on the Queen of Pain this time, so he played 2 games of Beastmaster in a row. Sick of that, asked for a bit more of an active kind of mid-roll, and he does have it now.
Yeah, it's gonna be great for Armel just to have more control here. The mid lane matchup isn't too bad as well. Yopaj is pulling ahead for now, but it's gonna be fairly even as it balances out. And I'm not sure if it's just me, Bug Mike, but when I click Armel, the Queen of Pain has no hair.
Yeah, she doesn't. Bold.
That's but she has hair in the actual view, so I don't quite understand, but beta game.
Beta game indeed. Must be the 2021 Pop Arcana, John. It's coming out early.
Yeah, that does look like it. Wouldn't pay for that one.
I wouldn't mind, John. Seems pretty nice. Nothing wrong with a bit of bowling. Mel, gonna get jumped on now. Your Page, he will just blink away. Page trying to be as aggressive, as active as possible. Play hard, meanwhile, top lane does kill off the courier of March, and might even find the Spectre courier. He's chasing after it. Needs one more hit and win those brown boots. I believe he will be able to get it, plus a creep pool. Very nice efficiency there from Play Hard. However, Gabby's not happy about his courier dying, so he'll chase down Rappy and he'll get first blood anyway.
Yeah, there's a lot of control here from TNC that you can't underestimate. You've got the enchant slow and the dagger slow, so it's really easy to just run in and find the damage. Gotta be careful about leaving that dazzle alone very early on.
March. We run down again here from Play Hard. Does have the avalanche toss now, so you've got a lot more burst potential here onto March if he's not too careful. But he has an enchanted creep. Play Hard will be chased down. March get the enchant off as well. Now with that spectral dagger, they're going to try and chase his Tiny further, but Gabby, of course, will just be tossed away. Play Hard, he only has 2 tangos left anyway, so March will just keep trying to rinse and repeat this process.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to maintain that lane, and for the most part, this is paying off for TNC. Gabby's finding a good amount of farm. Rappy is as well, but your Spectre's not really being slowed down here in the top lane.
Tim's trying to deal with Genuel there down at the bot lane, the Grimstroke. Both of them making their way to try and secure that power rune for the Park. Armel did not get lucky up that top rune spot, unfortunately, so your Page does bottle up a nice regen now. Quap vs Park matchup, these power runes matter so much. Page finding a very important one to start his game off, and top lane Play Hard does end up killing off Gabby now. March was trying to come in to at least get a kill for his team, but it won't really pan out that way. Meanwhile, mid, Armel making a chase onto your Page, but he can't quite finish him off. But he does cancel the regen rune of Yopage, who jumps back in now, eats a Fairy Fire. Armel gonna blink into Scream, but he can't go down. Great reactions from Yopage on that phase shift, and even bot lane, KP ends up losing his life. Skem gets a kill.
Yeah, a lot of good trades coming out for Neon. Yopage just timing his dodge well and finding the better end of that trade. They do manage to pick up the bounty runes as well. March not quite managing to find Play Hard just yet. And they find March.
Yeah, they do. Rappy just had the poison touch on him the whole time, and of course with the shadow wave, the heal, he just ends up getting the kill very easily.
It's a pretty darn good start for Neon. So they are starting to take control here. I mean, you look at Skem down bot, it's basically been a free lane for him. There's not much KP can really do beyond trying to get the pull and find his own farm, but you're not slowing Skem down.
KP's really being forced out of this this bot lane right now on that Doom. Not having a good old time quite yet. Skem, he's basically been free farming on this Bloodseeker. 35 and 11. Almost level 6 as well, so once you've hit that that level 6 point, it's going to have the Rupture up, and I believe KP will have just no chance of sustaining this lane any longer. Mid lane as well, there's Inkswell going to be there. Yopage, he is fairly deep, but going on to Armel. They do get the kill, and Play Hard, he might die, but he won't mind. Killing off that mid Quap, way more important than his own life.
Yeah, he dodged that Sonic Wave, so you couldn't even hope for a counter kill on Yopage. And again, our puck pulling ahead here for Neon. TNC bleeding out a bit too much in this mid lane matchup.
Genuel now going to be chased down here by Tims, but you've got the Inkswell out from Yopage, and it will connect. There are raindrops blocking some of the magic damage here onto Tims. Now Armel going to try and chase down this support Grimstroke. He won't quite be able to find it. Meanwhile, Yopage does end up killing off Tims on the Earthshaker. Unfortunately for TNC, they are getting nothing right now. In fact, KP, he goes down. Well, Rappy even gets March.
Oh man, Neon's just finding all the early trades, and their lineup, we expected it to be online earlier. I didn't expect it to completely run down TNC, as they do maintain a 2k lead now on Neon's side. Their only hope is that Gabby's not dying, but they toss him back.
Yeah, poison touches there. He has to TP out, but the avalanche up from Play Hard as well. Gabby's dead again. Oh, this is just huge from Neon.
They're finding the tempo on top of that spec, so you're not getting the farm you need on the Spectre. It's going to be hard to get the space for the spec as well because Armel and KP have fallen so far behind. This is going to impact Tim's blink timing on top of all that. So a lot of space in the map that will have to be committed out in the Armel.
Harsh, Dream Coil, Inswell going to be there. Tim's around the corner, the Haunted as well. Armel's still going to die. Yopaj is out. They force out 3 rotations, and Armel still dies. They found a Tiny as a trade, but it's not worth the time.
No, definitely not. And they force out the use of the Haunt, which is a very big spell from the spec to commit. And you take a look at KP. He just hits level 5 on the off-lane Doom. This is not a good spot for Arjun. He's fallen so far behind from that bot lane, and again, we've already seen KP rotate early on in the jungle, but this is just a lot of space being bled out to Neon.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a level 8 on the Bloodseeker right now. Skem's out-leveled KP by 3 levels. That is kind of insane to think about. I mean, Rappy's about to hit level 7 as well on his own offlane Dazzle, and he's had Play Hard around him most of the time. They're going to try maybe up again onto March, see if they can get a toss back. He does get avalanched. March getting tossed back into the creep wave, and he knows he's going to die. Rappy and Play Hard are out of control here. They need to be maybe get top off that top lane, but even bot lane. TNC tried to make a rotation down bot to help out KB a little bit. But when you've got that Inkswell Bloodseeker combination, it is just way too dangerous to even try getting close.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's very hard to commit, and it's going to be hard to find that opening, although Johnny...
March, he just TP'd in. They just did this to you. Bot lane, KB was ruptured up, Inkswell was there, but Tim's was around to protect him. Yopaj now rotates though, Dream Coil is available, he won't commit. Yopaj is currently 2 levels ahead of Armel, by the way. They are out-leveling by a long shot. We'll have a look at the whole hero levels, and you look at that top 3, 9, 8, and 8. And even the supports kind of matching the cause of TNC almost, as the Fish does come in bot lane. They are going to get Januel. However, can they find anything else? They're going on to the park. Yopaj in big trouble with that Doom out. Now Armel comes in. They do get another. Gabby just gets himself out of there. Skem's going to be in trouble now. He does put the blood right down, and he should be able to get himself out. Play Hard wants to join in, but it's too late. Party has officially shuttered. Well, TNC, they do at least get themselves 2 nice pickoffs there.
Yeah, pretty big kill on that puck. Does give them a lot more to play with in terms of gold and EXP, so it's a nice bounce back for them. This is a lot of space for Rappy. Again, you look at that Dazzle, he hasn't really been punished for just soaking up that entire top lane. So you're going to be looking at Rappy to have really good timing on the mech into the Guardian Greaves, and then just all the sustain you can expect from the Dazzle coming out just kicks in.
Oh, Neon going to start setting up that mid-tier 1. Yopaj going to scout out with the orb, gets a double Dream Call off with the double damage active as well. Double silence, Play Hard in with the avalanche. They want Tim's first. Sonic Wave thrown out, now the Echo as well, but it's just onto Rappy, and he will just shallow grave and survive. Januel now picking up a kill there onto Tim's, and it's just getting worse and worse here for TNC as Neon are not going away. They're sticking around for this tier 1 mid tower.
It's going to be a really quick take, and that's one of the beauties of Neon's draft. They can really just push that aggression earlier on. TNC still need a lot of time to build up. Like, you look at KP, he's rushing a BKB into Doom. Not something you see too often, but he needs it if he wants to have that presence in these fights.
I'll Play Hard, toss back onto KP. Now from KP, but Skem has the rupture if he wants to commit. Bloodright will come out with the avalanche. They don't even need the rupture. Just too easy. It's all off the back of Play Hard.
Oh yeah, he's all his activity early on, from the top lane down to his rotations, have really just paid off. And we're at 12 minutes in. It's a 4K lead for Neon, 14-5. TNC still need their tempo-setting heroes to find anything, and there's a smoke from Neon up.
Yopaj jumping forward with the ink swell, but he won't be able to close the gap. Still, they want to chase down Gabby. Gabby going to be just forced to find somewhere else to farm. He's got the Necro 1 book up, but he's trying to go after a Radiance. Whether he gets to the stage where he can actually afford the Radiance in time, it's a different story entirely. Like, it's going to take a while to get that up.
Is under attack.
It's a slow build-up, and there's just not enough space in the map to really give Gabby that quick farm. So it's gonna be a lot of patience from TNC to wait that out. Not only that, but even the EXP, right? Like, Spectre wants it level 20 for the talent, and that's a long time to wait for TNC.
Very, very long. Especially when you've got your Page there with the Veil of Discord, so he's ready to just fight whenever. Skem, meanwhile, apparently killing off Armel on the Queen of Pain, is just farming way out, away from his base. But that's really the problem right now, is you've kind of taken over the map here for the side of Neon Esports. They kind of just got to farm out of position to try and allow Gabby to get that Radiance up.
Yeah, and it is going to cost them. You have so many heroes that still need that initial farm.
Yeah, play hard. He's going to have an easy entrance in with the toss out as well. Double toss, in fact, and that means KP's going to die. Now Tim's trying to run away. He has the echo up. Yopaj will take the kill for himself. And, oh, he orbs forward. Mark, Dream coiled up. They'll just commit it. Why not? It's an easy kill. They'll take it.
Time to hibernate.
Yeah, just like that, 3 heroes off the map for Neon. They managed to find a nice set of kills. This does open up the tier 2 top if they want to try to shove it in. They have been trying to chip away at it for a while to limited success. Looks like they will just let that slide, keep farming up. Skem is just about to finish up his next item. He does have the Yasha up and running, so he moves a lot faster, hits a lot harder. And TNC, again, they've just not had the opportunity to find any more big pickoffs beyond that 1 kill on Yopaj.
Still gonna just keep working towards those big items. Gabby's still trying to go for the Radiance. The BKB's still trying to go out onto KP. They'll smoke up TNC. See if they can try to pick off Rappy up at that top lane with the Doom to be expended from KP.
Dire are scanning.
It's the only way they kill off this Dazzle, if they get the Doom off first. Rappy sticking around, gonna take the bounty runes for himself. Bot lane as well, you'll see a smoke out from Yopaj, and he gets a Dream Call once again onto Armel. Inkswell there with the avalanche toss, play hard, and Armel just dies so darn quick. Now March trying to run away, but Yopaj is there with the double damage, and March, he's still level 5. He doesn't have the untouchable. There'll be a Horn coming out, but it's just to try and chase down Rappy. Rappy's blocking them up with his Necro units, so they can't actually catch him. And now he'll turn around because his team's joined him. Skem, rupture out on Gabby. He'll be fine to just TP out of there. The rest, well, Tims will just kind of block the doorway. They can't actually get in. So it's a nice fish around from Tims, but it's a 20-5, 6k net worth lead already for Neon.
Yeah, it's a massive lead for Neon. It slowly builds up. You start to get really concerned. I mean, looking at March, stuck at 5. And that is a painful spot for our Pause 5 Enchantress, and that just means you're not being as disruptive here.
KP also going to go down now in the mid lane. Top tier 2 goes down. Neon, they are playing quick.
Has been killed.
I'm curious. Win probability right now, 89%. Seems fair enough.
Yeah, it's building up. Not quite there, but you have to remember, TNC still has some outer towers that Neon has to slowly work their way towards. So
we're only 6.5 minutes in, John. It's kind of insane how fast the game's going right now. Now Yopaj just jumps in again. Dream Coil in swell. He saw Armel. He wants to kill Armel. Still alive. Almost about to go down. He's still leashed up. He can't get out of there. Now Rupture. Skem's gonna dive to the tier 3 tower. They'll kill off Tims. Straight after KP now. March, where are you TPing, sir?
That's a lot from just a dive into the tier 3s there for Neon. They find some pretty big kills. TNC, one saving grace for them is that Gabby's farming up. So he's safe down bot by himself. And he's kind of keeping up pace, like at least with Yapaj. Nowhere near Scam though, as this does open up that mid tier 2. So Neon once more taking another key objective. Only really have the bot lane to look at, but they could really just opt for the Roche at this point.
Oh, here's my problem with TNC in this Radiance build, John. Like, I admit that Gabby is farming decently considering the circumstances, but even after this Radiance, it's not like you're going to be able to fight.
No.
Not more than that. That's going to be the farming tool for this Spectre.
It's not fast enough, and you're going to need more space to come in. Again, like, Gabby's finding that farm, but you're choking off your Shaker, you're choking off your Doom, you're choking off your Queen of Pain. You are very close for Tims to have that blink, but there's that Roche gone, immediate smoke from Neon. They're gonna try to find even more.
This team's looking good right now. Neon Esports, they are getting closer and closer to getting past this team of TNC, but TNC are gonna try and hold on here. Giving everything to Gabby, putting their faith in the Spectre. March, avalanche toss, blown up. No chance of survival through that avalanche toss, and poor old March, he just hit level 6. That's how rough this game has been for him.
Oh, yeah, it's not been good. Still, some good positioning.
This might be the game changer for TNC now that Tims does have the blink up, but he's not going to survive this, it looks like. Yapaj just jumps in again to the tier 3 towers. No fear from this man.
Yeah, it's just a lot of kills, still bleeding towards Neon's way. I mean, with that blink, as you mentioned for Tims, there is some counterplay potential coming out here for TNC. Ooh, very close to catching KP out down bot. But if they get a good slam and win, I'd say 2 team fights, maybe 3 team fights. Oh, well, maybe just 2. If you do manage to get 2 wipes there, you can turn it around. Just need that perfect initiation and smoke out from TNC.
And Gabby's got the Sacred Relic up as well. Just believe it's on his courier right now. He's a bit afraid to send it out.
Dire are scanning.
TNC just holding their base for now, just where they're safe. Zap! Taj's courier is chilling out by the secret shop. They're going to scout it out and take it out. Actually going to be the items for his Yule Scepter being denied off. It's a nice little pick off there from TNC.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Looks like poor old March, or he wanted to go for the bounty. His team needs it. He's not making the wrong decision. He's going to die for it, and he won't get it anyway. Playhard takes it off him.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but again, there's not much moves here for TNC to make. Their base, they have to sacrifice 1 pawn on the map, and that's going to be March. So the rest of TNC are getting space up top because of this. They're finding some consolation farm, but they're going to lose a tier 2 for that.
The pipe even up to Rappy now. 13k net worth lead. It's just been all the way up for Neon. And now they're going for the tier 3 tower. Why not? You've still got the Aegis there on Scam. Tims is, I don't know, Tims is going to make a miracle happen on this Earthshake, I'll tell you that. Radiance, they do have the recipe for that Radiance, so you've got the full Radiance up now. It's just a matter of getting it to Gabby, but he might have to come back to the base to try and defend here. So far, Split pushing the top lane, just farming as long as he can. They may have accepted the fact that they're going to lose this top tier, this bottom tier 3 as well as the racks.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Deso now up on Skim to speed things up.
Bottom tower has fallen.
It's gonna make it a lot quicker, and they are melting true.
KP sneaking up from behind. He'll pop his BKB. He's scouted. There's the horn. Straight onto Dazzle. They want to burst down that sustain. However, Rupture up on Armel. They're going after that Queen of Pain Armel. He's in a bit of trouble. Rappy goes down. So does March. There goes Armel as well. The buyback will be out from March and Rappy. Tim's also about to drop on that Earthshaker. There is nowhere to hide right now. Even KP trying to run away, but he is stuck. He will go down. Scams on a triple. They're buying back. Is it going to matter though?
Dire's bottom barracks.
Yopash wanting to go back in now to March. Doesn't have the Dream Coil though, so he may not have the damage output. Gabby does have the Radiance, but it's not really making too much of a difference. They get the bot racks and that's it. They'll back off.
Yeah, they hold on to the Aegis. It is just about a half-minute left, so pretty decent time to pull out if they weren't going to be dying anyway. And this does allow them to just wait for their Dazzle to respawn in. They take a lot of control back. They are slowly just working their way in. They're trying to prioritize Rappy's level 18 as well, giving him the tomes, but it's not quite up and running still. TNC, this is a bit of an opportunity for them to venture outside.
Gabby, he's got his team right behind him, smoked up right now, but can he survive? No, he doesn't. Now KP, BKB TP, he's not going to make it.
No.
There's too much damage.
Regeneration.
There goes the Aegis, but you've got 2 cores down with no buyback, so Neon might just keep going.
Yeah, nothing to stop them from taking another set of racks, and there they go. They've got the Dazzle for heals as well.
It's a very awkward situation here from TNC. Neon just going to rip apart the base one more time. Already looking to go top. In fact, they are. They found March again. They want that Enchantress dead. It's going to be a dieback on March as well. Armel just blinking away for his life. Armel's so stressed out right now, John. He's lost all his hair on that Queen of Pain.
Yeah, that's true. I would be stressed out as well. Last tier 3 going out, they do still have a racks down bot, but gonna lose all your melee racks at the least here.
Playhard's just tossing his teammates around. Celebration, I'm guessing. Gliding Greaves now up on Rappy. Mega Creep's gonna be active in any second. There is one more range racks down at the bot lane. TNC, they may have their final fight up against Megas. Unless Neon forget about the range racks, which they have left it.
Yeah, that's happening for TNC. They've got the Haunt, they've got the Slam. They could try to play around that if they wanted to.
We haven't even seen the Blink Echo yet. It just...
No.
They catch him out every time, that's the thing. Yopash has been so on point of just scouting out the tree lines and making sure he knows where Tim's is. They have the Rupture. They're looking at Armel again. You've got a 10-second BKB charge now on Skim to make matters worse. They go in with the Dream Coil. March disappears off the map immediately. Now Tim's trying to make a run. Armel in trouble. He'll go down. Now the Duke does come out once again on the Dazzle. But how do you take this team fight? Nobody's dying yet. They're dying on the side of TNC. Gabby's the only one really left. He can't get out of there. It is over. They've called GG. And Neon Esports just 25 minutes.
Oh my god, yeah, that's a dominant play coming out from Neon. Game 2 was super shaky, but they bounced back, showing that same
Get you out of my mind. It's like I feel it for the first time. Been thinking about you all night. I've been searching for this all my life. You're just my type. I've been looking for a boy who can treat me right. Your dark hair with those eyes so bright. They look into my soul and it sparks my life. Can I take you there? Like it was the first time. Do you remember? Can I take you there? Back to when we felt like this was forever. Can I take you there? be so blind. I've been searching for this all my life. You're just my type. I've been looking for a boy who can treat me right. Short dark hair with those eyes so bright. They look into my soul and it sparks my life. Can I take you there? Like it was the first time, do you remember? Can I take you there? Back to when we felt like this was forever. Can I take you there? Like it was the first time, do you remember? Can I take you there? You're all I need. Can I take you there? Can I take you there? Take you there. Can I take you there? Can I take you there?
Here we go again. Trying hard, but you wanna be my friend. Ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. Here we go again. Call my bluff, I'ma be here till the end. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out, 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 I can help you out. Here we go again. Time is up and I'm calling up my friends. Ain't no wonder why, ain't no one to ride to. Here we go again. Call me up and you wanna be my friend. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out, I can help you out, I can help you
mankind won't be destroyed. The fact that you and I are working here today